The man at the center of this story had lived with only one burning wish in his heart, to stand at the absolute summit of martial arts. But as the years dragged on and his body endured endless training, he slowly came to understand a painful truth. Even if he devoted every remaining moment of his life to that path, it still might never be enough to grasp the dream he had chased for so long. No matter how desperately he struggled, fate seemed to have drawn a line he could not cross. He simply had not been born with the destiny to reach the final height of martial mastery. And yet, because that longing had sunk so deeply into his soul, he could not bring himself to stop, not even after realizing how impossible it seemed. So instead of giving up, he turned his eyes toward an ancient legend passed down from a forgotten age. It was said that somewhere in the world, a divine dragon guarded a golden fruit, and whoever ate that fruit would be granted immortality beyond ordinary human limits. After throwing himself into a brutal battle where every strike could have meant death, he finally defeated the divine dragon that protected the legend. Wounded, exhausted, and covered in the aftermath of that terrible fight, he reached the sacred ground where the mythical fruit was said to grow. And there it was before his eyes. The golden fruit from the old tales truly existed, shining right in front of him as if the legend had been waiting for him all along. A warm golden radiance spilled from the fruit and washed over everything nearby. Its light was not ordinary at all. It carried a strange, divine presence, making the entire place feel sacred and unreal. Drained from the long and merciless fight, he sat on top of the fallen divine dragon's corpse, his breathing heavy as his gaze stayed locked on the glowing fruit. Only after he had steadied himself did he rise to his feet, step down from the dragon's body, and slowly make his way toward the tree. In that moment, confidence swelled inside his chest, strong enough to push away every trace of exhaustion. With this fruit in his hands, he believed he could finally break through the limits that had held him back his entire life. The peak of martial arts, the dream he had chased through blood and sweat, now seemed within reach. Without wasting another second, he plucked the golden fruit from the branch and began to eat it. The instant he swallowed it, an unfamiliar force erupted inside him, spreading through his body with overwhelming power. His veins pulsed beneath his skin, his blood burned like fire, and his entire body shook as though some divine strength was tearing him apart and rebuilding him from within. This man was Gilfaz El Dragon, the one the world had praised as the strongest human alive. But many decades passed after that day, and even Gilfaz El Dragon could not escape the weight of time. Now he lay frail and weak upon his bed, his once mighty body reduced by age, while his children and grandchildren gathered around him in silence. They murmured softly among themselves, their voices heavy with sorrow, saying that his final hour was close and that they had to accept that he would soon leave them. His eldest son, Gilliam, held his father's hand tightly, as if refusing to let go. Gilfaz El Dragon, the head of the El Dragon family, looked at his son and told him he did not want to see such grief on their faces. His time had simply come, and that was all. Gilliam tried to smile for him, but the smile trembled along with his voice. He said the manor had already become painfully quiet after their mother passed away, and once their father was gone too, it would feel even emptier. But Gilfaz gently warned him not to let weakness take root in his heart, and not to be swallowed whole by sorrow. Then, as the room fell into a deep silence, Gilfaz found his thoughts drifting back to the golden fruit he had eaten so long ago. In the end, he quietly admitted to himself that perhaps no one could truly place their faith in the myths left behind by the ancient world. Even so, he still felt blessed in his own way, because he had lived long enough to build a family and leave people behind who loved him. He told the family gathered at his bedside that his life had been long, full, and without regret. But deep inside his fading heart, Gilfaz knew those words were not completely true. Even at the very end, he still had not managed to release the dream that had defined his life. If only he had been given more time, he would have risen again, trained again, and continued reaching for the ultimate peak of martial arts, the one destination that had always remained just beyond his grasp. And so, as his final moments arrived, Gilfaz held tightly to that desire until the very last breath left his body. But then, in a twist no one could have expected, Gilfaz opened his eyes once more. At first, confusion clouded his mind. Had he only been sleeping? Something about the air, the silence, and even the feeling of his own body was strangely wrong. The room around him was not the one where he had died. His body felt light, far too light, and everything in his surroundings felt unfamiliar. When he finally raised his hands and looked down at them, his eyes widened in complete disbelief. These were not his hands. A stunned thought crept into his mind. Was he a baby? The realization struck him so hard that he immediately understood he had fallen into a situation far beyond common sense. As a 10-star martial artist, He could not help questioning how anyone could have done something like this to him without him sensing even the slightest sign of it. Then, all at once, a possibility flashed through his mind. The divine dragon, the golden fruit. At last, the pieces connected in his head. The fruit had not granted him immortality in the way the legend claimed. His true power was reincarnation. It was an outcome he never could have predicted, but once he understood it, joy began to rise inside him. He had been given another chance. A second life had been placed in his hands, and with it came the opportunity to pursue the martial peak he had failed to reach before. Before long, he noticed that he was not the only one in the room. As his eyes moved across the unfamiliar space, he realized he was inside the annex of El Dragon Manor. Somehow, he had been reborn into the very same family. Then he saw that the room was filled with other infants, all lying nearby. Just as he began wondering why so many babies had been gathered in one place, several maids entered while carrying baby bottles. But what filled those bottles was not milk. Instead, each one contained a strange red liquid. Gilfaz watched closely as the maids poured the crimson substance into the bottles, the color standing out sharply against the quiet room. At first, he assumed they were preparing to feed the infants. But then, without warning, one of the maids brought out a goblin instead. They forced the bottle straight into the goblin's mouth, making it swallow the red liquid against its will. Only moments later, the goblin's body began shaking violently. A red glow burst out from within it, and in the next instant, its body exploded into a spray of blood that splattered across the room. Gilfaz went completely still, frozen by the horrifying sight in front of him. Fear and confusion crashed through his mind at once. What in the world was happening in this place? One of the maids spoke calmly, saying that the mixture would be safe as long as they adjusted the amount of water properly. Then, as they began giving the red liquid to the other infants, another maid stepped toward Gilfaz and lifted him into her arms. The moment Gilfaz saw the bottle up close, he knew with absolute certainty that this was no ordinary milk. A terrifyingly dense energy radiated from the liquid, powerful enough for him to sense even in the body of a newborn. He immediately understood that the crimson liquid was dragon blood, and worse, it was far too dangerous for a fragile infant's body to endure. But before he could do anything to resist, the maid pressed the bottle into his mouth and forced the dragon blood upon him. Instinctively, as any newborn would, he latched on and began to drink. The instant the ancient dragon's blood touched his lips, an unimaginable force surged violently through every vein in his tiny body. Tremors racked him, each shudder a testament to the raw, searing power flooding his system. Yet amidst the pain, Gilfaz recognized the truth of it. This was no ordinary blood. It was the essence of ancient dragons themselves, coursing through him with a living, writhing strength that seemed almost sentient. A flicker of fear crossed his mind. This was dangerous, deadly even. But beneath that fear stirred a glimmer of something else. An opportunity, raw and irresistible. For a fleeting moment, he thought about stopping, hesitating as the agony clawed at him from within. But then realization struck. If he could endure this, absorb it fully, he might surpass the limits of even his former self. He might finally ascend to the true pinnacle of martial arts, reaching heights no one in history had dared to touch. Steeling his mind, he continued to drink with fierce determination. Teeth gritted against the excruciating pain. Veins swelled and twisted beneath his skin, his small frame convulsing as if trying to reject the overwhelming power surging through it. But his resolve was ironclad. "Do not underestimate me," he thought, fire in his eyes even if no one could see them yet. "I am Gilfaz Eldragon." He repeated the name over and over in his mind like a mantra, clinging to it as a tether through the storm of agony, until, almost impossibly, the pain began to ease, yielding to his indomitable will. The maid standing nearby could only stare, disbelief etched across her face, as he endured what should have been a death sentence and survived. Inside that fragile body, two colossal, primeval dragon energies collided with a violent ferocity, each struggling to assert dominance, shaking him to his very core. And when one finally overpowered the other, Gilfaz could hardly comprehend how effortlessly he had absorbed its full might. As the two forces fused into a single, unified power within him, realization dawned. This was not just survival, it was an unprecedented opportunity, a chance to rise above everything. When the last drop was consumed, a shudder ran through him, but to his astonishment, he had survived the unimaginable. His body hadn't shattered, it had adapted, growing stronger in ways even he hadn't anticipated. He noticed other infants nearby who had survived as well, a subtle smirk tugging at his lips as he acknowledged the rare resilience of life. Never underestimate the survival instincts of a newborn, he thought, inwardly amused at his own fortitude. But, as expected from a body so young, exhaustion soon claimed him. Eyelids drooping, muscles slackening despite his triumph, Gilfaz Eldragon, the strongest human reborn, finally surrendered to sleep, drifting into a deep, untroubled rest. 7 years later, his life had shifted into a rigorous routine of physical training that pushed every limit of his small but extraordinary body. With a massive boulder pressed against his feet, he performed one-handed push-ups with relentless precision. When he struck the 1,000th rep, he launched the boulder into the air, catching it as it crashed down onto his back, and even he could scarcely believe the raw strength his young body now possessed. Gilfaz Eldragon, the legendary former head of the Eldragon clan, now lived under the name Zeke Eldragon. He reflected on how such power had manifested in a child so young, realizing that it was the ancient dragon blood within him that fueled this extraordinary physical evolution, a source of energy far beyond what normal humans could ever hope to wield. The ancient dragon blood, administered to infants like him, carried an immense reservoir of that energy. Those who endured the ritual of drinking it emerged with bodies far beyond ordinary human limits. With the divine dragon's power flowing through him, Zeke knew he had already eclipsed the peak strength he had reached at the same age in his past life. And being the only infant to drink an entire bottle of that potent blood, his body underwent a transformation so profound, even he hadn't foreseen its extent. Yet, despite the incredible progress, a lingering frustration gnawed at him. He remained merely a 1-star practitioner, far from the 4 stars he had expected to achieve after relentless training. Stars measured the magnitude of one's source power. In this world, the human body was a miniature universe. Each star floating within it marked strength, but as the stars multiplied, so did the difficulty of reaching the next level. In his past life as Gilfaz Eldragon, he had reached the unthinkable, 10 stars. No one else in the world had ever touched such a level. Time really does fly, Zeke murmured. Now 7 years old, the weight of past and present mingling in his mind. It was revealed that he was an illegitimate child of the current Eldragon family head. His mother had died when he was still a newborn, and to this day he had never laid eyes on his father, a negligence he could not forgive. What stunned him most was realizing that a full 1,000 years had passed since his reincarnation. He marveled at the impossibility of it, yet the world had transformed drastically during that time, evolving into a true era of survival of the fittest. The clearest evidence of this was the brutal practice of feeding infants the blood of ancient dragons, followed by the perilous dragon trial. Only those who survived both the dragon blood and the dragon trial were considered worthy of receiving the Eldragon warrior education and training. Naturally, Zeke had passed this test of destiny. Yet whenever he questioned the servant assigned to him about why no instructors had come, the answer was always the same. She was forbidden to respond. Even at 7, he had never received a single combat lesson. "Isn't that strange?" he muttered. "Every child who survived the dragon trial should have begun training immediately. Everyone except him. Day after day, he lived in isolation, accompanied only by a silent servant. When he asked about it, she merely questioned what was wrong with that arrangement." Zeke sighed, accepting that conditioning his own body might be more crucial than formal combat training anyway. After all, he had once been a 10-star warrior. He requested information about other surviving infants or anything about the family that might aid him, but once again the servant refused, citing strict orders. Frustration darkened his young face. "Will you always refuse to answer me?" he demanded sharply. The servant's reply remained firm and unyielding. She could not speak on such matters. "Isn't this cruel?" Zeke asked bitterly, sensing the injustice. The servant explained calmly that she was only fulfilling her duty, attending to his daily needs and nothing more. Though she was a 3-star practitioner capable of teaching him the basics of combat, Zeke had never cared for such trivial lessons. After 7 years of her unchanging responses, he had grown numb to the monotony. Finally, with a resolute breath, Zeke decided to leave and venture into the forest. The servant watched silently, offering no objection as he walked away. "So, she's really going to let me go?" he thought, a trace of irritation in his tone as he vanished into the trees. Deep within the forest, Zeke began pulling up wild poisonous herbs, consuming them without a hint of hesitation. As always, the taste was bitter and vile, but it was all part of his grueling training method. Then, a sudden awareness pricked at him. He drew a steadying breath, repeating silently to himself, "Be patient, be patient." He sensed a presence, someone or something, watching him from the shadows, scrutinizing his every move. No matter how much he tried, he could not shake the feeling. After a tense moment, Zeke exhaled sharply. "They followed me all the way here, huh?" he muttered. Finally, unable to tolerate the waiting any longer, he called out boldly, You might as well come out if you've got something to say. Silently, Zeke melted into the tall, swaying grass, letting it cloak his presence like a living shadow. His sharp senses immediately picked up a heavy, oppressive aura lingering nearby, something dark and unfamiliar that made the hairs on his arms stand on end. He narrowed his eyes toward the source and caught sight of a creature known as an anger boar, its massive form partially shrouded in an unnatural mist. What is that aura? Zeke murmured to himself. The black, swirling mist that hugged the beast was unlike anything he had ever encountered, even in the memories of his 1,000-year life. As the anger boar grazed calmly on the forest grass, Zeke slowly rose from his hiding spot, stepping into view. The sudden motion startled the beast, its ears flicking back in alarm. Without hesitation, the creature charged, tusks lowered in aggression. But instead of fear, a wide, exhilarated grin spread across Zeke's face. He was genuinely thrilled. This was exactly the kind of challenge he had been craving. The anger boar lunged with brutal force, but Zeke moved like a streak of lightning, dodging with fluid precision. As he did, golden energy began to gather and spiral around his fist, glowing with raw power. With a single, explosive strike, he unleashed the energy, the impact tearing through the anger boar's massive body in a blinding burst that shook the clearing. A thrill of satisfaction washed over him as he saw the aftermath. The force of his attack had far exceeded even his expectations. Even as a one-star, his strength dwarfed that of most practitioners at the same level. Hoisting the lifeless creature over his shoulder, Zeke muttered to himself, "Just imagine how much stronger I'll be once I raise my star level." Exhaustion lingered in his limbs, a reminder of 7 long years of neglect and isolation by the Eldragon family. His thoughts drifted. Maybe it was finally time to leave, to wander beyond the forest, perhaps even toward the endless horizon of the ocean. Unbeknownst to him, a cloaked figure watched from a distance, concealed in the shadows. "What's happening with that boy?" the man murmured. Even without formal training, he had reached 1 star, and with a single strike had slain an anger boar. What puzzled the observer most was how the boy had sensed his presence from so far away. "That child, he's no ordinary kid," he whispered, quietly intrigued. Memories flickered through his mind. Zeke's mother had died when he was an infant, and his father, the current Eldragon head, had taken no interest in him. Under such neglect, the boy should never have become this strong. Yet, as the illegitimate son of the family head, he would always remain under careful scrutiny. That was why someone like him had been tasked with monitoring the child from the shadows. An illegitimate son, but the blood of the Eldragon head still flows through him, the man murmured thoughtfully. Could this be the reason for his exceptional strength? A faint chuckle escaped him. This kid is going to be interesting to watch. Then, without a sound, the figure melted back into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Back at his small home, Zeke packed his belongings, the excitement of setting out on his own journey stirring in his chest. Suddenly, he sensed several powerful presences outside, 3 4-star practitioners and 1 5-star. His brow furrowed. What are they doing here? He wondered, wary but curious. Creeping quietly to the door, Zeke listened in. From the conversation, he learned they were remarking on the freshness of the air in such a remote location, commenting on the peace that came from the absence of nearby rifts. No mention of malice. He concluded they were not assassins. Their voices carried calm and courtesy, and so he decided to confront them head-on. He opened the door and asked firmly, "What business do you have here?" The group froze, clearly caught off guard by the young boy's confident tone. Zeke's eyes immediately caught the emblem embroidered on their robes, the mark of the Eldragon clan. "Eldragon," he murmured under his breath, suspicion and curiosity intertwining as he wondered what their purpose might be. The men bowed quickly, the leader stepping forward with respect. "It is an honor to finally meet you, young Master Zeke," he said, his voice formal and steady. "We have been sent to escort you to the location of your examination," he continued. "Examination?" Zeke frowned, confusion creasing his youthful features. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face. "They expect me to take an exam," he muttered under his breath, "even though they haven't taught me a single thing." A few days later, Zeke found himself once again standing before the main estate of the Eldragon family, scarcely believing he had returned so quickly. He was informed that this visit was not to live within the main estate, but for a very specific purpose. Before entering, the attendants instructed him to change out of his worn and dirty clothing, preparing him for the formalities ahead. Zeke began explaining to himself about the Dragon's Nest, a prestigious school founded by the Eldragon family after 1,000 years to train the bloodline across all branches. Every child born with ties to the Eldragon family dreamed of entering this academy, where they would begin proper education upon turning 7. Today was the day of the entrance ceremony, and Zeke was here to take part in the examination that would decide his place. Even though he knew nothing about the current generation of his family, participation in the exam was mandatory. Sitting by the academy gate, he was approached by a boy from Ortascale village. It was Rangus, who asked gently if Zeke was all right and what was troubling him. When Zeke inquired about his identity, Rangus formally introduced himself, explaining that he had noticed Zeke's troubled expression and had come to check on him. "Is that so?" Zeke replied casually, observing the boy with a neutral gaze. Quietly assessing the flow of energy within Rangus, Zeke noted internally that, while the boy appeared shy, there was an unusual perceptiveness in his aura. Zeke apologized for his distracted state, introducing himself in return and admitting that his mind was troubled, unsure of what the exam would demand of him. "Is that all?" Rangus asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice, acknowledging that the test could be stressful, but explaining that the annual entrance exam for the Dragon's Nest rarely changed. Yet when Zeke confessed he knew nothing about the exam, Rangus's eyes widened in shock. Taking the test with no prior knowledge seemed recklessly dangerous. "Isn't that far too reckless?" he thought, worry knitting his brow. Just as Rangus began to elaborate on the exam details, a loud, arrogant voice suddenly cut through the conversation. A boastful boy yelled across the courtyard, mocking Rangus with scornful words. Rangus spun around in alarm, immediately recognizing the voice. It was Retin, also from Ortascale village. With a sneer, he mocked Rangus, questioning why he was even there and implying he must have gotten lost on the way to the Dragon's Nest. He even suggested it would be wiser to leave before he ended up getting hurt. "I'm here to take the entrance exam," Rangus replied, his voice trembling slightly under Retin's intimidating presence, yet determined. Retin doubled over in laughter, dismissing the claim as impossible. He insulted Rangus's father, deriding him as a pseudo-dragon, and mocked what a child of such lineage could possibly achieve. Rangus clenched his fists, struggling to contain his anger, but Zeke observed every motion with a calm, discerning gaze, ready for whatever might unfold next. From there, the rigid order of the L-Dragon family was laid out before them, a hierarchy so strict that every member seemed to know exactly where they stood and how far they were allowed to rise. At the top were the powerful ranks: novice whelp dragons, regular soldier child dragons, captain-level adult dragons, and above them, the executive elder dragons who were simply known as the elders. And far below all of them, almost treated as if they barely belonged at all, were the pseudo-dragons. These were the ones who had either failed to enter Dragon's Nest or had never managed to graduate from it, branded by the family as immature, incomplete dragons who had fallen short of becoming the real thing. But Langus had carried a quiet dream for a long time. Even if everyone looked down on them and called them pseudo-dragons, he wanted to prove that they still had dragon blood, dragon pride, and the right to be recognized as dragons. Zeke looked genuinely puzzled by Retin's confidence and asked him why he was so certain Langus would fail the exam when the test had not even begun yet. Retin's face twisted with irritation as he snapped back, demanding to know who Zeke thought he was and asking whether Zeke had some kind of problem with him. Zeke did not flinch at the hostility. In a calm, almost casual tone, he simply said he was curious why Retin could say with such certainty that Langus had no chance of passing. Retin jabbed a finger toward Langus as if the answer should have been obvious to everyone there, then shouted that there was no mystery behind it at all. Langus was weak and that was all there was to it. Zeke tilted his head slightly, studying Langus with a measured gaze, then asked if Retin had really just called him weak. From what Zeke could sense, Langus actually felt stronger than the boys mocking him. The moment those words reached him, Langus froze. His eyes widened in complete disbelief, because for the first time in his life, someone had actually stepped forward and spoken up for him. The arrogant boys immediately bristled, their pride clearly wounded. They demanded to know if Zeke was seriously saying they were weaker than a pseudo-dragon, someone they considered beneath them. But before the tension could explode any further, a grown man arrived, and every eye in the area turned toward him. The man was the adult dragon examiner, and his firm voice cut through the noise as he announced that the Dragon's Nest entrance exam was about to begin. Every participant was ordered to register first and receive their assigned number. As Retin turned to leave, he shot Zeke one last sharp glare over his shoulder and warned him that he would not forget that face. Zeke let out a small sigh, looking more tired than intimidated, and muttered that there was really no need to get so angry. To him, the children of this generation seemed to lose their tempers far too easily. Langus quickly pointed out that it was not exactly strange for them to act that way, since he and Zeke were supposed to be around the same age. Then he added that anyone would be upset after being told they were weaker than him. Zeke only gave a light, thoughtful murmur in response, as if the idea had barely occurred to him. "Is that so?" Since taking the entrance exam was required for those aiming to enter Dragon's Nest, there was no real choice left for them. Whether they liked it or not, they had to face the test. Still, Zeke was caught off guard when Langus explained that it was technically possible to withdraw before the exam began. Zeke's eyes widened at that, and Langus immediately realized Zeke truly had no idea how any of this worked. Seeing that lack of knowledge, Langus nervously advised him that it might be safer to step away now, before the exam started and before he ended up getting seriously hurt. But Zeke answered with complete confidence, saying that a genius like him would never run away from a challenge. Langus could only shake his head helplessly, pointing out that Zeke was being far too confident for someone who knew nothing about the exam. Zeke just laughed it off, unbothered by the warning, and said that no matter what kind of test awaited them, they should hurry along since it was about to start. With no other option, Langus reluctantly agreed. When they finally reached the testing grounds, the examiner stood before the gathered participants and announced that the rules of the exam were simple. All they had to do in order to pass was leave even a single scratch on the stone's position behind him. However, there was one strict condition. No personal weapons were allowed, and the participants could only use the weapons provided by the academy. If they wanted, they were also permitted to use their bare hands, but the examiner made it clear that each participant would only be given 3 attempts. Zeke blinked at the explanation, his voice carrying clear disappointment as he asked if that was truly all there was to it. After surviving the brutal dragon trial when he had still been nothing more than an infant, he had expected the entrance exam to be something far more terrifying, dangerous, and intense. Compared to what he had imagined, this test looked almost laughably simple, and that made it feel strangely underwhelming. The examiner did not waste any more time. He called out the first participant's number and ordered the boy to step forward and begin. The boy approached the massive stone with visible nerves, gripping his weapon tightly, but he forced himself to strike with every bit of strength he could muster. The instant the blade hit the stone, a sharp metallic crash rang out across the testing ground, the sound echoing so loudly that it seemed to vibrate in everyone's ears. But instead of cutting into the stone, the boy's sword snapped clean in half. In the same brutal instant, the force rebounded through his body and shattered his arm. Zeke stared at the sight, stunned by how violently the test had turned against the first participant. As the boy collapsed and writhed in agony, the examiner remained completely calm. He reminded him that he still had 2 attempts left and asked if he wanted to continue, but the boy could not even stand anymore. With no hesitation, the examiner declared him failed and ordered the others to clear the area. While the injured participant was dragged away from the testing ground, the examiner immediately called the next number as though nothing unusual had happened. Langus trembled where he stood, fear spreading across his face after witnessing that first attempt. Zeke, on the other hand, began to look more irritated than frightened. "So this is what they call an exam?" Zeke muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on the stones. Then he asked what kind of materials they were using for a test like this. The stones were said to possess regenerative properties, meaning any scratch left on them would disappear almost instantly. Worse than that, if someone struck them with raw physical force, the stones could reflect that force back 100 times stronger. Zeke immediately said that using something so dangerous for a mere entrance exam was going far too far. But Langus explained that the test was not impossible, as long as a participant could properly circulate their source power through their entire body before attacking. Zeke nodded as the meaning became clear to him. In this exam, the real key was not polished martial arts technique, but how well someone could control and circulate their source power. He glanced across the gathered participants and quietly judged their chances. From what he could tell, only a small number of them seemed capable of passing, and that included the arrogant boys who had been looking down on Langus. As the exam continued, failure became far more common than success. Participant after participant was thrown back or injured because their ordinary attacks were reflected by the stone's terrifying power. Then, after several more attempts had passed, the examiner finally called out Zeke's number. Zeke smiled calmly and said it was his turn. Beside him, Langus was still visibly nervous and asked if Zeke truly had no intention of withdrawing. Zeke did not even slow down. He simply walked forward with steady steps and told Langus not to worry. As Zeke approached the examiner, the man's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had sensed something completely unexpected from the boy in front of him. A faint but overwhelming aura began to rise around Zeke, and for a brief moment, it carried the pressure and majesty of his previous life as Gilfa's El-Dragon. The examiner told Zeke to step forward and choose one of the provided weapons, but Zeke answered without hesitation that he did not need one. He said his fists alone would be enough, and that single statement sent uneasy murmurs rippling through the watching crowd. No matter how skilled he might be at circulating source power, the others could not believe what they were hearing. In their eyes, there was simply no way anyone could leave a scratch on that stone using only bare hands. Everyone watching was convinced Zeke's fists would break the moment they hit the stone. Some even whispered that it would not stop there, that the rebound would crush his arms as well, and those words made Langus grow even more anxious for him. That fear quickly twisted into frustration with himself. Langus clenched up, blaming himself for not stepping in sooner and forcing Zeke to stop before he walked straight into danger. Then the examiner raised his voice and gave the signal for Zeke to begin. Zeke stepped toward the enormous stone and calmly rested his hand against its surface, feeling its strange texture beneath his palm. It was the first time he had ever encountered a material like this. Inwardly, he guessed it must have formed over 1,000 years ago, and even now, this new era still held plenty of things he did not fully understand. But none of that mattered now. Without wasting another second, Zeke drew his source power inward and focused it tightly into his fist. While Langus stood there trembling, terrified of what might happen to him, Zeke's expression told a completely different story. Deep down, he was actually excited because for the first time in this body, he had a chance to unleash his strength without holding back. He decided then and there that this mysterious stone would become the perfect tool to test just how powerful he had become. Langus's eyes widened in shock as Zeke moved, releasing the first form of the dragon-slaying combat arts, Burst Strike, directly into the stone. The moment his fist landed, a massive wave of energy exploded outward. The stone burst apart, sending sharp fragments flying in every direction, while the fierce blast kicked up dust and debris into a wild storm around the testing ground. Langus stared in awe, but his instincts made him raise his arms quickly to protect himself from the violent aftermath. Even the examiner stood frozen, his eyes stretched wide as he struggled to believe what he had just seen. As the dust slowly cleared, Zeke remained standing in front of the shattered stone with a faint smile on his face, casually noting that the technique still seemed a little too heavy for his current body to handle properly. His hand was badly injured from the impact, yet Zeke only laughed at himself, realizing that even after everything, he still had a long way to go and would need far more intense training. The other participants could only stare in silence, completely robbed of words by what had just happened in front of them. Retten's expression twisted between disbelief and irritation as he looked at the ruined enchanted stone, unable to accept that Zeke had actually destroyed it. From among the onlookers, a woman watched Zeke with a curious smile and remarked that he was truly an interesting child. While everyone else was still frozen in shock, Zeke simply stood there in a good mood, waiting for the examiner to hurry up and announce his result. But the examiner had not recovered yet. The stone Zeke had just smashed was supposed to regenerate itself, and only warriors who had already reached at least the 4-star level were believed capable of breaking it. Yet right before his eyes, a mere child had done something that should have been impossible. The examiner muttered to himself that Zeke was only an illegitimate son, then wondered whether the blood of the family head flowing through him was the reason behind such absurd power. At the same time, the technique Zeke had used stirred a strange sense of familiarity in his mind. When the examiner remained dazed and silent, Zeke finally called out to him with a hint of impatience, asking what the result was. Only then did the man snap back to reality and officially declare that Zeke had passed the test. One of the examiners stepped forward and handed Zeke a small bottle filled with green liquid. Zeke looked at it curiously and asked what it was, but the man only urged him to move along, saying he was blocking the testing area. Zeke frowned in annoyance and muttered under his breath, wondering if everyone in this generation was so rude. Before he could complain any further, Langus rushed over to him, his face bright with excitement as he praised Zeke's incredible performance. Zeke grinned proudly, lifting his chin as if it had been no big deal, and said that something like that was nothing but peanuts. Then Zeke turned his attention back to the green liquid and asked what it actually was. Langus explained that it was a healing potion, the standard recovery medicine used by the Eldragon family. Zeke repeated the words healing potion, with suspicion in his voice. Langus confirmed it, but since Zeke was an illegitimate son of the family, Zeke could not help wondering for a moment whether it might secretly be poison. Still, Langus had vouched for it, so Zeke reconsidered and thought that perhaps it was not poison after all, but something closer to a spiritual medicine. The elixir was known as cloud-piercing clarity wood, created from incredibly rare ingredients. Herbs that grew only in hidden realms, pure source power drawn from divine beasts, and the precious essence of elusive phantom beasts. Once consumed, it could mend not only fresh wounds but also old scars and lingering injuries. It could even strengthen a person's source power, and because the materials were so difficult to obtain and the refining process was so complicated, elixirs like this were almost never seen. After drinking it, Zeke immediately felt the effect spreading through his body, and even he could not hide his amazement at how quickly it worked. Zeke turned to Langus and asked if this was truly a spirit medicine. Langus admitted he had no idea what Zeke meant by that term, but he was certain that the L-Dragon family's potions were far superior to anything sold commercially outside their domain. Langus asked if the potion's effect really surprised him that much. Zeke answered that of course it did, explaining that it had healed both the serious damage to his hand and the strain left behind from his training. Even so, he noticed that unlike true spirit medicine, it did not seem to increase his source power. Langus, however, said he was even more amazed by Zeke himself than by the potion. Zeke chuckled at that and told him not to joke around. Inwardly, Zeke reflected that the very existence of this potion proved just how much knowledge had advanced over the last 1,000 years. Langus praised Zeke's strength again, and Zeke declared with complete certainty that his dream was to become the strongest of all. Not long after, the examiner announced that Retin had passed the test as well, along with the boys who followed him. Zeke had already expected that much, but then Langus suddenly stiffened with fear when his own number was called. Even though he was clearly terrified, Langus forced himself to gather his courage and walk to the front. Watching his stiff, awkward steps, Zeke wondered why he looked so nervous, then shouted encouragement, telling him to trust himself. Langus flushed with embarrassment and quickly asked Zeke to lower his voice. When Langus reached the weapon selection, he chose a sword instead of anything else. Zeke narrowed his eyes and watched him closely, immediately wondering what Langus was thinking. As soon as the examiner gave the signal, Langus swung at the stone, but just as he had feared, his first attempt failed to leave a proper mark. Determined not to give up, he pushed himself up and tried again. But his strike rebounded off the stone, throwing his balance off and sending him crashing down. His hands shook uncontrollably from the stone's reflected force, the shock still running through his arms. Retin and his group immediately burst into mocking laughter, saying this was exactly what they had expected. To them, the son of a pseudo-dragon was nothing more than another pseudo-dragon, and they sneered at him to just give up already. Retin even turned his sneer toward Zeke, asking if this was the same person Zeke claimed could pass, and whether Langus still looked stronger than them now. Zeke stayed silent for a brief moment, his expression hardening, before telling them to stop spouting nonsense. The examiner then reminded Langus that he had only one attempt remaining and asked whether he still wished to continue. Langus could not bring himself to answer, with shame pressing down on him and everyone's ridicule echoing around him. He lowered his head, unable to meet anyone's eyes. But then Zeke walked up to him and asked what exactly he thought he was doing. Zeke questioned why Langus had picked a sword instead of a spear, and why he would choose a weapon that clearly did not suit him. Then he pressed even harder, asking why Langus would step into an exam like this without any real plan at all. Retin looked on with that same mocking smile, watching closely as Zeke told Langus that if he kept going in his current state, he could swing at that stone 100 times and still fail to leave even the smallest mark on it. The moment they heard that, Retin and the others burst into laughter again. They sneered at Zeke, calling him a complete idiot, and reminded him that Langus had no idea how to handle a spear. His weak father had only ever taught him swordsmanship, they said, so changing weapons at the last second would not magically change the result. But Zeke did not even bother giving their insults a glance. Instead, he raised his voice toward the examiner and calmly asked whether switching weapons during the test was actually against the rules. The examiner answered without hesitation, making it clear that there was no rule forbidding a candidate from changing weapons. Hearing that, Zeke's expression shifted into a confident grin, and he said that in that case, Langus had just gotten lucky. Then Zeke turned back toward Langus, looking straight at him, and asked him a simple question. Did he trust him? In that instant, all the bitter memories Langus had carried for years rushed through his mind. The mocking voices, the shame thrown at him, and every humiliation both he and his father had been forced to endure. Langus clenched his teeth hard, forcing down the fear and doubt inside him. Then he straightened his back, stood as firmly as he could, and declared that he would trust Zeke. If Zeke told him to fight with a spear, then that was exactly what he would do. This time, Langus would follow his words completely. Langus carried a painful truth with him. His father had never been able to enter the dragon's nest. And because of that failure, people had branded his father as a pseudo-dragon, laughing at him as if his entire bloodline was something fake and unworthy. Yet even after swallowing all that disgrace, his father never ran away from his responsibilities. He endured every insult and every cruel stare, all so he could raise Langus properly and give him a chance to stand tall. That was why Langus made a vow deep in his heart. He would prove to every person who had ever looked down on them that he, Langus, the son his father had raised with so much care, was a true dragon as well. With that resolve burning inside him, Langus rose to his feet again. He wrapped both hands tightly around the spear and declared that on this day, he would prove once and for all that neither he nor his father were fake dragons. He also understood something clearly now. If he picked up the sword and tried again, nothing would change. the result would only repeat itself. So this time, instead of clinging to what had already failed, he chose to trust Zeke completely. There was only one problem standing in his way. Langus had never properly learned how to use a spear. Zeke called out to him again, his voice steady and certain. Then, pointing straight toward the enchanted stone, he told Langus that he did not need to do anything complicated. All Langus had to do was thrust the spear directly into the stone, without overthinking, without hesitating, and without letting fear cloud his body. Zeke's command was firm and simple. Drive it straight through, as cleanly and directly as possible. Langus tightened his hands around the shaft of the spear. He knew better than anyone that under normal conditions, simply stabbing at the enchanted stone would not even scratch it, especially since the stone possessed such a powerful regenerative element. But Zeke was different from everyone else. Even though they had only met that very day, he was the first person who had ever stood up for Langus so openly, and that feeling was strange, unfamiliar, and almost overwhelming. Because of that, Langus chose to believe. He put his full trust in Zeke's words, and for the first time he allowed himself to believe in his own strength as well. He began channeling his source power into the spear, and almost immediately, he sensed that something was different. For years, Langus had trained with a sword, yet he had never once managed to cover a blade with this much source energy. Now, with the spear in his hands, that same power flowed around the weapon so naturally it almost felt effortless. With a fierce shout filled with all the determination he had been holding back, Langus poured everything he had into the attack and drove the spear toward the enchanted stone with his full strength. Retton nearly collapsed from laughing. To him, this was exactly what he had expected, and he mocked Langus again, saying that changing weapons had done nothing to help him pass the test. But Langus did not stop. In that moment, he could feel it. Something powerful, something completely different from before. The spear no longer felt like a weapon borrowed at the last second. It felt as though it belonged in his hands, like it was part of his own body. Then, as Langus pushed forward with every bit of strength he had, the spear punched straight through the enchanted stone from front to back. Retton's face froze in disbelief, and the stunned expressions of his companions made the moment even sweeter. Even the examiners could not keep their composure. Their eyes widened as they stared at the result, clearly astonished and even pleased by what they had just witnessed. Langus had not merely scratched the surface of the stone. He had pierced clean through it. Zeke praised him right away, his voice full of approval, while Langus himself stood there frozen, barely able to process that the impossible result in front of him had truly been caused by his own hands. Even after the examiner officially announced that Langus had passed, he still looked dazed and asked in disbelief whether he had really succeeded. Zeke smiled, stepped closer, and wrapped an arm around Langus's shoulder as he confirmed it for him. The joy finally broke through, and Langus, nearly in tears, hugged Zeke tightly while shouting again and again that he had done it, that he had actually passed the test. Retton's group, however, refused to accept what had happened. They quickly called it nothing more than luck, but Retton himself said nothing. He stood there trembling with rage, unable to swallow the truth in front of him. Just as Zeke had said from the beginning, Langus was stronger than them, and his result had surpassed theirs by far. The examiner then raised his voice and announced that the test had officially come to an end. After that, he declared that the entrance ceremony would begin shortly. Zeke immediately asked whether the test was really over already. Langus answered that it seemed to be finished for now, though he added that there would probably be even more tests once they entered the dragon's nest. Before long, a group of men began to emerge from the shadowy hallway, their figures slowly becoming clearer as they approached. When they finally stepped into the light, the examiner announced that the head of the Eldragon family would now deliver a speech to congratulate the candidates who had passed. The instant Zeke's eyes landed on the man at the front, he frowned slightly and asked who that person was, the one wearing such a cold, dark expression. Langus became visibly nervous as soon as he heard the question. In a low, tense voice, he answered that the man was none other than the family head himself. Zeke stared at him again and muttered that this was the family head. Then he wondered aloud why the man looked like that, not smiling at all, with a face colder than ice. Langus immediately panicked, clapped a hand over Zeke's mouth, and whispered desperately that he should stay quiet, begging him more than once to stop talking. Zeke gave a small nod, finally agreeing to keep his mouth shut for the moment. When he shifted his gaze back toward the group, Zeke silently took in their presence and recognized that these men represented the current strength and authority of the Eldragon family. Among them were warriors who had reached the 7-star level, while others stood at the 6-star level, each carrying an unmistakable pressure around them. From Zeke's perspective, their strength was genuinely impressive, especially compared to what most people could achieve. And above all of them stood the current family head, Balza Eldragon, an 8-star level powerhouse whose presence carried far more weight than the others. 1,000 years ago, only a rare handful of people had ever managed to reach that kind of level. Still, Zeke could not yet tell how many such monsters existed in this current era. Zeke quietly muttered that he did not like this family head at all. But before he could continue saying anything else, Langus quickly tried to hush him again before his words could cause trouble. Zeke could only sigh inwardly, thinking that he never imagined this cold, intimidating man would turn out to be his father in this lifetime. A dark, blazing aura rolled off Balza L. Dragon's body like heat from a black flame, pressing down on the entire hall until the air itself felt thick and suffocating. The examiner immediately straightened up and barked for everyone to be silent, warning them that Master Balza was about to speak. Balza stepped forward, and with only a few cold words, he told them all to devote themselves to becoming the flesh and blood of the L. Dragon family. As his voice echoed through the hall, the dreadful pressure surrounding him spread even wider, bearing down on every candidate present. Zeke, however, stood there completely unfazed, as if that crushing aura had never touched him at all. But the other examinees were nowhere near as calm. Many of them began trembling where they stood, their faces turning pale as they struggled to breathe, their bodies locking up under the overwhelming force of Balza's presence. Zeke glanced to the side and noticed that even Langus was being affected by it. Seeing that, Zeke could hardly believe it. Everyone around him was being swallowed up so easily, as if the family head's mere presence was enough to crush their will. More than that, Zeke could feel something darker mixed into Balza's aura. A sharp, intense hatred buried beneath the pressure. He had no idea where that hatred came from, but even without knowing the reason, he found it impossible to feel any affection for the man who was supposed to be his father. After Balza turned away without another word, another man stepped forward, naturally drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. He had bright blonde hair and a much lighter expression, and with a cheerful tone, he thanked Balza for his words. Then he told the new students that Master Balza clearly had high hopes for every one of them, and that, following his master's example, he would keep his own speech short as well. While Zeke quietly wondered who this strange man was, the blonde speaker simply told everyone to train hard, push themselves, and grow stronger. One of the examiners stared at him in disbelief and muttered, almost unable to accept it, asking if that was really all he had to say. The man only smiled and replied that people who fuss over tiny details go bald early, so he had no intention of dragging things out with a long speech. Zeke could not figure out what was wrong with him, but at the very least, the suffocating tension in the hall finally eased. The examiner then moved things along, announcing that the newly accepted students would now be assigned to their dormitories, and that anyone whose number was called had to head over immediately. Zeke wondered aloud whether they would not all be staying in the same dormitory, and Langus explained that the academy was divided into 4 different halls: East, West, South, and North. Every student who entered the academy would be placed into one of those 4 halls and allowed to live there during their training. When Zeke's number was finally called, he rose from his seat and casually waved goodbye to Langus. Zeke had been assigned to the East Hall. As he walked through the corridor, Zeke looked around and remarked that this place had changed quite a lot over the last 1,000 years. By the time he finally found his room, he figured he must have taken a wrong turn somewhere, since it had taken him longer than expected, and his roommate had probably arrived before him. When Zeke pushed open the door, he greeted his new roommate in a bright, easygoing voice and apologized for showing up late. Then, with a casual smile, he said that starting today, the 2 of them would be sharing that room together. But the person waiting inside was not some stranger at all. To Zeke's surprise, his new roommate was none other than Langus. Zeke could not help laughing at the coincidence, saying that it looked like fate had decided to keep tying the 2 of them together. After that, Zeke asked whether there was anything else planned for the rest of the day, and Langus told him that their official training would begin tomorrow. Zeke responded casually, as if that was news to him, which made Langus ask if he had not listened to the examiner's explanation earlier. Zeke simply admitted that he had not listened at all, and that he had done it on purpose. Langus let out a tired sigh and said they should rest early, since training was starting the next day. Meanwhile, Zeke turned his gaze toward the window, silently thinking about his plan to escape from the L Dragon family and travel freely across the world. But during the exam, he had already encountered several things that caught his interest, including the enchanted stone with regenerative properties and the healing potion. If he truly wanted to learn how much the world had changed during the 1,000 years he had been gone, Zeke began to think that staying with the L Dragon family for a while might not be such a bad choice after all. A full month passed at the academy, and with each passing day, the training only became more intense and unforgiving. While the students held heavy dumbbells in both hands, the instructor explained that Dragon's Breath was one of the most important techniques ever created by the 15th head of the L Dragon family. After reminding them that they needed to master the technique no matter what condition they were placed under, The instructor's eyes drifted toward a few students who stood out from the rest. Some of them, he realized, had already managed to grasp Dragon's breath. Among them, the one who especially drew his attention was the young woman he called Master Laika. The energy pouring from Laika's body was so strong that it suggested she was already close to reaching the 2-star level. But Laika was not the only one who caught the instructor's eye. There was another student who made him stare in disbelief, almost unable to trust what he was seeing. Zeke was training while holding the dumbbells like everyone else, but on top of that, he had also balanced large stones on his head and arms as if the normal exercise was far too easy for him. The instructor watched him in stunned silence, then muttered to himself that the blood of the family truly did run through Zeke's veins. And yet, from what people said, no one had ever taught Zeke anything properly since he was a child. That was exactly why the instructor found everything happening in front of him so unfamiliar and difficult to understand. Zeke, on the other hand, was surprised for a completely different reason. He could hardly believe that the technique he once knew as the Dragon King's breathing technique had been refined by later family heads, and was now being taught even to the branch members of the family. To Zeke, breathing techniques were methods used to gather source power from the surrounding environment and draw it into the body. Once that power circulated inside, it strengthened a person's inner energy. The results depended heavily on a person's talent, control, and intellect, which was why the great families of this world guarded their techniques so fiercely and never allowed outsiders, or anyone outside their bloodline, to learn them. Zeke also understood that the current dragon's breath was safe, simple, and easy enough for most people to master. But if it could only be used while resting, then it was practically useless to him. His own version of the breathing technique was different. It allowed him to control and manipulate the surrounding source power even while his body was in motion. Because of that, it was far more complicated and far more powerful in real combat, though that also made it much harder for ordinary people to learn. In fact, only a very small number of people had ever managed to master it. Zeke figured that the current generation must have simplified his original technique so that even branch members of the family could use it, and that choice had clearly helped the Dragon family grow stronger over time. A faint sense of satisfaction rose inside Zeke as he considered that. He had never imagined that the techniques he discovered so long ago would still be influencing the world 1,000 years later. That thought made him wonder whether the other martial arts techniques he had created in the past had changed and evolved over the years as well. Interesting, Zeke muttered to himself, quietly amused by the idea. From a short distance away, Laika watched him in silence, her eyes fixed on him. Later, when the students gathered in the cafeteria, everyone around them was left staring in shock at the ridiculous amount of food Zeke was putting away. As Zeke kept tearing through his meal like he had no intention of stopping anytime soon, he finally noticed Langus sitting across from him in unusual silence, barely touching his own food. Zeke looked up from his plate and asked what was wrong, then bluntly told Langus that if he refused to eat properly, there was no way his body would ever become strong. Langus stared at him for a moment before quietly asking whether Zeke thought his own ridiculous stamina was strange. Zeke only blinked back at him, as if the question itself was too simple, and asked if that was all he was worried about. To Zeke, the answer was obvious. If someone wanted to grow stronger, they simply needed to eat more, train harder, and keep pushing their body past its limits. He even shoved some of his own food toward Langus as if it were the most natural solution in the world, but Langus politely turned it down, saying he had already eaten enough. While Zeke thought about how some of the students had clearly been trained well even before entering the academy, a girl suddenly approached their table, drawing both of their attention. With a calm yet confident look in her eyes, Laika spoke to Zeke and admitted that he was quite impressive. Zeke blinked at her with complete casualness and asked who she was supposed to be. The moment those words left his mouth, Langus nearly choked on his food, lowering his voice in a nervous whisper. Langus could hardly believe Zeke did not recognize her. He quickly explained that she was Master Laika, the daughter of the family head, Lord Balza. Zeke only gave a careless reaction and said that he did not know her, so he had no idea what Langus expected him to do about it. Langus immediately started sweating, warning Zeke that he could not speak to her so casually. Master Laika was one of the candidates who might become the next family head, not someone an ordinary student could treat lightly. Zeke simply tilted his head and replied that he was also a child of the family head, even if he happened to be an illegitimate one. Langus froze on the spot, completely stunned by how openly Zeke had said it. Laika, meanwhile, looked at Zeke with fresh curiosity and asked if that was really true, if he truly was the family head's illegitimate son. With that single question, the atmosphere around the table shifted, and the quiet cafeteria suddenly felt much more tense than before. Laika Toporna Eldragon, one of the candidates chosen to compete for the future inheritance of the Eldragon family, was now standing directly in front of Zeke herself. Zeke gave a small shrug and asked why he would bother lying about something like that. Laika's brows drew together slightly, and she pressed him further, asking how an illegitimate child like him had managed to destroy the magic stone with nothing but his bare hands. She wanted to know how someone who did not come from a renowned family could possess that kind of strength. Zeke answered without a trace of hesitation, saying it was because he was Zeke, then casually turned his attention back toward Langus. Then he told Langus to stop staring at him like that and finish eating his food. For a brief moment, both Laika and Langus went completely silent, each of them caught off guard by how naturally Zeke had brushed the whole conversation aside. Then Laika suddenly smiled, as if his attitude had only made him more fascinating. She called him an interesting person and sat down beside him without hesitation. She then made her offer directly, asking Zeke how he would feel about serving under her and becoming one of her followers. Zeke raised an eyebrow, clearly not impressed, and asked what exactly she meant by that. Laika explained that she wanted him to join her side. If he became her ally, she would act as his backer in return. In her eyes, every illegitimate child needed allies, influence, and protection to survive in a place like this. So she told Zeke to use his strength to help her become the next family head. And once she achieved that position, she would help him accomplish whatever dream he had of his own. Zeke did not pause to consider it even for a second. He simply rejected her with a flat, immediate no. Laika's smile faded, and her expression tightened as she asked him why he would refuse. She asked whether he was trying to become the family head himself. As her mood sharpened, a faint crackling energy began to flare around her body, and Zeke could tell from that aura that she was already close to reaching the 2-star level. For someone her age to release power like that, Laika was clearly talented, and even Zeke had to admit that her ability was impressive. Even so, Zeke remained perfectly calm. He told her that she could think whatever she wanted and chase whatever goal she liked, but he had absolutely no interest in becoming the family head or claiming any kind of title. Laika's voice turned colder as she asked him why he would say something like that. Zeke suddenly drove his knife down into the table, the sharp sound cutting through the tension between them. Then, with a steady voice edged with unmistakable force, he said that he had no reason to serve under anyone. After all, Zeke declared without hesitation, he was the strongest person there was. The entire cafeteria fell into silence. Even Laika froze for a moment, unable to believe the pressure she had just felt from him. For that brief instant, Zeke's presence had completely swallowed hers, leaving her overwhelmed before she could even react. Langus hurriedly stepped in before things could get worse, trying to calm both of them down and ease the tension hanging over the table. But Laika was not someone who would quietly back away after being shaken like that. Embarrassed and furious over what had just happened, she decided to challenge Zeke to a duel. Zeke, however, did not look bothered in the slightest. Instead of reacting dramatically, he simply went back to eating as if the challenge barely concerned him. Not long after that, the news spread across the campus like wildfire. Students began asking where everyone was going, and others answered that they were heading to the training grounds because a duel between members of the younger generation was about to happen, and Master Laika herself would be fighting. The moment someone heard that it was Master Laika from the Toporna family, they shouted in disbelief, wondering who could possibly be brave enough to challenge someone like her. By the time the students gathered at the training grounds, whispers were already spreading through the crowd as everyone tried to guess who Laika's opponent would be. Zeke, meanwhile, still seemed unable to believe that Laika had actually taken the duel this seriously. Langus stood beside him nervously and asked if he was really okay with this, reminding him that his opponent was Master Laika. Zeke bluntly replied that even if Langus called her master, he still had no idea who she was. Langus could only sigh and mutter that now that he knew Zeke was also the family head's son, he should at least show a little more respect. Zeke answered carelessly, telling Langus to do whatever he wanted. Even so, Langus kept trying to explain, insisting that the most important thing right now was for Zeke to understand exactly who he was about to fight. According to Langus, Master Laika was not just some ordinary candidate. She was the daughter of Lord Balza Eldragon, and on top of that, she carried the blood of the Toporna family, one of the 4 great families that supported the Eldragons. She was a prodigy who had mastered the Toporna family's hereditary lightning greatsword techniques at a young age, and like Balza's other children, she possessed terrifying talent. Zeke tilted his head, then admitted that the only part he understood was that Laika was the family head's daughter. Langus stared at him in disbelief, asking how he could possibly know so little. Zeke answered plainly that he simply did not know, so there was no point asking him about it. Langus blinked, caught off guard, when Zeke suddenly broke into a laugh. With a grin, Zeke said that since he knew almost nothing about Laika, that would only make the fight more fun. To him, facing an unknown opponent sounded exciting. Langus could only sigh with worry. No matter how strong Zeke seemed, Master Laika was on a completely different level, so he asked why Zeke had accepted her challenge in the first place. Zeke answered as if the reason was obvious. He never ran away from a fight. Besides, from the look of things, his challenger was already waiting. At that moment, Laika stood ahead of them with her sword planted firmly into the ground. Her aura flared around her, faint lightning crackling through the air as she coldly asked whether the two of them were finally done talking. Laika raised her voice, demanding to know if they had finished their conversation at last, and Zeke answered calmly that he was ready. Langus, still shaking from the shock of what was about to happen, quickly backed away from the two of them. His face was pale, his voice trembled, and as he hurried to put distance between himself and the fight, he called out to Zeke, warning him to stay careful. Once Langus had retreated, Zeke turned his attention back to Laika. He looked at her calmly, trying to read the fierce determination in her eyes, and asked why she was so set on challenging him in the first place. Laika answered without hesitation. She said her goal was to become the next head of the Eldragon family, and if she wanted to reach that position, she had to defeat Zeke first, then force him to stand beneath her as one of her followers. Zeke narrowed his eyes slightly, not quite understanding where he fit into her ambition. "What exactly do you mean by that?" he asked, clearly wondering why her dream of becoming family head had anything to do with beating him. Laika looked back at him in disbelief and questioned whether he truly understood nothing about the current state of their family. She even wondered aloud if his position as an illegitimate child was the reason he was so ignorant of the situation. Zeke, however, didn't try to argue. He simply admitted that he really didn't know much, and that his understanding of the Eldragon family was still extremely limited. Since Zeke clearly had no grasp of the situation, Laika began explaining it to him. She told him that, including the two of them, there were currently 5 candidates competing to become the next family head. And aside from Zeke himself, each of the other siblings was tied to one of the 4 major branch families within the Eldragon clan. The title of family head carried so much power and influence that it had naturally become a source of conflict between those branches. Because of that, all of Zeke's siblings had entered the dragon's nest to train, study, and act as representatives of the families backing them. With the succession battle turning into a fierce struggle for power, Laika needed powerful allies of her own if she wanted to stand against her older brothers. Hearing all of that, Zeke quickly pieced together the situation. This was not just a simple family matter, but a struggle between the 4 main branches of the Eldragon family. Still, the more he understood, the more troublesome it sounded, and honestly, he wasn't even sure he wanted to get dragged into understanding it any further. Laika continued, her expression serious as she explained that a candidate for family head could not rely on strength alone. She needed knowledge, personal power, and above all, influence. To build that influence, she had to gather capable followers strong enough to support her in the succession fight. Then, without giving Zeke any more time to respond, Laika suddenly kicked off the ground and rushed straight at him. Her voice rang out with confidence as she declared that she would defeat him right there and make him one of her subordinates. But Zeke slipped away from her first heavy strike with ease. Even when Laika immediately followed up with a storm of attacks, each swing cutting through the air with force, he continued to evade them one after another without losing his calm. Even so, Laika had no intention of letting him get away. She pressed forward relentlessly, chasing after him with every step, refusing to give him even a single moment to relax. The students watching from the side could hardly believe their eyes. The two of them were moving so quickly that their bodies seemed to blur, and every exchange looked far beyond what ordinary candidates should have been capable of. Even though Laika was swinging a massive greatsword, her attacks did not look slow or clumsy at all. Each motion connected smoothly into the next, flowing with surprising speed and control, as if the heavy blade weighed almost nothing in her hands. As the battle between the siblings grew more intense, the crowd began whispering among themselves. They were amazed by Laika's precise control over her source power, especially as every strike seemed to grow faster and heavier than the last. Watching her dominate the space with such force, many could only admire the strength of a true daughter of the family head from one of the main branches. Some of them were already convinced that the outcome of the fight was obvious. But what none of those spectators realized was that Laika herself was not feeling confident at all. Beneath her fierce attacks, frustration was quietly building inside her with every missed strike. She could not understand it. No matter how fast she swung or how carefully she aimed, Zeke kept slipping past every attack. Worse than that, his calm expression made it feel as if he was not struggling against her at all, but simply playing with her. Langus, who had been watching nervously from a safe distance, slowly found himself staring in awe. The fear and worry he had felt earlier began to fade as he watched Zeke move with complete composure, avoiding Laika's attacks as though he had already seen them coming. While dodging her strikes, Zeke calmly observed that the martial arts Laika was using were different from anything he had encountered before. He even admitted that her movements were far quicker than those of any normal 1-star level fighter. Laika's irritation flared the moment she heard him speak so casually. She snapped at him to stop talking, shouting that he should put his attention on the fight instead of acting as if he had the leisure to comment on her technique. Zeke tightened his fist, his expression still calm, and answered that he was already focused. His stance shifted slightly, showing that he had been paying close attention from the very beginning. And precisely because he was focused, he could release a strike with terrifying force in an instant, without wasting a single movement or giving Laika time to react. His fist drove straight into her body with a clean, heavy impact. The blow landed squarely, and Laika immediately gagged as the force shot through her, knocking the air from her lungs. Laika dropped down to her knees, one hand still gripping her sword while the other clutched her stomach. Pain twisted across her face as she struggled to steady herself after taking the hit. The spectators gasped in disbelief, and whispers spread through the crowd almost immediately. They could not understand how Zeke had avoided every one of Laika's attacks, nor could they figure out who this mysterious boy truly was. As Laika forced herself to move again, she demanded to know why none of her strikes had landed. Compared with other one-star fighters, she knew very well that her speed was on another level, so by all logic, Zeke should not have been able to keep up with her movements. Zeke did not deny her strength and admitted that she was indeed faster than any one-star fighter he had seen before. But from Zeke's point of view, that still did not change the most important fact. No matter how gifted Laika was, she was still only at the one-star level. "You're a one-star too?" Laika snapped back, anger flashing across her face. In her mind, Zeke should not have been able to match either her speed or her movements so easily. Zeke only looked at her and replied that there was a very simple reason for it. He told her that he could read every small sign she gave away. Her breathing, the movement of her eyes, even the tiny shifts in her muscles before she attacked. All of it was visible to him. By watching those subtle details, Zeke explained, he could predict what she was about to do before she fully moved. It was not magic or luck. It was the kind of insight that came from experience. Laika refused to accept that answer. "Don't make me laugh!" she shouted. And in the next moment, she lunged toward him again with another fast, cutting strike. But once again, Zeke slipped out of the path of her attack with almost effortless timing. Just as he had said, he could see through her movements, reading her every intention before the blade could reach him. In the very next instant, Zeke struck back with another powerful counterattack. The force of the blow sent Laika flying backward, and she crashed hard into the wall with a violent impact that shook everyone watching. The spectators screamed in shock, their voices rising all at once. Some of them could hardly believe what they had just seen, asking whether Laika had truly been defeated. "Master Zeke, that was incredible. You beat Master Laika," Langus shouted, unable to hold back his excitement. But Zeke did not share his celebration. He remained calm and said that the fight was not over yet. As the dust around the damaged wall began to clear, Laika's figure appeared again. Her body was bruised, and the impact had clearly hurt her, but she still forced herself upright, refusing to back down. Zeke noticed immediately how she had survived the blow. Laika had gathered her source power into her core at the moment of impact, using it to absorb the damage and prevent herself from being seriously injured. A faint smile touched Zeke's face as he looked at her. He had to admit it now, Laika was no ordinary girl. Her instincts, toughness, and talent were all truly exceptional. "That's enough, Master Laika," Langus pleaded, worried that the fight had gone too far. But Zeke warned him to move farther back, telling him that if he stayed too close, he might get caught up in their next clash. At that moment, Zeke sensed something change. A fierce, swelling aura began pouring out from Laika's body, far stronger and sharper than before. Zeke's eyes focused on her carefully as he wondered whether she had just broken through and advanced to the 2-star level in the middle of their fight. The spectators noticed it as well, and this time there was no mistaking it. The glowing mark appearing on Laika's body was clear proof that she had truly become a 2-star fighter, wrapped in a white aura. The 2-star level was a completely different stage from 1-star. At that level, a fighter could channel source power directly into their martial arts and even push it beyond the body, allowing it to take shape as visible aura. Laika looked at Zeke and thanked him, her voice filled with renewed confidence. Because of their fight, she had managed to reach the 2-star level earlier than she had expected. But that breakthrough also changed everything in her eyes. With her power now rising around her, Laika declared that Zeke no longer had any chance of winning against her. Her aura burned brightly as she rushed toward him again. The great sword in her hands was now wrapped in radiant power, its edge carrying a force far greater than before. Zeke, instead of backing away in fear, laughed with genuine excitement. His eyes lit up as he dodged her next rapid strike and praised her improvement, saying that she had truly grown stronger. He could feel the difference immediately. Her speed had risen dramatically, and every movement now carried a sharpness that had not been there before. But then Zeke's expression suddenly shifted. A faint sting ran across his cheek, and when he noticed the shallow cut left behind, his excitement turned into surprise. Zeke knew he had dodged the attack. He was certain of it. Yet Laika smirked as she saw the cut on his face, asking him if he could finally understand the difference in strength between them. Laika lifted her chin with a proud look in her eyes, the lightning around her still flickering like living sparks. With absolute confidence in her voice, she told Zeke that what he was seeing now was her real ability. Now that she had fully reached the 2-star level and awakened her aura, Laika declared that she would finally reveal the true might of her true Thunder Greatsword technique. This was no longer the same kind of attack she had been using before. Zeke's eyes lit up the moment he heard that. Instead of looking nervous, he smiled with open excitement and said that meant he was about to witness a martial art he had never seen before. For Zeke, the fight had suddenly become even more thrilling. What should have been a dangerous situation only made his blood stir, and this moment felt like the most exciting part of their entire clash so far. Laika suddenly released the lightning greatsword technique, Lightning Flash. Her massive blade erupted with blinding golden electricity, crackling violently as she charged straight toward Zeke with terrifying speed. In an instant, Zeke was swallowed by a storm of lightning. The flashing current surged all around him, forcing him to step back for the first time as he shouted for her to wait a second. Zeke stared through the sparks in disbelief, asking what kind of technique she had just used. He wanted to know how she could control lightning like that, and whether using something so extreme was really appropriate for a sparring match. Laika only smirked at his reaction. She drove the tip of her great sword into the ground, and golden light burst around her body as she calmly told him he looked surprised. Then she unleashed another move, Lightning Net. The ground beneath them flashed as sparks exploded upward. In the next moment, those streaks of electricity spread out like a glowing web and shot toward Zeke, forcing him to dodge by the narrowest margin. As Zeke landed, he quietly muttered to himself that Laika's power had increased tremendously. Her strength was completely different from before, and if things continued like this, the fight would not be easy. The audience could no longer stay silent. Murmurs of amazement spread through the watching students as they stared at the field, unable to hide their shock at the power Laika was now displaying. Ever since Laika had broken through to the 2-star level, the entire flow of the battle had changed. The pressure, the speed, and the danger all seemed to shift in her favor at once. Langus, who had been watching from the side with his nerves already stretched thin, began to worry even more. His eyes followed Zeke anxiously, afraid that the next attack might be too much for him. Zeke could tell that Laika's movements themselves were still simple. In terms of form, she was not doing anything radically different from when she had been at 1 star. But now, every swing of her blade carried far more destructive force, and her lightning greatsword technique overflowed with power as her aura strengthened each strike. What surprised Zeke even more was her speed. Laika was moving faster than he had expected, and the lightning wrapped around her body had a strange, mysterious quality that he could not ignore. Even so, Zeke did not lose confidence. He believed that even if she could cover herself in thunder, there had to be a way to counter it. But at the same time, curiosity burned inside him. What exactly was this power, and what kind of lightning was Laika truly commanding? While slipping away from her relentless attacks, Zeke kept his eyes fixed on her. He watched the way her aura surged, the timing of each flash, and the rhythm hidden inside her lightning. Laika noticed that even while dodging, Zeke still wore that calm smile, as if the duel had not pushed him to the edge at all. Her brow tightened, and she sneered that he looked far too relaxed for someone in the middle of a serious fight, adding that she would see how long that attitude lasted. She kicked off the ground once more and rushed in, her great sword blazing with brilliant light. As she used swift thunder, golden lightning wrapped around her entire body and made her movement even sharper. But once again, Zeke shifted away at the very last moment. The strike missed by a hair, his body slipping just outside the reach of her thunderous blade. Zeke thought to himself that Laika was moving as fast as lightning itself. But before he could fully settle from the dodge, she swung her sword in the middle of her charge, and this time the blow connected. A powerful shockwave slammed into him, sending him flying backward as dust and broken debris scattered across the field. Langus gasped in horror and immediately tried to run toward Zeke in a panic. But before he could reach the battlefield, one of the nearby spectators grabbed his arm and held him back. Meanwhile, Zeke pushed himself back to his feet. His clothes were scorched from the lightning, and the damage was clear, but his posture remained steady and his will did not waver. Laika did not give him any time to recover. She charged straight at him again and unleashed another lightning flash, driving the attack directly into him from the front. Yet even after taking that blow head-on, Zeke remained standing. His body had been struck, but he did not collapse, and that alone stunned everyone watching. Laika's brow furrowed as she muttered in disbelief, unable to understand how Zeke was still on his feet. At the same time, Langus rushed forward and shouted for Master Laika to stop, telling her that it was enough and that everyone had already seen how strong she was. But Laika answered him coldly, her gaze never fully leaving Zeke. She asked if Langus truly did not understand, because stopping in the middle of a battle like this would be an insult to Zeke. Desperate, Langus turned toward Zeke instead and begged Master Zeke to surrender, pleading that this had gone far enough. Laika gave a small chuckle and agreed that he was right, saying that with Zeke's condition, surrendering would be the wiser choice. If he knelt and pledged loyalty to her, she would stop the fight. But Zeke did not answer with words. He simply smiled in silence, standing there as if surrender had never even crossed his mind. Laika's eyes sharpened when she saw that expression. With a faint edge of mockery in her voice, she said that even as an illegitimate child, Zeke was still a truly proud member of House Eldragon. Then she lifted her greatsword high above her head. Her aura surged violently around her, gathering power as the air itself seemed to tighten. If that was what Zeke wanted, Laika declared, then she would answer him properly. She would use her full strength and bring the fight to an end. Thunder roared overhead as Laika invoked her first secret art, Heaven's Thunder. The sound crashed down like the sky itself had split open above the battlefield. A massive column of golden energy descended from above, pouring down with overwhelming force. The stones beneath Zeke's feet cracked and shattered as the power struck the ground around him. Then the thunderbolt crashed directly into Zeke's body, engulfing him in a raging storm of divine fury. Golden lightning swallowed him completely, surging over him again and again. Langus screamed in terror the moment he saw it. His voice broke through the roar of the lightning, filled with fear for his friend. He could only watch helplessly as Zeke's body disappeared inside the golden storm. Smoke began rising from his scorched form, making the scene look even more devastating. Laika planted her sword into the ground and let out a deep breath, as if the battle had finally reached its conclusion. In a quiet voice, she apologized to Zeke and said that this was the end. But then, through the crackling air, a voice suddenly answered her. Is that so? In the next instant, a brilliant golden lightning aura erupted upward like a pillar, and Laika's eyes widened in shock as she turned back toward him. Laika stared at him, completely shaken. She stammered that it was impossible, asking how Zeke could have a lightning aura of his own. Zeke stood there with a calm smile, golden arcs of electricity dancing across his skin. The same lightning that had just struck him now flickered around his body as if it belonged to him. He looked down at the crackling power with casual curiosity and said that this must be what she called lightning aura. Then, as if he were talking about something ordinary, Zeke added that if she was asking how he had gotten it, he honestly did not know the answer himself. His voice remained calm, but the meaning of those words spread through the crowd like a shockwave. The spectators could feel that something impossible had just happened before their eyes. Laika whispered that it could not be real. Her expression was frozen in disbelief, unable to accept the sight of Zeke standing there with lightning aura wrapped around him. Zeke smirked and admitted the truth. He had allowed Laika's attacks to hit him on purpose because he wanted to study her lightning, how it moved, how it flowed, and how it behaved. Somehow, after enduring it, he had learned to use it himself. Laika immediately snapped that such a thing was absurd. Inside, Zeke understood exactly why he had taken the risk. Laika's lightning had fascinated him from the moment he felt it, so he had deliberately accepted her attacks in order to learn more about its nature. While enduring each strike, he had continued using his Dragon King's breath technique. With every breath, he quietly adjusted himself to the force of Laika's thunder. Then, something strange happened. The rhythm of his breathing began to resonate with her lightning, and that connection caused golden energy to gather inside his own body. Before Zeke even fully realized what was happening, the lightning had become something he could control. The power that had belonged to Laika was now crackling through him as well. Zeke's thoughts moved quickly as he watched the golden lightning crackle around his body. Maybe Laika had been born with some kind of special constitution, something that allowed her to draw out this lightning power so naturally. And when he considered the greatsword technique passed down through her family, it made even more sense. If Laika could command lightning this way, then there was a good chance her entire bloodline shared that same powerful affinity. Zeke stepped toward her with steady confidence, golden sparks still crawling over his skin. With genuine admiration in his voice, he admitted that he had never expected lightning-type source power to be this incredible. To him, this duel had become far more than a simple sparring match. It had turned into the perfect training opportunity, one that pushed his body and instincts into unfamiliar territory. A grin spread across Zeke's face as he looked at Laika and thanked her directly. Because of her, he had also reached the 2-star level. Golden lightning flared even brighter around him as he declared that their battle was not over yet. Laika let out a fierce roar and rushed at him again. Her great sword glowed with intense power, and another dazzling attack burst forward, filling the arena with blinding flashes of light. Zeke calmly stepped aside and moved to prepare a counterattack. But the moment he shifted his body, he suddenly disappeared in a flash of lightning and reappeared all the way at the opposite end of the arena. Zeke blinked in surprise, looking around as if even he had not expected that sudden movement. Under his breath, he muttered in confusion, wondering what had just happened to him. Then he began to understand. When someone obtained a massive increase in source power, it strengthened the muscles and nerves throughout the body. This newly awakened lightning aura must have changed his physical condition in an instant. Zeke realized that his body had become much faster than before, but the problem was clear. He still could not fully control that new speed. From the stands, Langus stared with his mouth slightly open, completely speechless. Their movements had become so fast that his eyes could barely keep up anymore. To him, both fighters looked like streaks of golden light and rolling thunder tearing across the field. As he watched in disbelief, he began wondering if he was imagining things, because lately, it looked as though Laika had not landed a single clean hit. That thought lingered in Langus's mind as he stood frozen in place, trying desperately to follow the battle unfolding in front of him. Laika's frustration finally burst out. Her eyes sharpened, and she shouted at Zeke, asking if he was mocking her and demanding that he stop playing around with her. Zeke answered her in a calm voice, saying that he was not mocking her at all. Still, he openly admitted that Laika had become a real threat now. Then Zeke lunged forward and drove a powerful kick toward her. Laika raised her greatsword in time to block it, but even through the blade, the force of the impact shoved her backward across the ground. Zeke straightened his posture and smirked, saying that it was probably time to bring the fight to an end. Laika narrowed her eyes at him and repeated those words, clearly irritated by the confidence behind them. Zeke answered without hesitation. He said that he had been thinking about creating a new technique for some time, and this moment seemed like the perfect chance to try it. Laika stared at him in disbelief. Creating a new technique in the middle of a battle sounded absurd, and she could hardly believe he was saying it so casually. Zeke simply nodded as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Then he paused, thinking aloud as he wondered whether he should call it a first form, or maybe a special form instead. Laika blinked, completely thrown off by his attitude. She began questioning whether Zeke had ever received proper combat training at all, and if he had, what family could have possibly taught him to think like this. Before Laika could fully process what was happening, Zeke vanished from her sight and appeared right beside her in a flash. Golden lightning gathered fiercely around his hand, surging with concentrated power. Zeke named the move with complete confidence. Dragon Destruction Combat Arts, Special Form, Lightning Peak. With that shout, his attack slammed directly into Laika. A fierce storm of golden thunder erupted around her, wrapping her body in crackling lightning. Laika's body shook violently from the impact. Her fingers lost their strength. Her sword slipped from her grasp, and she collapsed to her knees in front of Zeke while electricity continued to snap and flicker around her. For a moment, the entire arena went silent. Langus and the other spectators stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what had just happened. Zeke had won. Laika lay on the ground, her breath leaving her in a shaky exhale. The shock of defeat seemed to weigh on her even more heavily than the pain in her body. After a few moments, she forced herself to sit up despite the trembling in her limbs. Her voice came out strained as she admitted that she could not believe she had lost. In her mind, this should not have happened. She was supposed to become the next head of the Eldragon family, and defeat was never meant to be part of that path. Bitterness filled her thoughts as she told herself that she could not afford to lose. Not to Zeke, not to anyone, and not when her goal still stood in front of her. Zeke walked over to her without any trace of arrogance. He stopped in front of Laika and reached out his hand, offering to help her up. He told her sincerely that she had been amazing. In his eyes, Laika was truly strong, and his words carried none of the mockery she might have expected. Zeke added that learning something new was always exciting to him. Because of that, this fight had been completely worth it from beginning to end. Then he smiled warmly and said it would be boring if this was the last time they ever fought. He suggested that they have another sparring match someday. Laika froze where she sat, staring at Zeke's outstretched hand as her cheeks slowly turned red. Even after losing, a faint happiness appeared on her face, mixed with pride, embarrassment, and perhaps the first stirrings of admiration. Zeke repeated his invitation, saying once more that they should spar again soon. His tone was light, as if this fierce battle had only made him look forward to the next one. With a confident smile, he added that he could not wait for their next bout. There was no hostility in his expression, only excitement for another chance to clash with her strength. Laika, still a little shy, finally reached her hand toward his. She admitted that she was no match for him, and with that, she accepted her defeat willingly. Several hours later, deep inside a dimensional rift, Balza L-Dragon, the father of Laika and Zeke and the current head of the L-Dragon family, stood surrounded by countless strange, feral monsters. As the creatures rushed toward him from every direction, Balza's eyes began to shine with a fierce, intense light. The air around him grew heavy with overwhelming pressure. A crushing wave of aura and dragon pressure burst outward from Balza, spreading across the battlefield like an invisible force that pressed down on everything nearby. In an instant, every monster charging at him froze in place. Balza calmly drew his sword, his movements steady and controlled. Then Balza invoked the first form, Genesis, of the Dragon Destruction Combat Arts. The technique carried the weight and authority of the L-Dragon family's power. With one smooth, fluid swing of his blade, every monster around him was cut cleanly in half. The strike passed through them so perfectly that there was no wasted movement at all. As Balza sheathed his sword, the L-Dragon family soldiers rushed forward at once. Their job was to finish off any remaining monsters that might have survived their master's overwhelming strike. Balza turned toward the exit of the rift, ready to leave now that the danger had been handled. But before he could walk away, one of the soldiers called out to him, saying that there was an important report. Balza stopped in his tracks and looked back. His voice was calm and controlled as he asked what the report was about. The soldier quickly informed him that Lady Laika had reached the 2-star level. The news was delivered with urgency, as if it was something the family head needed to hear immediately. The moment Balza heard those words, he froze mid-step. For a brief second, even his powerful presence seemed to pause. But then the glow in Balza's eyes flickered, and his reply came out cold, distant, and almost emotionless. He simply asked what of it. The soldier's voice was tight with nerves as he carefully explained that reaching the 2-star level at only 7 years old was not merely impressive. It was almost unheard of. He added that with Laika's natural talent, once she finished her training at Dragon's Nest, she would very likely climb to the 4-star level, and if her growth continued smoothly, she might even step into the 5-star realm. Balza's response came back cold enough to freeze the air between them. Talent, he said, meant absolutely nothing on its own. The next time the soldier stood before him, Balza expected to hear exactly how Laika could be useful to them. And if all he had to offer were empty reports like this, then he would be better off disappearing from Balza's sight entirely. The soldier immediately went quiet, not daring to argue as Balza continued walking toward the exit of the rift. But just before Balza could leave, the soldier hurriedly forced out one more detail, saying that Laika had recently been defeated in a sparring match. At that, Balza's steps stopped at once, and he turned his head just slightly, his face giving away nothing. Balza's voice lowered as he asked whether Laika had lost to one of her older brothers. The soldier quickly shook his head, answering with obvious caution that it was not one of them. He then explained that Laika had been beaten by someone the same age as her, and that person was none other than Lord Zeke. Zeke, Balza repeated, his tone dropping into something heavier and sharper. Then, as if the name had pulled an old memory to the surface, he asked if the boy was the son of that woman. Old images stirred in Balza's mind, bringing back the figure of a humble maid, the woman who had given birth to Zeke. After a quiet pause, he muttered that she truly had possessed a remarkable gift for battle. But that same woman had lost her life after giving birth to the boy. Balza finally turned his whole body toward the soldier, his gaze sharpening as his voice became colder. He demanded to know who could have trained Zeke well enough to defeat a 2-star cultivator. The soldier hesitated under that pressure before answering that no one had trained him, because Lord Zeke had never received any formal instruction at all. The soldier continued, explaining that Lord Zeke had defeated Lady Laika through nothing but his own raw strength and skill. And more than that, Zeke himself had already reached the 2-star level as well. Balza only answered with a flat, unreadable "I see." Then he turned his back again, as though the decision had already been made, and ordered them to begin the first trial. The soldier could not hide his shock. He quickly spoke up, asking Master Balza to forgive him for questioning the order, but wondering if it was not far too early to begin the first trial. After all, the students had only started their combat training a month ago, and most of them had not even reached the 1-star level yet. Balza cut him off without hesitation. He said he did not care, because death never waits for the right timing, never respects a person's level, and never chooses favorites. In his eyes, only those strong enough to endure deserved to survive, and star levels were meaningless if they could not even pass the first trial. Anyone who failed, Balza declared, had no right to carry the Eldragon name. The soldier immediately bowed his head and answered, "Yes, master." But before he could leave, Balza gave one more order, telling him to summon Freya and have her return at once. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief the moment he heard that name. He repeated it back, asking if Balza truly meant that Freya. Balza gave a firm nod and confirmed that he did. Balza explained that if Zeke had truly defeated Laika using only his own strength, then the boy was far more interesting than he had expected. He wanted Freya to personally design and oversee the first trial, and he expected her to watch every single participant with her own eyes. The soldier bowed deeply, accepting the command without another word. For the first time in what felt like a very long while, the corner of Balza's mouth lifted into the faintest smile. It was a rare expression, almost gentle for a man like him, as he quietly said that Zeke was the most interesting one of them all. The next day at Dragon's Nest, the young students were back in training, continuing their combat practice under Langus's watch. Zeke, however, was not mixed in with the others. He had taken a spot off to the side and was calmly working through his breathing technique. While holding a wall-sit position, he balanced an enormous boulder on top of his head and gripped a dumbbell in each hand, his body perfectly steady. His focus was so intense that Langus and the surrounding students could not help but glance over, watching him in quiet amazement. With his eyes closed and his breathing even, Zeke turned his attention inward, calmly thinking through the technique they had been assigned to study that day, the Strike Dragon Combat Arts. From what Zeke remembered, that technique had originally been created by the 15th family head. Although it was called a combat art, its true nature was closer to a method for strengthening and refining the body. It was straightforward but carefully built, simple enough that even young cultivators could understand its foundation. Langus eventually called out to him, asking if he was not going to train with everyone else. Zeke opened one eye and asked what he meant. Langus clarified that he was talking about combat training, since the others were all practicing the Strike Dragon combat arts. Zeke answered casually that he had already learned it. Langus froze in disbelief, asking how that was possible when the technique had only been taught that very morning. Zeke simply smirked and said it was because he was himself. Then Zeke shifted the conversation as if that part did not matter at all, pointing out that the more important issue was that Langus's source power was flowing the wrong way. Langus blinked, completely confused, and asked what Zeke meant by that. Zeke calmly lifted the massive boulder from his head and set it down, then told Langus to turn around. Once Langus faced away, Zeke placed a hand against his back and guided his aura into Langus's body, carefully adjusting the path of the energy and correcting the way it circulated. After a moment, Zeke removed his hand and told him that this was how his aura was supposed to flow. Langus turned back toward him, his face filled with surprise and gratitude. Langus realized then that Zeke really had mastered the Strike Dragon combat arts, and he could not help praising him for how incredible it was. Zeke gave him a playful frown and asked if he had seriously been doubting him, teasing him about what kind of friend would do that. Langus immediately waved off the idea, quickly saying that he had not doubted him at all. He lowered his voice a little and admitted that, aside from his own father, no one had ever guided him that way before. That was why he wanted to learn as much as he possibly could. Langus went on to say that Lord Zeke already had his own martial arts, powerful enough to defeat Lady Laika. Because of that, he had assumed the Strike Dragon combat arts might feel too simple, maybe even boring, for someone at Zeke's level. Zeke answered without hesitation that it was not boring at all. In fact, he said he actually admired how stable the technique was. It reminded him somewhat of his own Dragon Destruction combat arts, though his children had never been fond of that style. They had always complained that it was far too difficult and complicated to handle. And to be fair, the Dragon Destruction combat arts truly was a demanding and complex technique, but the power hidden within it was tremendous. The style was originally made up of 4 main forms, and during his fight with Laika, Zeke had gone beyond that structure and created a 5th. Past even those forms, there was also a hidden final technique, a dreadful destructive ability of terrifying force. It was the very same power he had once used in his past life to slay the divine dragon. As that thought passed through his mind, Zeke quietly wondered how his descendants had treated the other dragon techniques he had left behind over the years. Perhaps, somewhere along the way, they had changed and refined them into something different. That possibility only made Zeke feel even more excited. He brushed the thought aside for the moment and said that since he had already mastered the Strike Dragon combat arts, he would return to his physical training. A faint smile crossed his face as he added that everyone had their own way of learning and understanding techniques. But before Zeke could continue, Langus suddenly called out his name in a loud, urgent voice. Langus pleaded with him to teach him. He admitted that it was a shameless request, but his desire to grow stronger was written all over his face. Even if it was only by a little, he wanted to improve. Zeke looked at him silently for a moment, studying his expression, and then gave a simple nod. He agreed to teach him, and Langus stared back in complete surprise. Langus asked if Zeke truly meant it, unable to believe he had agreed so easily. Zeke answered that of course he meant it, then asked why Langus looked so shocked when he was the one who had asked in the first place. Langus shyly admitted that he simply had not expected Zeke to accept so quickly. Zeke told him he was not lying, and that he knew Langus was worth teaching. Just then, Laika walked over to them. Laika seemed hesitant at first, but after a brief pause, she gathered herself and spoke up as well, telling Zeke that she wanted him to teach her too. Langus turned toward her at once, his eyes widening as if he had not expected Laika to step into the conversation at all. He stared at her in surprise and asked if even Lady Laika wanted to be taught by Zeke. Laika met his reaction with a calm look, her voice steady as she asked if there was some kind of problem with that. Then she spoke honestly, admitting that until now, she had believed no one her own age could ever defeat her. As a candidate aiming to become the next head of the Eldragon family, she had carried absolute confidence in her strength and never doubted her own power. But the match from the day before had crushed that pride completely. Laika still could not understand how Zeke had managed to use Lightning Aura, much less wield it with even more skill than she did. Zeke let out a tired sigh and muttered half-jokingly, as if the whole situation had somehow become his fault. Laika did not back down. With clear determination in her eyes, she said she wanted to become stronger, strong enough to defeat their older brothers, and eventually strong enough to defeat Zeke as well. Then, with no arrogance left in her voice, she asked him sincerely. She asked him to teach her. Zeke fell quiet for a moment, his expression thoughtful, and when he did not answer right away, Laika looked at him again and asked whether he was truly all right with it. After all, Zeke was also one of the candidates who could become the next head of the Eldragon family. Langus seemed to understand her concern and quietly agreed. Even if Zeke was an illegitimate child, Balza Eldragon was still his father, and that meant Zeke technically had a place among the successors, whether he wanted that position or not. Zeke answered calmly that he did not mind teaching her. What concerned him more was whether Laika's body was actually ready for training, because judging from the injuries he had seen during their match, she normally should have needed at least a full month to recover. Laika shook her head and told him there was no need to worry. She had already used a healing potion, so her body was no longer in the condition he was imagining. Zeke and Langus exchanged a quick look, then leaned closer and whispered between themselves. Zeke quietly asked whether medicine in this era truly had such ridiculous effects, but Langus answered that if Zeke meant the basic potion given during the entrance exam, then there was no way it could heal wounds as serious as Laika so quickly. Langus reasoned that because Laika was the daughter of the family head, she must have been given a potion far stronger than the ordinary kind. Hearing that, Zeke could only sigh in amazement and mutter that this era really was something else. Laika nodded and admitted that without that potion, she would probably have been stuck in bed for at least a month. But to her, that was no longer the important issue. What mattered now was the answer to her request. She wanted to know whether Zeke would agree to train her too. Laika understood that Zeke had his own training to focus on, but even so, she wanted to become stronger under his guidance. Zeke accepted without hesitation, saying that he never turned away young people who had real ambition burning inside them. Both Laika and Langus were caught off guard by how easily he agreed. Laika pointed out that Zeke was still young just like them, while Langus quickly added that they were all around the same age. Zeke gave a small chuckle and casually agreed with them, as if he had almost forgotten that fact himself. Then, with a teasing edge in his voice, Zeke asked Laika if she was truly sure she wanted him as her instructor. After all, he was the very person who had defeated her. Laika answered firmly that it did not matter to her. She said she was in no position to be picky. If she truly wanted to become the next head of the Eldragon family, then she had no choice but to grow stronger, no matter what method it required. Zeke remembered that even during their first meeting, Laika had spoken about her dream of becoming the family head. He asked why she was so fixated on reaching that position. Without even pausing, Laika answered that if she failed to become the head of the family, she would only be used as a tool for political marriage. Her voice turned bitter as she explained that in the best possible situation, she would probably be forced to marry one of her cousins. But in the worst case, she might be handed over to some man she did not even know. Zeke's expression immediately darkened. A sharp anger flickered in his eyes as he asked what she meant by that. Laika explained that, to the family, it was only natural. The Eldragon bloodline was incredibly valuable, especially among the 4 main branches of the family. Their source power was unique and could be used in countless ways. And because of that, the family was obsessed with preserving the purity of their blood. Langus felt a chill run through him as a terrifying aura suddenly began to rise from Zeke. Zeke's voice turned cold and razor-sharp as he said that the Eldragon family had actually started doing disgusting things like this. His fists tightened at his sides, and with restrained fury in his voice, Zeke declared that he would destroy such filthy and meaningless traditions. But before the air around them could grow any heavier, several instructors appeared nearby, instantly pulling everyone's attention away from the conversation. Laika blinked in surprise, wondering why the instructors had suddenly come over. Zeke, meanwhile, muttered under his breath that their timing could not have been worse, quietly worrying that they might have heard what he had just said. Then, from behind the group of instructors, a woman with striking fiery red hair stepped into view. One of the instructors moved forward and announced that, starting that day, the students would be receiving a new instructor. Even though this person was extremely busy, she had personally taken time to teach them, so the students were expected to understand how fortunate they were. As the red-haired woman approached, she stretched a hand toward Laika and asked whether she was Lady Laika. The instant that hand came closer, Laika sensed danger. Her body reacted before her mind could think, and she sprang backward in a quick, instinctive leap. Zeke immediately stepped in front of her as if shielding her from the woman, while Langus, trembling with fear, grabbed onto Zeke's arm. The red-haired woman smiled faintly, praising Laika's sharp reaction and saying that the quality of her aura was not bad at all. Zeke, however, narrowed his eyes slightly. Until that moment, he had not sensed the woman's presence at all. Beside him, Langus nervously asked who she was. The instructor then formally introduced the woman standing before them as Lady Freya. She was Freya Winsick of the Black Dragon Corps. Freya offered everyone a polite smile and greeted them smoothly, saying that it was a pleasure to meet them all. Then her gaze shifted directly to Zeke, and she asked if he was Lord Zeke. When Zeke confirmed it, Freya tilted her attention toward him and asked whether her sudden appearance had surprised him. Zeke answered with calm confidence, saying that nothing she had done was surprising to him. For a brief moment, Freya froze. Zeke's eyes began to glow faintly as he looked at her, and he remarked that her stealth technique was rather interesting. In that instant, Freya understood why even the family head, Balza Eldragon, had taken an interest in this boy. At the same time, Zeke was quietly studying every detail of Freya's movements. He noticed that her source power was gathered heavily in her lower body, flowing through a pattern unlike anything he had seen before. That unusual circulation was likely the reason her footsteps made no sound at all. A spark of excitement lit up in Zeke's eyes as he wondered what kind of martial arts she used. Freya, meanwhile, smoothly took control of the class. She confirmed that from that day forward, she would be their new instructor. The students immediately began whispering among themselves in disbelief, because Lady Freya, known as the Tempest Wind, was regarded as one of the strongest warriors in the family. Another instructor then explained that Freya was a 6-star practitioner serving under the Black Dragon Corps, the elite force that answered directly to the family head himself. The students stared in awe, unable to understand why someone with her rank and reputation would come all the way to teach at their academy. Freya smiled faintly at the uneasy students and calmly confirmed that yes, she would be the one training them from that day forward. However, that promise came with a condition. Before she would properly teach them, every student standing there had to pass one simple test. The moment those words left her mouth, the students reacted with startled gasps, their faces tightening as anxiety spread through the group. Freya told them there was no need to look so frightened, because the test itself was simple. All they had to do was carry a crystal like the one in her hand and survive for 1 full month inside Poison Dragon Mountain. At the sound of that name, the color drained from Langus's face. Zeke, on the other hand, felt an unexpected wave of nostalgia rise in his chest. Poison Dragon Mountain was a place crawling with countless venomous creatures, the kind of land where danger hid in every shadow. For an ordinary person, even brushing against the wrong leaf could mean instant death. The entire region was like a living trap, filled with poison from the ground to the branches overhead. Zeke remembered using that deadly mountain as his own training ground back in his previous life. Even so, when he looked at the children around him, he could not help thinking that sending young students there was far too harsh. Freya continued laying out the rules. Each student would be given 1 crystal orb, and if that orb was broken or lost at any point, the student would be disqualified immediately. One student nervously asked what would happen to anyone who failed. Freya answered without softening her tone at all. They would be expelled from Dragon's Nest. She added that the poison itself was not something they needed to fear too much. As long as they properly used the dragon's breath breathing technique, kept control of their breathing, and held onto their orbs, they would at least be able to survive the toxic environment. Laika quickly pointed out that poisonous plants were not the only danger in that mountain. There were monsters living there as well. Freya's eyes sharpened as she answered that they would have to defeat those monsters with their own strength. After all, hunting those creatures was the only way they could secure food, and without food they would not last even a few days. The students were horrified. Retin muttered that the task was impossible, and many of the others clearly wondered whether their basic strike dragon technique could even scratch the creatures waiting inside that mountain. Freya smirked as she told them not to panic just yet. They would have 5 days to prepare, and during that time, each of them could choose one basic weapon art from the Eldragon family archives to study. If they managed to master the technique they chose, their chances of surviving would rise. But if they failed to learn it within those 5 days, Freya made it clear that she would not take responsibility for whatever happened to them inside the mountain. A timid student raised their voice and asked whether Freya would step in to help if the situation became too dangerous. Freya let out a low, dark chuckle and reminded them that this was Dragon's Nest, the land of the Eldragon family. In this place, she said, weaklings did not last long. Only the strong were allowed to survive, and if they could not even defeat a few monsters on their own, then they might as well lie down peacefully beside those monsters in a bed of poison. Fear swept through the students. Their bodies trembled, sweat rolled down their faces, and Langus looked as if he might burst into tears at any moment, while Laika remained silent with a serious, thoughtful expression. Zeke frowned quietly to himself, wondering if this ruthless place was truly the same Eldragon family he once knew. Everything felt so different from the time when he had stood at the head of the family himself. Freya then ended the explanation for the moment. She began handing out martial arts books for each weapon type and told the students to come forward and choose whichever technique they wished to learn. As the students hurriedly gathered around the books, Langus lingered uncertainly, unable to decide which weapon art would suit him best. Zeke advised him to choose a spear technique, reminding Langus that he had used a spear during the entrance exam and should build on what he already knew. Langus immediately accepted the suggestion, nodding quickly and thanking Zeke with obvious relief. Laika said she planned to take a greatsword technique, since she already knew the basic forms of the lightning greatsword. But before she could settle on it, Zeke stopped her and suggested she try learning axe arts instead. Laika looked at him in confusion and asked why. Zeke explained that axe techniques would help cover the weaknesses she currently had in battle. Because the advice came from Zeke, Laika did not argue. She simply nodded, quietly accepting his judgment and trusting what he had seen in her fighting style. Once everyone had made their choices, Freya asked if all of them had selected their books. After they confirmed, she told them to use the remaining 5 days as wisely as they possibly could. Whether they survived or not would depend entirely on how well they mastered those techniques. And if they failed, Freya warned, they would die pathetic deaths inside Poison Dragon Mountain. Just as Freya was about to leave, she suddenly paused as if remembering one last important detail. Turning back, she warned them that during the test, their seniors would also be trying to steal their crystal orbs. Langus froze in shock, then asked what she meant by that. Freya explained that the 10-year-old senior group would be taking the same test, but their role was different. Their assignment was to hunt down the younger students and steal their orbs. She added that the younger students had the advantage in numbers, and since Poison Dragon Mountain was enormous, they might get lucky and avoid direct clashes. Even so, their seniors would use every method they had to track them down and attack. After dropping that final warning, Freya turned away and left as if she had said nothing unusual at all. Langus stood there pale and sweating, asking what they were supposed to do now. It was bad enough that they had to survive poisonous plants and monsters, but now they also had upper-class students hunting them like prey. Laika frowned and said that every upper-class student was at least 1-star level or higher. If they surrounded her, even she would not last long, and most of their classmates would likely be wiped out even faster. Zeke nodded, admitting that she had a point. If Laika could not handle the situation alone, then the smartest choice would be to form a small team of 2 or 3 people. After all, cooperation had not been forbidden. They could work together to hunt monsters, gather food, and defend themselves from the seniors. When Langus asked what Zeke planned to do, Zeke casually answered that he would go alone and enjoy the exam. Laika sighed, almost as if she had expected that answer, and admitted that somehow it sounded exactly like something Zeke would say. Before they threw themselves into training, Zeke suggested that they eat first and clear their heads. As they walked away together, Laika glanced over at Langus and quietly asked if he ever thought Zeke acted a little strange sometimes. Langus gave a small shrug and answered that yes, sometimes he definitely did. 5 days passed, and the students finally gathered at the entrance of Poison Dragon Mountain, each of them carrying a mix of fear, tension, and determination on their faces. Freya stood before them with a confident smile, looking completely at ease as she declared that the weather was perfect for the test to begin. Langus swallowed nervously and said that the exam was finally starting. Even though this team arrangement had been Zeke's idea, he still could not stop wondering whether someone like him truly belonged on Lady Laika's team. After all, Laika could have chosen from plenty of noble-born students. Instead, she had accepted him, a mere commoner who had not even reached the 1-star level yet. Then another student spoke up, telling Langus that they were the same. When Langus turned around, he recognized the two standing there as Raymond and Celine. Celine, one of the students from Dragon's Nest's East Hall, admitted that she was a commoner as well. Her voice carried a little disbelief as she said she still could hardly believe Lady Laika had chosen her to join the team for the upcoming trial in Poison Dragon Mountain. Raymond, who also belonged to the East Hall, looked toward Lady Laika with a gentle smile, clearly feeling the same mixture of surprise and gratitude. But Laika quickly made it clear that noble blood or common birth did not matter to her at all. She had chosen them because she had seen their potential and trusted their abilities. Hearing those words, Langus grew quiet for a moment, then tightened his grip around his spear and said he understood. He promised that he would give everything he had and make sure he did not become a burden to the group. Raymond followed right after him, saying that he would also do his best and work hard enough to live up to Laika's expectations. Laika's expression softened into a bright, confident smile as she told all of them that she was counting on them. Then Laika turned her attention to Zeke and asked if he really planned to face the trial completely on his own. Zeke nodded without the slightest hesitation, his confidence obvious as he said he could hardly wait for it to begin. Celine, still unable to fully calm her nerves, admitted that she admired both Zeke and Laika. While she was trembling just thinking about Poison Dragon Mountain, Zeke was bold enough to enter that deadly place alone. Raymond said it made sense for them to be so confident, since both carried the blood of family heads. But Laika immediately cut in, telling him not to place her on the same level as Zeke, because even she was feeling nervous. Zeke looked at her with mild surprise and asked if she was actually nervous. To him, aside from Laika herself, everyone in her group looked like a collection of promising students with solid potential. But the others quickly answered that there were more than enough reasons to feel nervous before a trial like this. Laika then looked back at Zeke and asked whether he truly believed the students she had chosen were skilled. Zeke answered immediately, confirming it without any doubt. Inwardly, Zeke thought that Laika had done a surprisingly good job gathering some of the most promising students in the academy. He realized that when it came to recognizing talent in others, Laika's instincts were genuinely impressive. Zeke even praised the balance of her group, saying that with their offense and defense working together, the trial should be fairly easy for them. Langus answered with a nervous smile and a bead of sweat sliding down his cheek, saying Zeke was probably right, but that he had always been far too confident about everything. Freya then looked over the gathered students and asked whether all the participants had arrived. As her eyes swept across the crowd, she quickly noticed that many of the new students had already formed teams. Since quite a few of them had not fully mastered their weapon arts yet, forming groups was not a bad strategy at all. Freya stepped forward before the students, drawing their attention as she announced that the trial would begin soon. She repeated their objective one more time, making sure everyone understood. They had to survive inside Poison Dragon Mountain for 1 full month while protecting their crystal orbs. They would only pass if their orbs remained intact until the end. Since every orb looked exactly the same, anyone who lost theirs could have another orb taken from someone else. The moment the students understood what that meant, unease spread through the crowd, and many of them began looking anxiously at one another. Zeke immediately realized that stealing orbs from other participants was allowed under these rules. Freya continued, explaining that after the new students entered the mountain and had time to settle in, the upper-class students would enter after them, and their goal would be to steal the younger students' crystal orbs. The older students laughed and mocked them openly, saying that most of the new students had not even reached the 1-star level yet, so taking their orbs would be nothing difficult. Those words stirred up a strange mix of emotions among Zeke's classmates. Some looked afraid, some looked restless with excitement, and others could not hide the uneasy tension on their faces. Freya finished her explanation, and the instant she declared that the trial had officially begun, the students surged forward and rushed toward the entrance of Poison Dragon Mountain. As Zeke watched them run ahead, he heard Laika call back to him, telling him to make sure he survived. Zeke smiled lightly and said he would, but reminded Laika and her team that they needed to survive as well. Laika then called out to her teammates and led them forward. As Zeke told them to be careful, Freya's gaze settled on him from nearby. Freya told Zeke that it was his turn to enter. Zeke answered casually, apologizing as if he had gotten a little carried away watching the others go. Freya repeated his words with curiosity, asking if he really meant he had gotten carried away, and whether he felt nervous at all. Zeke calmly smiled and answered that he did not. Then he walked toward the mountain without hesitation, while Freya watched his back and quietly thought that he truly was a peculiar boy. That night, at the camp set up outside Poison Dragon Mountain, One of the instructors approached Freya and asked whether the new students would really be all right. Freya asked what he meant, and the instructor explained that the trial seemed far too early for children who were still only beginners. Another instructor agreed, pointing out that most of the students had only been at Dragon's Nest for a few months. Very few had even reached the 1-star level, and they lacked real combat experience. He wondered aloud how many of them would actually survive the trial. Freya, however, reassured them with a composed expression and said there was no need to worry. Although Poison Dragon Mountain was filled with poisonous creatures, most of the beasts inside were only around the 1-star or 2-star level, so they should not be strong enough to create a truly serious threat. With a cheerful smile that looked almost too relaxed for the situation, Freya said the students would be fine. Then, in a voice so quiet it barely carried, she murmured that eventually, she would release that thing. When one of the instructors asked what she had just said, Freya simply smiled back and answered as though nothing had happened. Freya then announced that it was time for the upper-class students to begin their part of the trial. The older students immediately rushed toward the mountain, weapons in hand and excitement gleaming in their eyes. Watching them disappear into the darkness, Freya quietly wondered how many would survive. A faint smile remained on her face as she admitted that she could not wait to see the results. Meanwhile, inside Poison Dragon Mountain, the upper-class students began their hunt, and one of them quickly spotted their first target. It was Zeke, standing completely still at the foot of the mountain as if he had been waiting there the whole time. One of the upper-class students mocked him, saying the new students had entered the mountain a long time ago and wondering if this guy was stupid enough to just stand there. Another student wasted no time. He raised his crossbow, took aim at Zeke, and prepared to fire. But before the arrow could even reach its target, Zeke lifted his hand and caught it out of the air with effortless precision. The upper-class students stared in disbelief as Zeke snapped the arrow in half between his fingers and calmly said that he had been waiting for them. One of them demanded to know what he meant, but another shouted that it did not matter, asking if they had not just seen him catch that arrow with his bare hand. Zeke did not give them time to recover. In the next instant, he dashed forward, his gaze sharpening with excitement as he closed the distance. With a confident smirk tugging at his lips, Zeke stepped forward and invited them to play with him for a while. Deeper inside Poison Dragon Mountain, far from the entrance, Celine and the rest of Lyca's group were already locked in battle against the monsters that infested the mountain. Celine had just cut down a huge frog-like creature when another one suddenly sprang out from behind her, its body launching through the air before she could fully turn around. Raymond reacted instantly. He raised his shield in front of her, catching the monster's attack just in time and protecting Celine from being struck. Then, with a heavy swing, Raymond smashed the creature down to the ground. Before it could move again, he drove his shield straight into its body and finished it off in one clean blow. When Raymond glanced over and saw Langus handling his own opponent more smoothly than expected, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Lyca watched their movements and praised their teamwork, saying they were coordinating well. Langus looked relieved by her words and thanked her sincerely. But in the next moment, Langus's eyes widened when he noticed the huge pile of slain frog monsters nearby, all of them defeated by Lyca on her own. Celine stared at the scene in admiration and said that Lyca's strength really was on a completely different level, just as everyone had expected from her. Raymond agreed, pointing out that while the rest of them had been struggling against just a few monsters, Lyca had already wiped out most of the pack by herself. Lyca only shrugged, acting as though it was nothing worth praising. She said it was only natural, since she was a 2-star warrior, and creatures like these were little more than a warm-up for her. She then added that ever since the exam had begun a week ago, everyone had improved by a noticeable amount, especially Celine and Raymond, who had both managed to reach the 1-star level. Celine thanked Lyca with genuine gratitude, admitting that neither she nor Raymond would have advanced so quickly without Lyca's guidance. Raymond nodded beside her and echoed the same appreciation. Langus, however, stayed quiet. Seeing Celine and Raymond reach their first stars made him feel as though he had fallen even further behind. Celine noticed the heaviness in his expression and gently told him that if he kept going, he would definitely grow stronger and reach 1-star level 2. Raymond backed her up, telling Langus not to rush himself and to keep working steadily without losing patience. Their encouragement brought a small smile back to Langus's face, and he thanked them both. Lyca then added that Langus had defeated 3 giant frog monsters despite still not having a star, and that alone was genuinely impressive. She reminded him that before the exam began, he had trained personally with Zeke and had already polished his spear handling to a remarkable level. At this rate, becoming a 1-star warrior was only a matter of time. Hearing Lyca speak with such confidence in him, Langus was so moved that his eyes almost filled with tears. Lyca then lifted her gaze toward the darkening sky and noted that night was quickly approaching. She told everyone it was time to return to their base. Celine agreed immediately, warning that Poison Dragon Mountain became far too dangerous once darkness settled over the forest. But as they made their way back, Laika suddenly stopped in her tracks. Langus noticed at once and quickly asked what was wrong, but Laika did not answer him right away. Her expression grew colder as she stared ahead into the grass, then demanded to know what that student was doing so close to their base. A moment later, someone slowly emerged from the tall grass, revealing himself from the shadows. Langus and the others flinched in surprise, while Celine and Raymond immediately drew their weapons on instinct. The student stepped out with a smug grin, holding his weapon loosely at his side as he said he had not expected Laika to notice him so quickly. Laika recognized him immediately as one of the upper-class students and asked if he had come to steal their crystal. When he admitted it, she realized that an upper-class student had finally chosen their group as a target. And worse, this one was a 2-star. The upper-class student grinned as he explained that his exam required him to steal crystals from the first years, though he had not expected his first target to turn out to be Lady Laika's group. Laika asked if he still intended to stay after realizing whose base he had wandered into. She warned him that a single upper-class student would not be enough to take on her entire team. But his grin only widened, and his expression turned far more threatening as he asked who had ever said he was alone. From the grass behind him, 3 more upper-class students stepped out, and every one of them had already reached the 1-star level. Their leader sneered, saying that even Lady Laika would struggle in a fight like this, because the teammates around her were nothing but dead weight. He drew his sword and barked at them to surrender, demanding that they hand over their crystal orbs without resisting. Then he launched himself at Laika with a heavy attack. She dodged it with ease and immediately ordered Celine and the others to hold their formation while she dealt with him herself. Meanwhile, Langus, still without a single star, found himself struggling just to defend against the opponent pressing him. The upper-class student taunted him, telling him it would be smarter to give up and hand over his crystal. Langus hesitated, unsure what choice to make, until an old conversation with Zeke suddenly flashed through his mind. Back then, Langus had asked Zeke if there was any possible way for someone weaker, someone like him, to defeat an opponent stronger than himself. He had admitted that he still did not have a star, and worried that if a stronger enemy appeared, he would only drag his team down. Zeke's answer had shocked him at first, because Zeke told him that in that case he should surrender. Zeke explained that if the gap was too wide, like facing a 3-star or 4-star opponent, surrendering was the only logical choice, because a starless person could not hope to win head-on. But Zeke had added that if Langus ever faced someone around the 1-star level, then the situation was different and he still had a chance. When Langus asked what he was supposed to do, Zeke answered as if it was the most ordinary thing in the world. He simply had to find an opening and take advantage of it. Langus had repeated the word in confusion, asking what kind of opening Zeke meant. Zeke confirmed it clearly. If Langus could discover even a small weakness in his opponent's defense and exploit it at the right moment, then he could win even against a 2-star opponent. When Langus asked how he was supposed to find such a weakness in the middle of battle, Zeke's answer was simple and direct. He told him to endure. No matter how hard it became, he had to keep enduring until the opponent finally revealed one. Langus had not been fully convinced by that answer, but Zeke continued without hesitation. He told him there was no other method. Against someone stronger, Langus could not force an opening by sheer power. All he could do was endure, stay focused, and wait until the opponent made a mistake. And if he could not even manage that much, then defeating someone stronger would always remain nothing more than a fantasy. Zeke added that if Langus's opponent was someone extraordinary like Laika, then he would not last long. But against an ordinary 2-star, Zeke believed he should still be able to manage. Before ending the lesson, Zeke told Langus that believing in his own strength was absolutely essential, and then left him with one final piece of advice. Zeke's advice echoed clearly in Langus's memory. He had told him not to overcomplicate the fight, not to get trapped thinking about how to force an opening, and not to obsess over the gap in strength between himself and his opponent. All Langus had to do was stay patient, hold on through the pressure, and wait for that single chance to appear. And the moment it did, he only needed to drive his spear straight into it without hesitation. Now, right in the middle of battle, Langus clenched his fists tightly as Zeke's words rang through his mind again. Even with fear still gripping him, those words became the one thing keeping him steady. Because Langus knew he was weaker, there was no point trying to overpower his enemy head-on. His only choice was to endure every strike, hold his ground no matter how much it hurt, and wait for the perfect moment to counter. The upperclassmen attacking him began to lose patience. No matter how many times he struck, Langus refused to fall, and that stubborn resistance only made the older student more irritated with every passing second. "Just fall down already!" the upperclassman shouted, his anger finally boiling over. With that furious cry, He unleashed a heavy, powerful strike meant to crush Langus once and for all. But in that exact instant, Langus saw it. A brief, narrow gap appeared in the upperclassman's movement, the very opening Zeke had told him to wait for. Langus did not waste even a heartbeat. He gathered every bit of strength left in his trembling body, stepped into the opening, and thrust his spear straight into his opponent's body. The upperclassman's eyes widened as the impact landed. He coughed hard, his body lost strength all at once, and then he collapsed to the ground, instantly knocked unconscious. As the upperclassman fell, a radiant glow suddenly appeared on Langus's chest. The shining mark was unmistakable. It was the proof that Langus had finally awakened his 1 star. Laika noticed the change right away. Surprise flashed across her face, but it was quickly joined by pride as she realized Langus had not only survived his fight, but had defeated his opponent. Meanwhile, the leader of the upperclassmen could barely believe what he was feeling. He and Laika were both at the 2-star level, yet the pressure coming from her was so overwhelming that he could not understand how the difference between them could be this large. Laika understood the reason clearly. Ever since she had mastered the axe arts technique that Zeke recommended, she had learned how to pour far greater force and energy into her greatsword, and that was what created such a wide gap in power. She fixed her gaze on the upperclassman in front of her and told him coldly that his greatest misfortune was choosing her group as his target. Then golden lightning began to gather around Laika's greatsword, wrapping the blade in crackling light. With firm confidence, she declared that the battle would end right there. Her blade came down with blinding force. The lightning-enhanced strike overwhelmed the enemy leader completely, and he dropped unconscious before he could resist any longer. Once Laika made sure the enemies had all been defeated, she immediately rushed back toward her team. Her first concern was not victory, but whether everyone had made it through safely. After confirming that no one was seriously hurt, the tension finally broke. The group let out cheers of relief, their fear and exhaustion giving way to excitement. They had done it. For the first time, they had won a battle against upperclassmen, and the weight of that achievement hit all of them at once. Celine and Raymond quickly congratulated Langus for reaching the 1-star level. Langus, still glowing with disbelief and happiness, thanked them with a bright, genuine smile. Laika looked over her team with proud eyes. Every member had finally manifested their 1st star, and with that strength now awakened across the group, she said the battles ahead should become much easier. Then Laika's expression turned thoughtful for a moment. After everything her own group had just been through, she found herself wondering aloud how Zeke was doing. Elsewhere in Poison Dragon Mountain, the answer was unfolding in a very different way. A terrified upperclassman was sprinting through the area as if his life depended on it. Tears streamed down his face while he kept muttering the same desperate plea under his breath. He begged Zeke not to come near him, cursing in fear as his whole body trembled. In his panic, he could not stop asking himself what kind of monster that boy named Zeke really was. Nothing about him felt like an ordinary lowerclassman anymore. Moments later, several upperclassmen were running wildly through the mountain, shouting for help as they fled. Every one of them hoped, prayed, and begged that Zeke would not follow after them. Behind them, Zeke casually dragged along one of the upperclassmen he had already defeated. The others looked back in terror, cursing in confusion and asking whether he was some kind of monster or demon. With the corpse of a giant snake beast held in one hand, Zeke grinned at them like he was having fun. He mockingly asked what their problem was and wondered aloud whether none of them wanted to play with him anymore. The upperclassmen were completely terrified now, calling him insane as they kept running. Some of them could not understand why a lowerclassman like Zeke was hunting them down, when the whole point was supposed to be the opposite. The upperclassmen were meant to be the hunters, not the ones being chased. Then, in the middle of that frantic escape, one of the fleeing upperclassmen stumbled over himself and crashed to the ground. As he scrambled to get back on his feet, his body suddenly froze. The moment he lifted his head, Zeke was already standing right in front of him, crimson eyes faintly glowing as he sighed and said he was getting tired of chasing him. Zeke reached out his hand, almost as if he were kindly offering to help the upperclassman stand. But in the same calm voice, he added that once the man got up, he would have to fight him. The upperclassman's eyes stretched wide with pure horror. Before he could even answer, his body went limp, and he collapsed unconscious right there on the ground. Zeke tilted his head, genuinely confused by the sudden collapse. He stared down at the man and muttered to himself, wondering what had just happened to him. Then Zeke looked around at the fleeing upperclassmen and asked out loud what was wrong with them. He questioned why they had suddenly become so defensive and cowardly, calling them pathetic for acting so aggressive when they first saw him, only to run away in fear now. With a smirk, he shouted after the others, telling them not to leave him behind. Just then, Zeke sensed a faint presence nearby. He turned his gaze to the side and spoke toward the hidden watcher, asking why they did not come closer if they wanted a better look. When no answer came back, Zeke chuckled to himself. Since the person watching him had not stepped in or tried to stop him, he took that to mean there was nothing wrong with what he was doing. With that decided, Zeke said he would stop holding back. He was going to continue his little game with the upperclassmen and enjoy the chase properly. From the direction where Zeke had sensed the presence, a man slowly emerged from hiding, revealing that someone truly had been watching the entire time. The man was one of the overseers assigned to monitor the examination. Sweat rolled down his cheek as he stared after Zeke, whispering to himself in disbelief, unable to understand what kind of child he had just witnessed. He had seen Zeke defeat upperclassmen who should have been far stronger than him. Those students were supposed to hold the advantage, yet they had been overwhelmed instead. What shocked the overseer even more was that Zeke had sensed his hidden presence. He had been watching from concealment, yet Zeke had noticed him as though it were nothing. Realizing just how serious the situation was, the overseer knew he could not keep this to himself. Everything he had seen needed to be reported immediately. Meanwhile, back at the camp outside Poison Dragon Mountain, Freya Winsick was taken aback when several observers arrived together to deliver their report. According to their report, 1 full week had passed since the examination began. By that point, 30% of the lowerclassmen had already dropped out, while the remaining participants were slowly adapting to the harsh environment and dangers of Poison Dragon Mountain. One observer added that they did not expect many more lowerclassmen to withdraw from the test. But when Freya asked about the upperclassmen, the observers exchanged uneasy glances and hesitated, unable to give her a clear answer right away. Freya's expression darkened when she saw their reaction. Her voice sharpened as she ordered them to stop hesitating and explain the situation clearly. At last, one of the observers admitted the truth. The upperclassmen were constantly running away. Freya frowned, momentarily lost in thought as she tried to make sense of that report. She asked why the upperclassmen would be fleeing, what exactly they were trying to escape from, and pointed out that, as far as she knew, there were no monsters in Poison Dragon Mountain powerful enough to threaten them. One of the observers finally explained that the upperclassmen were not running from a monster at all. They were running from Lord Zeke, and Freya raised an eyebrow, immediately asking why they would flee from him. The observer drew in a deep, shaky breath, trying to compose himself as he recounted the events. Lord Zeke. He has been relentlessly pursuing the upperclassmen. At first, they tried to fight back, thinking they could stand against him. But in the end, they had no choice but to run for their lives. Another observer spoke up, his voice tinged with disbelief. What kind of person is this Lord Zeke? From what I've seen, he seems to be enjoying it. Hunting them down one by one, cutting through upperclassmen like they're nothing more than prey. It's as if the examination itself is his playground. To the observers, this was utterly unprecedented. No one had ever seen a lower-class student wield such overwhelming power, let alone with such unrestrained delight. A second observer nodded grimly. Even considering he is the son of the Eldragon family head, this is far from normal. They all shared a chilling realization. Zeke had surpassed the label of prodigy. Here stood something monstrous in human form. Freya listened quietly, her expression calm but serious, the weight of her thoughts barely restrained. I suspected it from the start, she said softly. Unlike the others, he entered Poison Dragon Mountain alone, entirely at ease. That composure, it was deliberate. He never intended to hide. From the very beginning, Zeke's plan was to hunt them himself. Recalling the steely gleam in Zeke's eyes during their first encounter, Freya couldn't deny it. The boy was indeed a monster. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden, strange sound. One of the observers frowned, tilting his head in confusion, asking aloud, "What is that noise?" Freya's lips curved into a faint, almost teasing smile. "That," she said quietly, "is exactly what I've been waiting for." A man approached hesitantly, asking Lady Freya where to place the massive cage they had transported. She waved him off. "Leave it here," she said, a tone of satisfaction in her voice. "Thank you for your efforts." As the observers turned their eyes toward the cage, shock overtook them. The creature inside radiated an aura of immense power, easily that of a 3-star level beast. Whispers of doubt and fear rippled through the group. Could Lady Freya really intend to release such a force into the mountain? Freya, however, remained untroubled, her expression calm yet pleased. "Do not worry," she reassured them. "Adjustments have been made. It will only target those at or above 2-star level. The others will remain unharmed." The observers exchanged glances, still hesitant. One finally asked why such a creature was being unleashed during the exam. Freya's reply was steady. "It is a direct order from our family head, Balza." In her mind, Freya's curiosity burned. She wanted to see the boy, the one the soldiers had begun calling a monster, face such a being. Could he survive against it? With that thought, she issued the command. The mysterious creature would be released into Poison Dragon Mountain at dawn. The next morning, deep within the treacherous terrain, Rangus and his team were jolted to a halt as the earth trembled violently beneath their feet. Lika's brow furrowed with unease. "This doesn't feel right," she murmured, sensing a foreboding presence in the quake. Raymond glanced around, considering the possibility that upperclassmen were causing the disturbance. But Rangus shook his head. "No," he said grimly. "This is the work of a beast. A massive anger boar, I'd wager." Still, Lika couldn't shake the uneasy feeling clawing at her chest. Something about this tremor felt different. Then came a second, even stronger quake, rocking the mountain with a deep, ominous groan. A massive tree, loosened by the tremor, began to topple directly toward them. Lika's instincts flared. "Move!" she shouted, lunging forward to guide the others. The group leapt aside just in time, the colossal trunk crashing into the ground where they had stood mere seconds before. Turning to face the aftermath, Lika froze in disbelief. Celine gasped, her eyes wide. What is that creature?" Rangus's face drained of color, sweat trickling down his temples. His voice trembling, he barely managed to speak. We have to run. Now." Before them loomed a colossal golem, its presence radiating crushing power. Elsewhere, atop a mound of defeated monsters and upperclassmen, Zeke leaned back casually, his crimson eyes scanning the mountain. "This exam's gotten boring," he muttered, amusement in his tone. No upperclassman dared to face him anymore, and he could no longer sense the observer's interference. The entire situation felt disappointingly tame. Then, a sudden aura from the opposite side of the mountain caught his attention. A strange, powerful presence he hadn't sensed before. Initially, he thought it might be a 2-star creature, but a closer sense revealed it was far stronger, a 3-star entity. Questions surged through his mind. Were 3-star monsters even supposed to exist in Poison Dragon Mountain? Could this presence be a creature that had dwelled here for 1,000 years, unseen and untamed? He realized that any of the examinees, even Lika herself, would struggle against such a force. He wondered why instructors had allowed a 3-star monster to remain during the exam. Could Freya and the others have left it intentionally to test the students or perhaps to entertain him? Regardless of the reasoning, Zeke smiled. This was perfect. Another opponent, a worthy challenge to keep him entertained. He noted that the creature was far from his current location and questioned why it hadn't appeared nearby. Sitting idly wasn't an option. He wanted to face a 3-star monster, and he was determined to go to it. The creature could wait. Meanwhile, Celine had already struck at the golem with all her might, but even her full-powered attack failed to leave a mark. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. No scratch, not even the slightest dent. Raymond charged as well, slamming his shield against the golem's arm, summoning every ounce of strength. But again, it was futile. The golem remained untouched. Lika, observing the ineffectiveness of her companion's attacks, channeled her own aura into her sword. A faint scratch appeared on the golem's arm. It was only with her 2-star level aura that she could inflict damage. The 1-star students were powerless against its shell. She realized that only those who had reached 2-star level like her could harm it, confirming the vast difference in their capabilities. Rangus quickly turned to Lika, asking for her orders. "Listen carefully," Lika instructed, her voice calm but firm. "Once I have the golem's attention, we will use that moment to escape." Rangus protested, refusing to leave her behind. Lika shook her head, explaining that their involvement would only slow her down. She gestured toward the golem's arm. "Observe carefully. That scratch represents all we can do as 1-star fighters." Even with her aura, her attack barely left a mark. Their strength simply wasn't enough. Raymond nodded thoughtfully. "We may not hurt it ourselves, but we can support you. Every attack you launch will make sure it lands." Lika's eyes widened slightly. Rangus added with resolve, "I'll do everything I can to not be a burden." Celine agreed, determination gleaming in her eyes. "If we coordinate, Lady Lika, your attacks will hit every time. We can give you a chance to win." Lika allowed a small smile to form. She understood. She would rely on their support to ensure her strikes found their mark. As she gathered lightning into her sword, Raymond prepared to guard her, while Rangus and Celine braced themselves to provide precise offensive support. Together, they readied themselves for the confrontation ahead. After Lika poured every last bit of her strength into the blade in her hands, the air around her seemed to tighten. Then, with her sword charged and ready, She gave the others the signal to launch their next attack on the golem. Laika wasted no time and rushed straight to the front line, putting herself directly in the golem's path. But the moment she stepped in, the massive creature reacted, swinging its heavy body toward her and launching an attack without hesitation. Raymond immediately raised his shield and moved in to protect her, bracing himself with everything he had. But since he had only just reached the 1-star level, the crushing force of a 3-star golem was far beyond what his body could comfortably endure. At the same time, Langus and Celine darted forward from the side, refusing to let Raymond take the pressure alone. They rushed in with their weapons ready, trying to strike the golem and pull its attention away from Laika. While the others kept the golem occupied, Laika moved with sharp, practiced speed. She slipped around its massive frame and positioned herself behind it, looking for the perfect moment to drive in her decisive blow. Then Laika unleashed her lightning greatsword technique, Heaven's Thunder. Golden lightning surged through her blade as she struck the golem from behind with all the strength she had gathered. The impact detonated violently, and a thunderous explosion tore through the forest of Poison Dragon Mountain, shaking the trees and sending the blast roaring through the area. After Laika succeeded in knocking the golem down, the smoke slowly began to thin. Only then did the damage become clear, with the surrounding forest scarred by the force of her attack. Langus quickly ran over to Laika, his face tight with worry as he asked if she was hurt. Laika answered that she was fine, but her breathing made it obvious that she had burned through every bit of source power in her body. Even while exhausted, Laika's first thought shifted to her teammate. She turned her gaze toward Raymond and asked how he was holding up after taking the golem's attack head-on. Raymond, leaning against Celine as she supported him, managed to answer that he was still all right. His body looked battered, but he was conscious and steady enough to reassure them. Laika then told everyone that they should return to their base before anything else happened. But just as the words left her mouth, her expression changed, because she suddenly felt the golem's presence rising behind them again. Without stopping to think, Laika shoved Langus away from danger as hard as she could. In the next instant, the golem's massive hand closed around her instead, seizing her in its grip. As the golem held her tightly, Laika stared in disbelief, unable to understand how it could still move after taking her strongest strike. In that moment, she realized she had let her guard down too soon. Celine was just as stunned, her eyes widening at the sight. After being hit directly by Laika's full-power attack, the golem was still not destroyed, and worse, it still had enough strength to keep fighting. Langus immediately lunged forward with his spear, desperate to save Lady Laika from the golem's grasp. But the golem swung Laika around so violently that he couldn't find a clear opening to strike without risking hitting her. As Langus grew more frantic, his eyes locked on Laika and his hands tightened around his spear. Then, out of nowhere, a massive tree came hurtling through the air toward them. The tree slammed into the golem with tremendous force. The sudden impact knocked its balance apart, and the creature finally loosened its grip, releasing Laika from its hand. Langus rushed in at once, helping Laika back onto her feet and pulling her away from the monster before it could grab her again. Still shaken, Laika looked around in confusion and wondered aloud what had just happened and how she had escaped. Then, from nearby, Zeke's voice suddenly cut through the chaos as he asked what kind of situation they had gotten themselves into. The moment they heard that familiar voice, both Langus and Laika immediately recognized him. Their heads turned at once, and they realized that Zeke had finally arrived. But instead of rushing over to check whether Laika was injured, Zeke's attention was completely stolen by the monster in front of him. The sight of the golem seemed to fill him with pure excitement. His eyes lit up as he stared at the creature like he had found something fascinating. Without hiding his curiosity at all, he asked what kind of clay puppet this strange thing was supposed to be. A little earlier, just before Zeke reached the place where he had sensed the golem's presence, he spotted a golden lightning aura flashing through the forest. He instantly recognized it as Laika's power, and he could hardly believe that her group had been the first ones to run into the monster and fight it. As Zeke sprinted through the forest at full speed, frustration ran through his mind. In his previous life, he would have reached that aura in an instant, but in his current body, all he could do was run toward the monster's location, and to him that felt painfully pathetic. He also thought about the young candidates in Laika's group, knowing they all had plenty of promise. But their enemy was still a 3-star monster, so even with their talent, he had no way of knowing how long they could survive against it. Then a thought suddenly struck him, and Zeke's feet stopped hard against the ground. He remembered a technique he had only recently learned, and his expression changed as an idea formed. Zeke immediately grabbed the trunk of a huge tree, tore it straight out of the ground, and used both his raw physical strength and that newly learned technique to send the entire tree flying toward the monster. As he watched the massive trunk cut through the air, Zeke admitted that the result was not bad at all. He decided he had made the right choice learning it because with his current body, this technique would clearly be useful, the nurturing dragon throwing arts. To Zeke, the basic L-Dragon combat manuals had been given to the children as preparation for the exam. The nurturing dragon combat arts, just like the strike dragon combat arts, did not contain flashy battle techniques, but instead focused on fundamental movements, source power flow, and simple instructional principles. Even so, those basics were exactly what Zeke needed right now. In his previous life, he had been a long-range fighter with a body that could also match melee combatants, so these foundational arts suited him far better than anyone else might expect. But Zeke quickly understood that throwing a single tree would not be enough to finish the monster. So without wasting another second, he pushed off again and continued running toward Lycus' location. Langus still looked stunned by Zeke's sudden arrival, but he quickly snapped back to the situation and asked if everyone was all right. Langus confirmed that they had survived, but he immediately said that was not the real issue anymore. The bigger problem was the golem in front of them. Zeke's eyes gleamed when he repeated the word golem, finally learning what the creature was called. He found it strange, because although he could clearly sense its presence, he could not detect any life force inside it. Then the golem rose again and charged straight at Zeke, making like a shout in warning while Langus cried out that the creature was extremely dangerous. But even as the golem unleashed a heavy attack, Zeke simply caught its fist with one hand. Feeling the hardness of its body, he remarked that it truly was tough, and quickly realized he would need to use aura if he wanted to slowly break through its defenses. With a sharp swing of his arm, Zeke pushed the golem's fist away like it was nothing more than a heavy obstacle. Then he casually remarked that defeating it through ordinary methods would be far too boring. Laika could only stare at him in exasperation, saying that Zeke was reckless no matter what situation he was in. Langus, meanwhile, could hardly believe what he was hearing, because their group had nearly died fighting this monster, yet Zeke was calling the battle boring. When the golem prepared to attack Zeke once more, he studied its movements and noted that its massive size alone made it dangerous. A body that large could crush most opponents with pure weight and force. Even so, Zeke did not step back. He raised both arms and blocked the incoming blow head-on, and the collision erupted with enough force to shake the surrounding ground. While holding back the golem's attack, Zeke glanced at the others and stated that this place was too dangerous for them to remain in. If they stayed close, the battlefield itself would put them at risk. Lycus group immediately understood what he meant. Without arguing, they hurried away from the center of the fight, retreating as fast as they could to clear the battlefield. Once they had moved far enough away, Zeke shifted his stance, built up his momentum, and hurled the golem with tremendous force, sending its massive body crashing off into the distance. As the creature smashed away from him, Zeke looked at it with sharp interest and commented that its outer shell really was incredibly durable. Then he gathered aura into his fist and rushed forward after it. As he closed the distance, Zeke said he wanted to find out whether the inside of the golem's body was just as tough as the outside. Zeke leaped high into the air, his body cutting above the battlefield as he prepared his next strike. Looking down at the golem, he declared that it was time to test how hard its interior really was. Then he activated the first form of the Dragon Destruction combat arts, Burst World. His attack slammed into the monster, and the impact erupted into a massive explosion that swallowed the golem in destructive force. In Zeke's mind, there was no point dragging the fight out by slowly chipping away at the golem's defenses. It would be far better to use Burst World to force source power directly into its body and destroy it from the inside. Once Zeke confirmed that his plan had worked and the attack had done exactly what he intended, his face lit up with satisfaction. He was thrilled, saying that fighting this way made the battle much more enjoyable. 1 month later, at the main building of the L-Dragon estate, Zeke was in a terrible mood. His training had been interrupted, and he irritably questioned why he had been summoned there in the first place. By then, the 1-month exam on Poison Dragon Mountain had come to a safe conclusion. After the 3-star golem attack, no other major incidents had occurred, and the rest of the exam proceeded without serious trouble. The 7-year-old class, however, had been heavily reduced, with only 30% of the original members remaining after enduring Poison Dragon Mountain's brutal environment. But because those survivors had been forced to face constant danger and stand on the edge of death, that remaining 30% achieved strong results and successfully reached the 1-star level. And once the exam finally came to an end, Zeke L-Dragon was not given much time to settle back into his routine. Instead, he was directly summoned by Balza L-Dragon, the head of the L-Dragon family himself. As Zeke and Freya Winsick walked down one of the long hallways inside the main estate, Zeke casually asked what the family head even wanted from him. Freya immediately looked displeased by how casually he said it, and she corrected him, insisting that he should address Balza properly as Master Head. Zeke, however, only argued that it was basically the same thing. Freya already had a clear idea of why Zeke had been called in, and the answer was almost painfully obvious to her. Still, she explained that this summons was because of everything he had done during the exam, and in her eyes, Zeke had brought the trouble entirely on himself. When Zeke asked if this was really all because of his behavior, Freya did not hesitate for even a moment. She confirmed it immediately, making it clear that there was no other reason anyone needed. Freya then reminded him that the upperclassmen's role in the exam had been to attack the lowerclassmen and steal their crystal orbs. But Zeke, despite being one of the lowerclassmen, had completely flipped that expectation around by attacking the upperclassmen first, something nobody had prepared for. Freya added that because of Zeke's actions, not a single upperclassman had successfully taken a crystal orb from any lowerclassman, forcing the upperclassmen to retake the entire exam. Zeke argued that no rule had forbidden him from attacking them, but Freya answered that no one had ever imagined a lowerclassman would actually have the nerve to challenge the upperclassmen. All Freya could do was sigh in exhaustion. Turning her face away for a moment, she told Zeke that his terrible attitude needed to be fixed before he stood in front of the master head. Freya warned Zeke again, stressing that he needed to correct both his attitude and the way he spoke, especially once he was speaking directly to the master head. But Zeke simply asked why it mattered, and Freya bluntly replied that even if he was still a child, that mouth of his could very easily get him killed. She said she did not want to stand there and watch him get executed by his own father just because he could not control his behavior. Zeke, on the other hand, only remarked that if Balza would do something like that, then he must be quite the violent man. When they finally arrived at the door, Freya immediately knocked. Standing straight, she addressed Balza as Master Head, introduced herself as Freya Winsick of the Black Dragon Corps, and reported that they had come in response to his summons. From inside the room, Balza's serious voice answered them. His tone was calm but heavy as he gave them permission to enter. Freya opened the door and stepped inside with Zeke following behind her. The moment they entered, she formally announced that she had brought Zeke as ordered by the Master Head. Balza was still writing at his desk, his hand moving steadily across the page. Then, without warning, he lifted his eyes toward Zeke and asked in a grave tone why he had attacked the upperclassmen during the examination. Zeke went quiet for a short moment, as if tired of hearing the same question again and again. Then, instead of giving a direct answer, he asked his father whether attacking the upperclassmen during the exam had actually been forbidden. When Balza asked what he meant, Zeke explained himself plainly. The condition for passing had been to survive 1 month on Poison Dragon Mountain while protecting their crystal orbs, and other than that, he had never been told about any additional rules. So from Zeke's point of view, he had simply acted within the rules that had been given to him and used the exam period however he saw fit. He added that if there were actions they truly wanted to prohibit, then they should have made those restrictions clear before the exam began. The moment Freya heard Zeke speak that way, fear and anxiety rushed through her. She immediately shouted at him, demanding to know what he thought he was saying and why he would dare speak like that in front of the Master Head. At that instant, Balza's eyes narrowed sharply, and a terrifying dragon aura poured out from him. The pressure struck the room so heavily that Freya dropped to her knees, thinking in horror that the Master Head's aura was strong enough to kill Zeke. But what happened next went completely against what Freya expected. Zeke remained standing exactly where he was, calm and unmoved, as if Balza's pressure had not affected him at all. Not only that, Zeke even told Balza to stop trying to intimidate him because it was starting to get extremely annoying. Balza's face darkened at once, his expression twisting with both shock and irritation. While Freya was still frozen on her knees, Zeke asked whether Balza had really called him all the way here just to ask such pointless questions. Balza then demanded to know how Zeke had done it, but Zeke only tilted the conversation back at him, asking what exactly he meant. Balza said the reports claimed that Zeke had not only defeated the upperclassmen, but had also taken down a 3-star golem. On top of that, he wanted to know how Zeke could still stand there so calmly after being exposed to such intense pressure from him. Then Balza's stare grew even colder as he demanded the truth. He wanted to know how a mere child born out of wedlock had somehow obtained such incomprehensible strength and power. Zeke simply asked if Balza truly wanted to know the reason behind his strength. Then he answered as if it were the simplest thing in the world, saying the only reason was that he was Zeke. Balza furrowed his brows in frustration, while Zeke's gaze sharpened, completely standing by his arrogant answer. For a moment, the two of them only stared at each other in silence. Then Balza finally spoke, saying that Zeke's personality really was just as awful as the reports had claimed, but even so, he would reward him for defeating the golem. Balza then told Zeke that he was allowed to choose what he wanted as his reward. He could either take one item of his choice from the dragon treasury, or he could be granted access to the 2nd floor of the Dragon Hall. Freya, still trying to process what she was hearing, silently wondered why Balza was rewarding Zeke at all. Freya knew exactly how valuable both places were. The Dragon Hall and the Dragon Treasury held rare treasures gathered by the Eldragon family for over 1,000 years, ever since the time of the patriarch Gilfaz Eldragon. The Dragon Hall contained all kinds of books, including techniques that were now considered forbidden, while the Dragon Treasury stored relics left behind by previous heads of the Eldragon family, including legendary weapons, spirit medicines, artifacts, and items from many different eras. Those two facilities also protected the Eldragon family's secret treasures, which was why they were guarded so strictly. Only a very small number of people were ever allowed inside, and anyone who wanted to reach the second floor or beyond in the Dragon Hall had to show truly outstanding results. Freya could hardly believe it. Even after all the disrespect Zeke had shown toward his own father, Master Balza still seemed to regard him as an exceptional child. Zeke then said that if Balza was going to reward him anyway, there was no need to be stingy and force him to choose, so he asked why he could not just have access to both the Dragon Hall and the Dragon Treasury. Balza firmly answered that Zeke could only pick one. Then he dismissed them, saying they were free to leave. But Zeke suddenly pointed at him, unable to believe the conversation was already ending, and said he still had plenty of things he wanted to say. That was more than enough to make Freya snap into action. She grabbed Zeke by the collar and started dragging him away, forcing a cheerful tone as she said it was a great honor for him to receive a reward directly from the Master Head, and that she understood his orders, so they would now take their leave. As Freya turned her back and pulled Zeke toward the exit, Zeke said that if this was how things were ending, then there was just one final thing he wanted to say to Balza. He told him that as long as he kept killing off his own emotions the way he was now, he would never become any stronger no matter what he tried. Balza was stunned by those words and released his aura once again. But this time, he immediately realized something unbelievable. His dragon aura had been suppressed by the divine dragon presence within Zeke. Freya trembled and urgently told Zeke to keep quiet. After they finally left Balza's room, Zeke's father remained seated in silence, questioning to himself what kind of presence he had just felt from that child. Meanwhile, as they exited the main hall, Freya could no longer hold herself back. She shouted at Zeke, asking what had been going through his mind, why he had been so rude to the Master Head, and whether he had ignored every warning she had given him before they entered Balza's room. Zeke merely asked what she was talking about and claimed that he had done everything he could to restrain himself so he could behave properly in front of Balza. Freya could only stare at him and ask if that was really what he called holding back, and why he could speak politely to instructors and even to her, yet act so disrespectfully toward the head of the family. Zeke answered without making a big deal of it, saying that Balza was his father, so naturally the way he spoke to him was different. Seeing both Zeke's strange abilities and his impossible personality, Freya could only admit that he truly was not an ordinary child. Her gaze sharpened as she asked him who he really was. Zeke looked back at her and asked if she was seriously asking who he was. Then, just like always, he said he was Zeke, leaving Freya completely speechless. In Freya's mind, every member like them had been made to drink ancient dragon blood as infants. Because of that, they should not have been able to defy the Master Head, especially since Balza possessed the power of the Dragon King, a superior species among all ancient dragons. By all logic, even Zeke should not have been able to oppose him. That was why Freya could not stop wondering what kind of child Zeke truly was, especially after seeing him stand so calmly before the Master Head. When she fell silent, Zeke asked if something was wrong, but she said there was nothing, while secretly deciding that she needed to investigate Zeke's birth records thoroughly. Freya then asked which reward Zeke planned to choose, explaining once more that he could either enter the Dragon Hall up to the second floor or enter the Dragon Treasury and take any item he wanted. But he could only choose one. When Zeke asked again whether he could have both, Freya firmly said no, leaving him with no choice but to choose the Dragon Hall because it contained knowledge. Zeke thought to himself that what he lacked most right now was an understanding of the current era. For the moment, he wanted to learn about the new medicines and tools that had been created over the past 1,000 years, but since he was limited to only one reward, he had to prioritize. At that moment, Langus arrived, his face full of disbelief. He could hardly accept that they were actually going to be allowed into the Dragon Hall of the Eldragon family. When Zeke asked if he was happy about it, Langus immediately said yes. He explained that the Strike Dragon combat arts and Nurturing Dragon Spear arts he had learned were already incredible, and now he would have the chance to study even greater martial arts from the Dragon Hall. To him, receiving such an amazing reward just for passing the exam felt almost unreal. Soon after, Laika arrived as well, clearly excited as she wondered how much knowledge she could absorb before their time ran out. She said she would need to read with everything she had. When Zeke asked if there was a time limit inside the Dragon Hall, Laika explained that even though they were only allowed onto the first floor, the basic rules were the same as the upper levels. Laika told him that each person was permitted to borrow one book from the Dragon Hall. But while they were inside, They could read as many other books as they wanted until their time expired. Because of that, how they managed every moment in there would be extremely important. Zeke simply listened and answered that he understood. Then Laika mentioned that she had heard Zeke had been given a choice for his reward. Looking at him curiously, she asked why he chose the Dragon Hall instead of taking something from the Dragon Treasury. Based on what Laika knew about him, she had expected Zeke to pick the treasury without hesitation. Zeke replied that he had considered that option at first, but for where he was right now, knowledge mattered more to him than any treasure. Hearing Zeke's answer, Laika explained that the second floor of the Dragon Hall was on an entirely different level from the first. The books kept up there were far rarer, especially when it came to martial arts, and from what she had heard, the gap in quality between the floors was almost unbelievable. Even so, Laika still held her chin high and said she doubted there was any technique that could surpass her lightning greatsword arts. But while she was speaking with confidence, Zeke was simply staring ahead at the Dragon Hall, making Laika pause and ask if he was even listening to her. When they finally reached the Dragon Hall, the guardian waiting there calmly announced that they would be given 5 hours inside. He warned them to spend that time wisely and reminded them that once they entered, they were to remain quiet. Zeke was not sure whether 5 hours should be considered a long time or a short one in a place like this. Laika, however, told him that 5 hours was already very generous, since most people were only allowed 2 or 3 hours inside the Dragon Hall. Laika then said their first priority should be choosing which book they wanted to borrow, and only after that should they use the remaining time to read as many other books as possible. Langus mentioned that he had heard of gifted people who could read several books at once, but for now all he wanted was to find a martial arts book that truly suited him before the time limit ended. After they stepped into the Dragon Hall, Zeke looked around and commented that finding the right books among so many shelves would probably be harder than expected. Meanwhile, Langus and Celine were still frozen in awe, hardly able to believe they were really standing inside the legendary Dragon Hall and seeing its interior with their own eyes. Zeke, however, was already studying the place with growing interest. The sheer number of books was even greater than he had imagined, and a smile slowly appeared on his face as he wondered whether some new piece of knowledge here might actually be enough to surprise him. But after Zeke chose several books and began reading through them, his expression changed completely. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck him where he sat, because the information inside was far more shocking than he had expected. Soon, piles of books were stacked in front of him and scattered at his sides like a small mountain. Yet Zeke could still barely believe what he was reading about rifts, chaos, and something called magic. The flood of unfamiliar knowledge was so overwhelming that even Zeke's mind struggled to take it all in at once. Every page seemed to reveal something about the current world that he had never imagined. Eventually, Zeke simply lay down beside the books he had already finished, staring upward as he muttered that the things that had happened over the past 1,000 years were truly terrifying. More than anything else, Zeke could not believe what had happened to their world in just 1 millennium. According to the records he had found, the world had begun connecting to another realm through rifts, and 900 years ago, the dimensional wall was torn open for the first time when one of those rifts appeared. On the other side of that torn dimensional wall was a chaotic land, a world that people now called the Chaos Realm. Inside the Chaos Realm, terrifying monsters known as Chaos roamed freely, spreading danger through that strange and violent world. But that realm was not inhabited by monsters alone. There were also humans there, people who wielded powerful source power and continued fighting against the chaos in order to survive. When the Dragon family discovered the existence of those people, they formed an alliance with them and began working together in the long battle against the chaos. Through the bonds forged on the battlefield, and through countless battles fought side by side against the chaos, four powerful female warriors from the other world eventually married into the Dragon family. Those 4 women were Typhona, Fafnir, Levius, and Bahamut, and they became the founders of the 4 great Dragon branch families that still exist in the present day. As Zeke continued thinking through everything he had read, his mind drifted back to the anger boar he had killed in the forest. He remembered the strange black mist that had covered that monster, and then his thoughts moved to the lightning aura he had recently seen around Laika. Zeke had to admit that he truly knew almost nothing about either of those powers. Both the black mist from the anger boar and Laika's lightning aura seemed to come from the other world. But among all the new information he had found, the thing that caught Zeke's attention the most was magic. To him, it felt less like ordinary power and more like an advanced form of technology brought into their world by the people of the other world. His eyes began to shine with excitement as he looked around the shelves, wondering where the books about magic were being kept. Zeke could not understand why, after searching through so many books, he still had not found even a single volume that could actually teach him how to use magic. Normally, he would have expected books like that to be placed somewhere near the history section, especially since magic was so closely tied to the arrival of the other world. Then Zeke suddenly froze when a voice told him to stay quiet inside the Dragon Hall. He turned toward the sound and noticed a faint golden aura in the darker part of the hall, immediately wondering how he could hear someone speaking when he could not sense any actual presence nearby. That made him question whether it was truly just an ordinary voice at all. Perhaps this was what people called magic, a technique capable of transmitting sound while leaving no body or presence behind. Zeke slowly looked up toward the ceiling of the Dragon Hall, carefully checking the space above him. Even then, he still could not sense anything except the source power he had noticed earlier. Then, without warning, the books lying in front of him began to move on their own. The books floated up into the air one after another, and Zeke's eyes widened in complete shock. Unable to hold back his surprise, he cried out and demanded to know what was happening. But in the next moment, that shock turned into excitement as Zeke realized what he was seeing. Someone was using source power threads to manipulate the books and objects around him. His eyes gleamed as he called the technique fascinating. But when the mysterious voice told him to be quiet again, Zeke grabbed one of the floating books in midair and argued that there was no way he could stay calm in front of something so interesting. Then he demanded that whoever was speaking show themselves properly. However, the cloaked figure seated on the upper floor of the Dragon Hall gave him no answer. Instead, they used those source power threads again, and Zeke suddenly stiffened as he realized his entire body had been bound. In the very next instant, the mysterious cloaked figure threw Zeke down toward the first floor, coldly declaring that his time inside the Dragon Hall was already over. After being tossed out through the doors of the hall, Zeke rolled across the ground before quickly correcting his posture and landing properly. Even then, rather than looking defeated, he muttered that he had just discovered yet another thing he did not understand. As Zeke stood back up, he could not tell whether he was angry or simply thrilled by this new mystery. He demanded that the cloaked figure properly show him how the source power thread technique worked. But before he could continue, Langus hurried over in confusion and immediately asked what had happened to him. Laika arrived right after him, looking just as baffled. She asked what on earth Zeke had done inside the Dragon Hall for him to be forcibly thrown out like that. Zeke answered casually, saying that he had only gotten a little too excited. Then he quickly shifted the subject and asked how things had gone for them, and whether they had managed to find the books and techniques they wanted. Langus confirmed that he had found one. He said he borrowed a martial arts book called Cloudwater Spear Arts, and while he was inside, he believed he had already learned a few simple techniques from it. Celine said she had also managed to learn several techniques during their time inside. On top of that, she had borrowed a martial arts book called Windflower Sword Arts. Raymond explained that he had studied the L-Dragon-style Guardian Sword Arts while inside the hall, and the book he chose to borrow was also from the L-Dragon style, focusing specifically on Guardian Shield Arts. Zeke greeted their choices with an awkward expression, while inwardly realizing that every technique they had borrowed was something he had created in his past life merely as a pastime. When Zeke asked which book Laika had chosen, she smiled with clear satisfaction and said she had picked the Heavy Wave Great Sword Arts, a technique created by the first patriarch of the L-Dragon family. That patriarch was Gilfaz L-Dragon. In the present era, the technique was known as the revised and improved version of the Heavy Wave Great Sword Arts, modified by the 15th family head. Laika added that since she also possessed her family's hereditary martial arts, she could use the book for research and comparison. Zeke fell silent at that, realizing that yet another one of his old techniques had been revised by the 15th family head, just like his Dragon's Breath and Strike Dragon combat arts. He also remembered seeing many books inside the Dragon Hall connected to techniques he had created in the past. But now, most of those original versions had improved additions placed right alongside them. That made Zeke wonder whether the 15th family head was responsible for all of those improved versions. The more he learned, the more intriguing that person became to him. When Zeke glanced back toward the Dragon Hall, his thoughts had completely changed. At first, he had assumed entering the hall might become boring, but now he could hardly wait for the next chance to go back inside. 5 years later, Laika was walking down a hallway when she suddenly came to a stop. Looking around, she wondered where Zeke and Langus had gone. Just then, several of their classmates arrived and greeted Lady Laika politely. They informed her that Lord Zeke and the others were currently at the training ground, practicing as usual. Again, Laika Toporna L-Dragon muttered, sounding half exasperated and half unsurprised, before thanking her classmates. By this time, she had grown into a 12-year-old girl. When Laika reached the training ground, the first thing that caught her eye was Langus, Raymond, and Celine already in motion, circling in close and preparing to launch another attack on Zeke L-Dragon, who had now grown into a 12-year-old boy. At that same time, far away from the noise of clashing weapons, Balza L-Dragon sat in his office and received an urgent report about the sudden appearance of a special rift. Balza's gaze sharpened as he questioned the person delivering the information, asking whether the report could truly be trusted, and the answer came back at once with firm confirmation. The one giving the report was Ein, captain of the Black Dragon Corps, and he stated that after their investigation, they had estimated an 80% chance that water magic existed somewhere inside this newly emerged special rift. Balza's expression turned grim as he muttered that the rift had appeared in an extremely troublesome location, wondering why it had chosen that place out of every corner of their territory. Even so, with the possibility of magic water being so high, ignoring it was not an option. According to Balza, anyone who drank magic water could awaken as a mage, because the water gave the body a unique constitution, one capable of converting source power into an entirely different force known as mana. He went on to explain that once mana-based magic appeared in the world, it gave rise to techniques that had never existed before, and at the same time, it threw the major houses into brutal territorial conflicts over the sources of magic water, the magic springs. In this age ruled by magic, the number of mages a house possessed directly reflected the strength of its military power. But inside El Dragon territory, there was not even a single magic spring to rely on. For a house like the El Dragon family, which had no magic springs of its own, there was only one path left if they wanted magic water. They had to conquer special rifts and seize it for themselves. At the moment, the El Dragon family had very few mages, and even counting Balza himself, every single one of them was a battle-worn veteran who had earned magic water through the conquest of dangerous special rifts. Even with those veterans, their numbers were still being crushed by rival houses that possessed their own magic springs. That was exactly why conquering special rifts had become one of House El Dragon's most urgent and important missions. But as Ein had already reported, the place where this special rift had appeared made everything more complicated, because it had emerged in the abundant dragon forest, a location that was far from simple. In fact, only a few days earlier, there had even been a small border skirmish in the nearby region, leaving the area tense and unstable. The abundant dragon forest itself was a vast woodland, dense and sprawling, with most of its land lying inside El Dragon territory. However, the problem was that a portion of that same forest stretched beyond their borders and reached into the lands of another house. The ones who claimed a broader right over the forest, calling it the Great Abundant Forest, were none other than the Cerberus family. Ein added that the rift's core had definitely appeared within El Dragon land, but judging from its size and exact position, the special domain forming around it could very well spread into Cerberus territory. And knowing those mongrels, there was a very real chance they would catch the scent of it and come rushing in like a pack. Balza coldly remarked that their noses were the only thing they were good for, and whether they liked it or not, the Cerberus family would eventually detect the special rift. That meant the El Dragon family had no choice but to begin preparing while assuming that a clash with the Cerberus family was already inevitable. Because this was a special rift, both sides would have limited ways to interfere, but they still needed to move before the Cerberus family fully caught on. With that decided, Balza immediately ordered Ein to contact every dragon's nest without delay and declared that a selection exam would be held as soon as possible. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, Laika watched the chaos in front of her and remarked that Langus and the others really did throw everything they had into each training session with Zeke. At the center of all that pressure, Zeke stood perfectly calm, his posture steady as he quietly waited for their attacks to reach him. Then Langus, Raymond, and Celine struck at the same time from different directions, closing in around Zeke all at once. Zeke's face grew serious as he strengthened his body and accepted every one of their blows head-on. With the sharp point of Langus's spear pressing so hard into Zeke's cheek that it nearly dug into the skin, Zeke calmly told them their teamwork was good, but Langus was using too much raw force, and that was ruining the real strength of spear arts. At that time, Langus was still only 11 years old, yet he was already pushing himself with all the desperation of someone trying to prove he belonged there. Then Zeke turned his attention to Celine, who was 12, and advised her that she was relying too heavily on speed and the number of strikes. Her attacks came quickly, but they lacked weight, so she needed to find a better balance. As for Raymond, who was also 12, Zeke acknowledged that his movements and shield handling were solid and correct. Even so, he pointed out that all three of them were still too passive, and told them they needed to get more comfortable taking the initiative and attacking. Without giving them much time to rest, Zeke simply told them once again to come at him and try another round. Langus immediately rushed forward again, spear in hand, and Laika could only stare at the sight before muttering that their training was still completely insane no matter how many times she watched it. When Zeke asked what part of it seemed so crazy to her, Laika shot back that letting himself get struck with a bare body, without even using source power, was obviously madness. Zeke only looked at her as if she had said something strange and asked what she was talking about, insisting that this was simply the proper way for him to train. Then, while flexing the muscles beneath his shirt and calling out toward Laika, Zeke proudly told her to witness the results of his hard work. Thanks to this kind of training, he said, his body had become durable even without relying on source power. Laika complained that if he was going to talk, he should at least have them stop attacking first. But the moment those words left her mouth, Langus came in from behind Zeke and drove a powerful spear strike straight into him. Langus loudly told Laika to watch his attack carefully, so she could understand just how ridiculous Zeke's body really was. Laika shut her eyes, grabbed her head, and muttered that every single one of them was abnormal, because Zeke refused to defend himself properly while Langus and the others kept striking him with full force. Raymond suddenly asked how Zeke could have such unbelievable defense without using source power, while Celine added that something like this felt far too mysterious to be explained as a normal human body. Laika told them not to group Zeke together with ordinary humans, because he clearly did not belong in that category. Then she asked whether they knew what the older students used to call him, revealing that Zeke had earned the name of the East Hall's demon child. Zeke immediately asked whether that title was supposed to be an insult, then shifted his attention back to Laika and asked why she had come to see them in the first place, wondering if she intended to join their training. Laika answered that training was fine and she did not mind it, but before that, there was something important she wanted to tell Zeke. When Zeke asked what she meant, Laika explained that it looked like they would soon be meeting children from the other dragon's nests, and much earlier than any of them had expected. Langus visibly stiffened in shock at the news, while Raymond said he had always assumed that day would come eventually. He just had not expected it to happen so soon, and now it seemed the time to meet them had finally arrived. Celine wondered if this was connected to the next test, but Laika shook off the question by saying that even she did not know the exact details yet. Zeke then asked where Laika had heard such rumors, and she answered that she had simply been paying attention to the instructors, watching their conversations, their movements, and the way they had been acting. Zeke admitted that he had never bothered watching those kinds of things, especially not the way Laika always seemed to notice gossip, rumors, and small changes among the instructors. Laika told him that whether he paid attention or not, they needed to stay careful because the West Hall had that guy. By that guy, she meant another candidate for the next head of the family, someone standing alongside herself and Zeke in the struggle for succession. Zeke did not look worried at all. Instead, a faint spark of interest appeared in him as he said that now things were starting to sound fun. A few days later, the students of the East Dragon's Nest were all gathered together inside the arena, filling the space with a tense and expectant atmosphere. Among them were several students who had not been properly introduced before, standing out in the crowd as new faces among the familiar ones. Zeke noticed that everyone had been called into the arena without any separation by grade, and Laika agreed beside him, adding that just as she had warned earlier, they were about to meet students from the other dragon's nests. After a little while, the noisy crowd of students suddenly went still. Freya Winsick had arrived, and the moment she stepped in, her sharp command cut through the air, forcing everyone to close their mouths and settle down at once. When every student had finally lined up neatly in front of her, Freya Winsick stood before them and announced that, in 3 days, they would be crossing blades with the children from the other dragon's nests. Freya Winsick made it clear once again, leaving no room for confusion. 3 days from now, their opponents would be the children raised in the other dragon's nests, the places more commonly known among them as the dragon's halls. The moment those words left Freya Winsick's mouth, restless whispers began spreading through the students like ripples across water. Many of them could hardly believe what they had just heard. Facing students from another dragon's hall was not supposed to happen casually. As far as they knew, clashes between different dragon's halls were usually reserved for the graduation exams, so everyone began wondering why such a serious match was suddenly being arranged now. Freya Winsick calmly explained that there were several reasons behind the decision, but the finer details were not something she could reveal to them yet. Then, as the students listened even more closely, she added one more important point. Whoever managed to win these matches would be assigned a special mission. The instant Zeke L. Dragon heard the words, special mission, his eyes sharpened with interest, almost glowing with excitement. He began wondering whether this mission would actually be valuable enough to make the fight worthwhile. And the more he thought about it, the more entertaining the whole situation seemed to become. Freya Winsick continued by explaining the format of the matches. It would be an elimination-style competition, and each side, the East Hall, West Hall, South Hall, and North Hall, would choose 7 participants to represent them. She then added that the students would not be handed a list of fighters by the instructors. Instead, they had to decide the competitors themselves, and the entire selection had to be settled before the day was over. One of the upperclassmen quickly spoke up, asking Freya Winsick whether the 7 fighters would be chosen only from among the upperclassmen. Freya did not answer directly at first. Instead, she looked at him and asked why he thought she had gathered every student from their hall in one place. Then she made it clear that the participants would be selected from every grade, not just the upper ranks. That answer immediately left several upperclassmen staring in disbelief. Their expressions stiffened, and they began questioning what the lowerclassmen could possibly contribute in a battle against students from the other dragon's halls. To them, the answer was obvious. They believed there was not a single lowerclassman who could stand on equal ground with the upperclassmen, because in their eyes, every lowerclassman was still weak and unqualified. Freya Winsick did not bother arguing with them. Before turning to leave, she bluntly stated that she did not care how they settled it. All that mattered was that they decided everything among themselves by the end of the day. The moment Freya Winsick walked away, one of the upperclassmen named Rick suddenly raised his voice. He shouted toward the lowerclassmen, demanding that every one of them listen carefully to what he had to say. Rick declared without hesitation that all 7 fighters would be selected from the upperclassmen. Then, with an arrogant look, he asked whether any lowerclassmen had a problem with that decision. Laika Toporna L. Dragon immediately shouted back, refusing to let his words pass. She said she absolutely had a problem with Rick deciding things on his own. In her eyes, it was only natural that the lowerclassmen should also be considered, because they had just as much right to take part in the battle as anyone else. Rick turned his gaze toward Laika Toporna L. Dragon with a mocking smile curling across his face. Instead of taking her seriously, he told her that she seemed to be misunderstanding something. According to Rick, what they were discussing was not bloodline, status, or noble standing. It was ability. Then he added that no matter how impressive Laika Toporna L. Dragon's bloodline might be, in a contest decided by skill, that alone meant absolutely nothing. Laika Toporna L. Dragon did not back down. She slowly stepped toward Rick, her posture steady and her gaze locked onto him, as a powerful aura suddenly burst out from around her body. Then Laika Toporna L. Dragon revealed her 3 stars in front of everyone. With that strength now clear for all to see, she asked Rick whether ability was truly the standard they were using to decide who would fight the other Dragon's Halls of the Dragon's Nest. The upperclassmen were left stunned on the spot. Their eyes widened as they struggled to accept what they were seeing, because Laika Toporna L. Dragon had already reached the 3-star level. Some of them had only heard rumors that Laika Toporna L. Dragon was still at 2 stars, so the sudden reveal threw them completely off balance. They began muttering among themselves, wondering how she had advanced so quickly. Laika Toporna L. Dragon simply stated that she agreed with Rick on one point. If strength and ability were what mattered most, then those should be the standards used to choose who would fight against the other Dragon's Halls. Then Laika Toporna L. Dragon raised her voice and directly challenged Rick, asking whether there were truly 7 upperclassmen stronger than her. And if there were not, then the lowerclassmen had to be included in the selection. Rick's face twisted with irritation and anger, but for a moment, he could not answer her. In the end, he could only claim that Lady Laika was stronger than the other upperclassmen because her bloodline was special. Even so, Rick stubbornly insisted that Laika Toporna L. Dragon was the only exception. Aside from her, he said, there was not a single lowerclassman capable of standing against the upperclassmen, and he dismissed the rest of them as nothing but trash. That was when Zeke L. Dragon suddenly cut in and told him he was being far too noisy. Rick's anger immediately turned toward Zeke L. Dragon. Furious, he demanded that Zeke repeat what he had just said. Zeke, without the slightest trace of fear, calmly repeated it in an even more mocking tone, telling Rick that he was loud, annoying, and making far too much noise. That only made Rick's temper flare even hotter. Zeke L. Dragon then asked Rick in a calm voice whether he truly believed every lowerclassman was weak, and whether the upperclassmen really saw them all as nothing more than trash. Rick fell silent for a moment, stunned by the sudden pressure in Zeke's words, as Zeke's expression shifted and a powerful aura surged outward from him. With that same steady pressure hanging in the air, Zeke L. Dragon asked whether the upperclassmen would agree to a simple solution. Let everyone fight it out until only 7 students remained standing. Laika Toporna L. Dragon immediately grabbed her head as if Zeke's suggestion had given her an instant headache. She said that his idea was a serious problem and pointed out that it was far too violent. Then she quickly stepped in to explain what she had actually been trying to propose. Instead of turning the selection into an all-out brawl, Laika Toporna L. Dragon suggested holding preliminaries for anyone who wanted to participate. That way, every student who wished to compete in 3 days could enter, regardless of grade. She then looked toward the upperclassmen and asked what they thought of that arrangement. If they were truly so confident in their own abilities, she added, then letting the lowerclassmen join the preliminaries should not be a problem at all. Rick eventually agreed to Laika Toporna L. Dragon's proposal, though his expression made it clear he thought the whole thing was pointless. To him, it was nothing more than a waste of valuable time they should have been spending on training. As the upperclassmen began turning away, Rick glanced back over his shoulder at Laika Toporna L. Dragon and Zeke L. Dragon. Once they had moved off, Laika turned to Zeke and asked whether he planned to enter the preliminaries, and Zeke immediately confirmed that he would. Zeke L. Dragon then added that Langus, Celine, and Raymond should take part in the preliminaries as well, making it sound as if the decision had already been made. The 3 of them were visibly caught off guard. Langus reacted first, quickly asking Zeke L. Dragon if he was actually serious about making them enter the preliminaries and fight against the upperclassmen. Zeke L. Dragon answered without even a moment of hesitation. To him, there was no question about it, they were joining. He reminded them that they had been training under him all this time. If they could not show the results of that training now, when the chance was right in front of them, then he asked when they would ever be able to prove themselves. Celine admitted that the pressure of fighting upperclassmen was almost overwhelming, while Raymond took a more practical approach. Since Zeke L. Dragon had already decided, Raymond said, the only thing they could do now was give everything they had in the preliminaries. Laika Toporna L. Dragon then said it looked like she would once again be fighting alongside her teammates. With that, she turned toward the other lowerclassmen and asked if anyone else wanted to join the preliminaries. But the rest of them were clearly too nervous. They whispered anxiously among themselves, saying they had no chance of beating the upperclassmen, especially when some of those opponents had already reached the 3-star level. Hearing their frightened whispers, Zeke L. Dragon let out a sigh and asked why his fellow lowerclassmen had so little motivation. He told them that fighting stronger opponents was exactly when they could gain the most. And for the moment, he said, he wanted to personally see what the upperclassmen's so-called abilities were really worth. The upperclassmen began drawing their weapons, speaking among themselves with annoyed expressions. They complained that the selfishness of the lowerclassmen these days was becoming a real headache. No matter how hard the lowerclassmen struggled, they believed there was no possible way they could defeat them. As Langus and the others gathered together, their bodies tense and trembling from the anxiety of facing upperclassmen, one of the older students mocked them by saying they should take it easy on the lowerclassmen. Another upperclassman laughed in agreement, adding that aside from Lady Laika, the rest of them were practically babies who had only reached the 2-star level. Zeke L. Dragon noticed the uneasy looks on Langus and the others' faces. He asked why they all looked so gloomy and whether they were worried about the fight. Langus immediately admitted that they were, saying their opponents were all 3-star upperclassmen, so it was only natural for them to feel nervous. Zeke L. Dragon calmly reminded them that they had spent the past 5 years training hard with him. Through all that time, they had endured his lessons, sharpened their skills, and performed well in their training. Because of that, Zeke L. Dragon told them they needed to trust themselves more. They had already put in the work, and now they had to believe that effort meant something. Celine and Raymond visibly straightened after hearing Zeke L. Dragon's reminder, their spirits lifted by his confidence in them. Langus, however, still could not completely shake off the nervousness twisting inside him as the upcoming fight drew closer. Suddenly, one of the upperclassmen shouted at them to stop chatting. He snapped that they were wasting precious time, and that upperclassmen did not have the luxury of standing around while lowerclassmen talked among themselves. He then told them to hurry up and start the fight already, saying the upperclassmen would personally teach the lowerclassmen exactly where they belonged. But less than a minute after the fight began, the spectators were staring in disbelief. No one could understand what they were seeing, and confused voices immediately broke out around the arena. People began questioning how the lowerclassmen had managed to defeat the upperclassmen so easily. Some wondered if the upperclassmen were simply weaker than usual this year, but others quickly denied it. The upperclassmen were not weak, they said. The problem was that the lowerclassmen standing against them were absolute monsters. Zeke L. Dragon watched the result with a wide, satisfied smile spreading across his face. Clearly delighted by how the battle had turned out, he immediately praised Langus and the others, congratulating them for proving themselves so decisively. In Zeke L. Dragon's eyes, Langus had clearly improved. His deflection techniques were no longer clumsy or hesitant, and the way he spotted tiny openings in his opponent's movements had become much sharper than before. Celine had also grown remarkably steady with the multi-strike windflower sword arts, handling each flowing attack with far more control than expected. Raymond impressed Zeke as well, smoothly shifting between his shield techniques and sword arts without losing rhythm. To Zeke L. Dragon, the results of their training were already shining through beautifully. If they continued gaining confidence through real battles like this, then that experience would only make them even stronger from here on. Zeke L. Dragon also noticed that Laika Toporna L. Dragon had grown even more powerful. With her lightning aura surging around her, she could overwhelm an opponent in a single decisive strike before they even had time to react. While the other upperclassmen were still frozen in disbelief, struggling to process the speed and ferocity of the fight they had just witnessed, Laika Toporna L. Dragon calmly remarked that defeating her opponent so decisively was only fair. After all, someone needed to teach them a proper lesson for acting so arrogant. Rick, however, simply could not accept what had happened. His face twisted with denial as he insisted there was no way 3-star upperclassmen should ever lose to 2-star lowerclassmen. At that moment, Zeke L. Dragon began walking toward him. With a calm but cutting tone, he told Rick that he was being naive, because even after witnessing the outcome with his own eyes, he was still spouting meaningless nonsense. As Zeke L. Dragon closed the distance, he explained that age and the number of stars were nothing more than indicators. In an actual fight, those labels did not decide everything. The only ones who truly proved their strength were the ones who stood victorious at the end. Zeke L. Dragon then added that if the upperclassmen were weak, then naturally they would lose. It was that simple, and there was no need to dress it up with excuses. Rick suddenly snapped, pointing his finger straight at Zeke L. Dragon as he shouted and called him stupid. He insisted that the number of stars represented power itself, asking if Zeke did not even understand something so basic. But Zeke remained completely calm and replied that whether Rick had stars or not, if his heart was destroyed, he would die all the same. Rick went quiet for a brief moment as Zeke L. Dragon told him not to lose sight of what strength truly meant. In combat, strength was not about titles, age, or numbers. It came down to one thing only: whether a person could win or not. Rick's silence did not last long. He shouted again, telling Zeke L. Dragon to shut his mouth, then demanded to know exactly who Zeke thought he was speaking to. Rick barked that he was an upperclassman, and that a brat like Zeke L. Dragon had no right to twist logic and act clever in front of him. He claimed he had only been holding back because the lowerclassmen were just children. But after hearing Zeke's words, it was too late for regrets. From that point on, he would no longer go easy on him. Zeke L. Dragon simply answered that he had already grown tired of trading words. He said children should act like children and move their bodies before running their mouths. Since only the two of them were left in the arena, he told Rick to show the martial arts he was so proud of, and to prove just how much training he had actually done. Those words made Rick's anger boil over completely. His face tightened with rage as he shouted at Zeke L. Dragon, warning him not to underestimate him. Without wasting another second, Rick kicked off the ground and charged straight ahead, unleashing his great strength technique with full force. He poured every bit of power he had into that attack, pushing forward as if he meant to crush Zeke L. Dragon in one blow. But before Rick's attack could even reach him, Zeke L. Dragon's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light. In the next instant, Zeke drove a single punch into Rick's face, sending him flying across the arena before anyone could fully react. After launching Rick away, Zeke L. Dragon even let out a laugh and casually said that Rick really had trained well. That remark made the entire audience fall into complete silence. Rick, still kneeling on the ground after being blown back, stayed silent as well, unable to say anything in response. The other students quickly found themselves agreeing with Laika Toporna L. Dragon's reaction. For Zeke L. Dragon to say Rick had trained well after ending the fight so instantly was honestly ridiculous. After all, Rick had been defeated before he could even properly show the results of all the training he had gone through at the Dragon's Nest. Meanwhile, over at the West Hall training grounds, the atmosphere was completely different. Students could be seen groaning in pain, clutching their arms, ribs, shoulders, and other injured places after the battle they had just endured. A man watching them let out a deep, disappointed sigh. Looking over the battered students sprawled around the training grounds, he coldly said that every single one of them was useless. This man was none other than Venial Fafnir Eldragon, one of the candidates competing to become the next head of the family. As a member of the Eldragon bloodline, Venial Fafnir Eldragon carried himself with the confidence of someone who already believed that position belonged within his reach. Soon after, more students arrived at the training grounds. One of them stepped forward and addressed him respectfully as Lord Venial. The student then reported that the selection on their side had already been completed. The one giving the report was Alan, Venial Fafnir Eldragon's right-hand man and a 3-star fighter. Standing behind him were the other 3-star students who had passed the selection, including Retin, who was only 12 years old. Venial Fafnir Eldragon immediately noticed Retin among them and called him forward. With clear interest, he asked whether Retin was truly already at the 3-star level despite still being a lowerclassman. When Retin confirmed it, Venial Fafnir Eldragon gave him a satisfied look and praised him, saying he liked competent people like him. Venial Fafnir Eldragon then added that if Retin proved useful, he would personally make him one of his subordinates. Retin immediately bowed his head and thanked Venial Fafnir Eldragon. Inside, he was thrilled, thinking that Lord Venial had finally recognized his strength. With Lord Venial leading them, Retin was convinced there was no way the West Hall would lose to the other halls. Retin also believed that if they achieved outstanding results during the special mission, then Lord Venial would surely become the next head of the Eldragon family. And once that happened, Retin imagined himself rising with him, becoming a direct subordinate of the family head. Alan then stepped closer to Venial Fafnir Eldragon and said there was something he needed to report. When Venial asked what it was, Alan lowered his voice and whispered that Lady Laika would apparently be participating on the East Hall selection team. The news immediately made Venial Fafnir Eldragon scratch his head in irritation. Annoyance spread clearly across his face, as he muttered that Laika Toporna L. Dragon was an endlessly troublesome pest to him. Even so, Venial Fafnir Eldragon stood up and brushed the matter aside. He said it did not matter how excellent Laika might be, because in the end, they would be the ones to win. Venial Fafnir Eldragon declared again that they would win, complete the special mission, and prove to his older brothers that the seat of the next family head truly belonged to him. When the day of the selection finally arrived, all of the participants gathered together, along with students from the Dragon's Nest and the various Dragon's Halls who had come to watch. Because the arena was packed with so many students, Langus could not hide his nervousness. He looked around at the huge crowd and quietly muttered that there were far too many people gathered there. Laika Toporna L-Dragon explained that most of the students from the different halls had come to witness the selection. She then added that, since some children had already dropped out during the exams, the number of students had actually been greatly reduced by now, asking Langus if he agreed. Langus did not answer her out loud. Instead, he quietly thought to himself that Laika Toporna L-Dragon was right. The ones who had dropped out of the dragon's nest were no longer here, because they had been labeled pseudo-dragons, just like his father. Laika Toporna L-Dragon immediately noticed the sadness crossing Langus's face. Trying to pull him out of those thoughts, she quickly changed the subject and patted him on the back, telling him that what mattered now was that they had been chosen as representatives of the East Hall, and that they should be proud of that. Langus quickly nodded in agreement. Gathering himself, he said he would do everything he could in the upcoming selection. Not long after that, they noticed Zeke L-Dragon standing quietly among the other participants, unusually still as he observed the crowd around him. When they approached him, Langus immediately asked if something was wrong. Laika Toporna L-Dragon also remarked that Zeke L-Dragon seemed strangely quiet today. Zeke answered that nothing was wrong at all. He was simply measuring the fighting strength of the students gathered around him. Suddenly, Langus nearly collapsed in shock when a loud voice rang out nearby, praising Zeke L-Dragon and saying that, as expected of Lord Zeke, he could even do something like that. When Zeke L-Dragon turned toward the source of the voice, he saw two students running in their direction. At the same time, he casually remarked that things had certainly changed. The two upperclassmen, who were also members of the selection team and were now rushing toward him, immediately agreed with Zeke L-Dragon's comment as they approached. Rick added that after their battle with Zeke L-Dragon and the others, they had been forced to rethink the way they looked at strength and rank. And even though he was still part of House L-Dragon, Rick admitted that he had come to genuinely respect those who were truly strong, no matter their age or position. Zeke L-Dragon gave a simple response, saying that such a change was not a bad thing, so there was no problem with it. Meanwhile, Langus burst into tears and clung tightly to Zeke's legs, still shaken as he cried out that Rick's sudden shout had scared him half to death. As they helped Langus back onto his feet and tried to calm him down, Zeke L-Dragon quietly observed the surrounding participants. In his mind, every representative chosen from the different Dragon's Halls had reached the 3-star level, with the East Hall being the only clear exception. Just as Zeke L-Dragon had expected, there did not seem to be any 4-star students among the participants. Still, several of them carried a pressure that made it obvious they were already standing right at the edge of that realm. That was exactly why Zeke L-Dragon felt a spark of excitement rising inside him. He wanted to see what kinds of techniques these students would reveal once the real battles began. While the group continued talking, a girl suddenly rushed in from behind and wrapped her arms around Laika Toporna L-Dragon in a tight hug. Laika immediately recognized her and called out Sandy's name. Because Laika Toporna L-Dragon and Sandy Toporna's voices rang out so loudly, Zeke L-Dragon naturally turned his attention toward them as well. Still hugging Laika Toporna L-Dragon from behind, Sandy Toporna cheerfully said it had been far too long since they had last seen each other. She asked how Laika had been doing, and even wondered if anyone had been bullying her, but Laika simply answered that she was perfectly fine. When Celine asked who the girl clinging to Laika Toporna L-Dragon was, Laika quickly introduced her. She said this was Sandy, her cousin Sandy Toporna, the daughter of the current Toporna family head. That introduction immediately startled Langus and the others. After all, Sandy Toporna was not just any student. She was also connected to one of the 4 great families. Sandy Toporna's tone then became more serious as she looked over the group and asked Laika Toporna L-Dragon who these children were. Laika answered without hesitation, saying they were her companions, and more importantly, her friends. Sandy Toporna narrowed her gaze and asked if Laika Toporna L-Dragon was truly sure about calling them friends. She said it was good to get along with other children, but in her eyes, these students lacked the ability to stand beside Laika as real companions, especially when Laika was one of the candidates for the next head of the Eldragon family. Zeke L-Dragon immediately stepped into the conversation, calmly saying that whether they had that ability or not would become clear once they fought. When Sandy Toporna turned toward him and asked who he was, Laika Toporna L-Dragon quickly answered for him. She said his name was Zeke, and that he was also a candidate just like her. Sandy Toporna looked at him more closely and asked if he was truly a candidate. Then she questioned whether he was the rumored illegitimate child of the current family head. Without softening her words at all, Sandy Toporna said she never imagined that a mere bastard like Zeke L-Dragon would still be alive. Even after being insulted so harshly, Zeke kept smiling as if her words had barely touched him. Laika Toporna L. Dragon, however, was visibly shocked. She immediately turned to Sandy Toporna and asked why she was acting like that in front of her friends and Zeke. Sandy Toporna seemed surprised by Laika Toporna L. Dragon's reaction. She pointed out that even if Zeke L. Dragon was an illegitimate child, he was still Laika's rival. Then she warned that Laika would never defeat the other family head candidates if she kept such a soft attitude. Sandy Toporna also remarked that Zeke L. Dragon's group looked terribly lacking, since not one of them had even reached the 3-star level. She asked if the East Hall students had really become that weak. Zeke suddenly cut in, slightly pouting as he warned her that if she kept looking down on them like that, she might end up having the rug pulled out from under her. Sandy Toporna's expression darkened at once. Her eyes narrowed sharply as she fixed her gaze on Zeke L. Dragon and told him to repeat what he had just said. She then questioned whether a mere illegitimate child, someone with no backing except the blood of the family head, was actually daring to lecture her. Zeke L. Dragon stayed perfectly calm and replied that what he had said was not advice. It was a warning. Those words made Sandy Toporna's anger flare up instantly, and the tension around her seemed to spike. Before the confrontation could go any further, another student quickly stepped in and told Sandy Toporna not to cause trouble for the other teams. The student then introduced himself as Edgies Van Blade, a representative of the North Hall. As Langus tried to remember where he had heard Edgies Van Blade's name before, Sandy Toporna snapped at him not to interfere, saying they were in the middle of an important conversation. Edgies Van Blade only smiled back and said he could not just let it slide, especially when the selection battle was about to begin. While the students continued talking and waiting for the event to start, a man suddenly arrived, and the atmosphere shifted at once as everyone's attention gathered on him. Langus, Laika Toporna L. Dragon, and Sandy Toporna all went silent, while Zeke L. Dragon's face lit up with a bright smile, clearly excited for the battle that was about to unfold. The man who announced the beginning of the selection battle was none other than Teach Mentric, captain of the Gold Dragon Order, also known by the title of the Educator. Teach Mentric declared that from that moment on, the selection battle would officially begin. He then explained to everyone that the matches would follow a tournament-style elimination format, bringing together all 4 halls. According to Teach Mentric, the 4 halls would be divided into 2 groups. The halls that won their respective groups would then move on and face each other in the finals. He continued by explaining that each match would be fought through one-on-one duels. Every hall would send out its fighters one at a time, following the predetermined order of the 7 participants they had chosen. Teach Mentric further stated that the first hall to defeat 4 opponents would be declared the winner. And once a match began, the order of fighters could not be changed under any circumstances. Because of that rule, the order in which each hall sent out its fighters would become an important part of their strategy, not something they could decide carelessly. As his final point, Teach Mentric revealed that the students selected through these matches would be assigned a special mission, one that carried extreme importance for the Eldragon family. Anyone who took part in that mission would earn a significant contribution to the family. And for Laika Toporna L. Dragon and Venial Fafnir Eldragon, gaining that kind of achievement would mean taking a major step closer to the seat of family head. After that, Teach Mentric announced that they would now decide the brackets. He called forward the representatives of each hall one by one so they could draw a stone from the box. The first name he called was Venial Fafnir Eldragon, the representative of the West Hall. Venial Fafnir Eldragon stepped forward toward the officer holding the box. Without hesitation, he reached inside and drew out one of the stones. Once that was done, Teach Mentric promptly sent him back to his place. As Venial Fafnir Eldragon walked away, a bead of sweat slid down Laika Toporna L. Dragon's face while she stared at her older brother. Venial Fafnir Eldragon was looking back at Laika Toporna L. Dragon and her group as well, wearing a malicious smile that made his hostility impossible to miss. Zeke L. Dragon noticed Laika Toporna L. Dragon's reaction right away and asked if she knew that man. Laika immediately confirmed it, telling him that this was the West Hall's head candidate she had mentioned before, Venial Fafnir Eldragon. Zeke L. Dragon simply replied that he understood, a faint smile appearing on his face as he considered the situation. Aside from Venial Fafnir Eldragon himself, the West Hall seemed to have many powerful warriors overall. Not only that, but Zeke L. Dragon could also tell that the other halls had been trained well too. Their stances, presence, and the way they carried themselves all made that clear. Even so, everyone could still feel the gap in power between the different teams, and that difference hung heavily in the air around the arena. Soon, Zeke L. Dragon's gaze settled on Retin. Looking at that familiar face, he thought to himself that it had been quite a while since he had last seen him. From what Zeke L. Dragon remembered, Retin had already shown considerable skill during the entrance exam. But reaching the 3-star level at only 12 years old made Zeke smile, because it meant Retin must have trained extremely hard as well. Just then, Retin suddenly noticed Langus among the East Hall representatives. His expression darkened with open hostility as he questioned why Langus had even been included in the current selection. The students who recognized Langus were just as stunned. A few of them even shouted out in disbelief, staring into the arena as they questioned why someone like Langus was standing among the selected fighters. Because of all those shocked voices and uncomfortable stares, Langus immediately began to shrink back into himself again. Raymond noticed the change in his expression right away and quickly asked if he was holding up all right. Langus answered hesitantly that he was fine, though his voice did not sound convincing at all. At the same time, Retin kept glaring at him from a distance, his eyes filled with clear hostility and malicious intent. Soon after that tense moment, Teach Mentric called for the representative of the North Hall to step forward. After Edgy's Vanblade came up and drew a stone from the box, Teach Mentric moved on and called the representative of the South Hall, who also took a stone in the same way. Finally, only one representative remained, and Teach Mentric called for the East Hall to come forward. The moment Laika Toporna Eldragon heard that, she immediately turned to Zeke Eldragon and told him he was being called. Zeke looked back at her with genuine confusion, asking why he had suddenly become their representative. Laika Toporna Eldragon answered him calmly, as if the reason should have been obvious from the start. He was the strongest one in their group, so naturally he was the one who should step forward. Rick and the others instantly agreed with Laika Toporna Eldragon's decision. Zeke Eldragon, however, still questioned it, wondering aloud if this kind of situation was supposed to be handled by sending out the youngest member instead. Laika Toporna Eldragon only stared at him and asked what he even meant by that, then pointed out that they were all around the same age anyway. With that settled, she told Zeke Eldragon to stop arguing and go draw the stone. Left with no real way to refuse, Zeke accepted his role as the East Hall's representative and stepped forward. But before the moment could pass, Sandy Toporna suddenly questioned the decision, asking why an illegitimate child like Zeke Eldragon had been chosen as the East Hall's representative instead of Laika Toporna Eldragon herself. Laika Toporna Eldragon answered plainly that Zeke Eldragon had been chosen because he was the strongest among them. Even then, Sandy Toporna refused to believe it, insisting that Zeke had not even reached the 3-star level like Laika. Sandy Toporna also reminded Laika Toporna Eldragon that this selection was practically a battle between head candidates, especially between her and Venial Fafnir Eldragon. If Laika continued like this, Sandy warned, she would definitely end up losing. Laika Toporna Eldragon only smiled in response. She said there was nothing to worry about and no problem at all, confidently declaring that their team was strong enough. After Zeke Eldragon drew the final stone from the box, Teach Mentric instructed each hall representative to channel their source power into the stone they had chosen. As each representative poured power into their stone, the small objects began to shine, glowing in clear colors of either blue or red. Teach Mentric then explained that those colors would decide the brackets. He announced that the first match would be East Hall against North Hall, while the second would be West Hall against South Hall. The instant Zeke Eldragon's group learned that their first opponent would be North Hall, their attention shifted toward Sandy Toporna, Edgy's Vanblade, and the team standing with them. That was when they noticed one student who was especially tall. His build alone was intimidating, but once Langus saw his appearance and the sharpness in his gaze, he shuddered and asked in shock if that huge person was truly a student of the Dragon's Nest. Laika Toporna Eldragon confirmed that he was, though even she had not expected they would have to face Sandy Toporna's team, right from the very first match. Meanwhile, Sandy Toporna released her lightning aura, letting the crackling power rise around her, as she told Laika Toporna Eldragon that this was the perfect chance to wake her up. Pointing straight at Laika Toporna Eldragon's team, Sandy Toporna declared that she would crush Laika completely, making sure she remembered both her place and the purpose she was supposed to live for. Laika Toporna Eldragon did not flinch in the slightest. Golden lightning surged from her own body as she faced Sandy Toporna head-on and told her to bring it on. At the same time, while holding the blue stone in his hand, Zeke Eldragon noticed Edgy's Vanblade smiling with calm anticipation. Edgy said it looked like they would be fighting in the first match, and he admitted that he was really looking forward to it. Seeing Edgy's Vanblade's relaxed smile and hearing the excitement in his words, Zeke Eldragon answered with a grin of his own. He said they would probably get along because he was looking forward to the battle too, and he could hardly wait to fight. A brief silence settled over the entire arena, as if everyone was holding their breath at once. Then Teach Mentric's voice rang out, officially declaring that the first match would be East Hall versus North Hall. The moment the announcement reached them, Rick immediately turned to Zeke Eldragon and declared that he would do everything in his power to win his fight for Lord Zeke. But even though Rick's words sounded determined, his face told a very different story. Sweat trickled down Laika Toporna Eldragon's cheek as she noticed how badly Rick's expression was betraying him. She nervously asked Zeke L. Dragon whether Rick would really be all right, since his anxiety was painfully obvious. Zeke L. Dragon simply agreed with Laika Toporna L. Dragon's observation, not even trying to deny that Rick looked extremely nervous. Soon after, Teach Mentric asked whether both groups were ready to begin. Once Rick stepped into the center of the arena and faced his opponent, Teach Mentric immediately gave the order for the battle to start. Rick moved first, gathering source power into his fist before charging straight at his opponent with all the courage he could muster. As Zeke L. Dragon and the others watched closely from the sidelines, Zeke wondered what kind of result Rick's match would bring. Laika Toporna L. Dragon said that judging by the two fighters' appearances, it was going to be a difficult battle, then quickly asked Zeke for his opinion. Zeke L. Dragon answered that there was no such thing as a guaranteed victory in any battle, unless of course they were talking about him because his own victories were absolute. Laika Toporna L. Dragon immediately clarified that she was asking about Rick, not him. So Zeke finally quieted down and focused on watching the fight. After observing for a moment, Zeke L. Dragon added that in terms of pure skill, the North Hall fighter was not that different from Rick. If Rick could fight the way he normally did, then he should have a real chance of winning. Laika Toporna L. Dragon immediately agreed with that assessment, but she also pointed out the problem. This was their first time fighting in front of such a huge crowd, and carrying the weight of representing their team was a heavy burden all by itself. As Rick continued taking relentless attacks from his opponent, Zeke L. Dragon admitted that Laika Toporna L. Dragon was right. Still, he also noted that Sandy Toporna and Edgy's Vanblade were different from the others. Zeke L. Dragon explained that both Sandy Toporna and Edgy's Vanblade were already standing on the edge of the 4-star level, which meant ordinary pressure would not shake them easily. He also remembered that Sandy Toporna was Laika Toporna L. Dragon's cousin from the Toporna family, which likely meant she used techniques from the same lineage. To Zeke, that made the coming fight valuable experience for Laika. Eventually, Rick was knocked down by his opponent, and Teach Mentric immediately declared the North Hall as the winner of the first match. Because of that loss, Melon became extremely nervous before her own turn. Even with hesitation showing in her voice, she told herself she had to win. Laika Toporna L. Dragon tried to comfort her, saying she did not need to be so anxious and that she would be fine. But in only a short moment, Melon was defeated as well, leaving both Zeke and Laika with nothing to do but sigh. Rick and Melon stood there trembling after their losses, their shoulders tense as they apologized to Zeke L. Dragon for failing to win their matches. But Zeke L. Dragon only laughed lightly, and said he had already known they were completely overwhelmed by the atmosphere of the arena. He added that they did not need to worry too much about it, because if this had been a real battlefield where their lives were truly on the line, the outcome would probably have been different. With a cheerful tone, Zeke L. Dragon reminded them that this place was not meant for killing each other. It was a place where they could learn, test their strength, and understand what they still lacked. Zeke L. Dragon explained that experiences like today were the kind of lessons they could only gain safely in this setting. Their failures here would become nourishment for them when they eventually stood on a real battlefield, so all they needed to do was keep sharpening their skills. Hearing those words, Rick and Melon quickly began to recover their spirits. Even so, their team had already suffered 2 losses in a row, which made the next match incredibly important. Zeke L. Dragon immediately asked if Langus understood that, but Langus was already drowning in fear and shock. He begged Zeke not to make him even more nervous, saying he had been anxious since morning, and to make things worse, his opponent was the largest and most intimidating member of North Hall. After seeing his opponent's glowing red eyes, Langus broke down completely. Tears streamed from his eyes, his nose started running, and he clung to Zeke L. Dragon while crying that the upperclassmen he had to face looked terrifying and that he was truly scared. Zeke L. Dragon calmly reminded Langus that he had already fought senior students before, back when they were forming teams. But Langus insisted that none of the East Hall seniors had ever looked as frightening as this opponent. He admitted that facing someone so intimidating in front of such a massive crowd made him unbearably nervous, causing Zeke L. Dragon to sigh as he gently held Langus by the head. Zeke L. Dragon then wrapped an arm around Langus and told him to calm down and carefully observe his opponent. Instead of panicking, he asked Langus to focus and tell him what weapon the opponent was holding. After looking more carefully at the opponent standing across from him, Langus finally noticed the enormous sword resting in that man's hands. When Langus told Zeke that his opponent was a swordsman, Zeke simply confirmed it and reminded him that, in the end, he was only facing someone holding a sword, so there was no need to overthink anything beyond that. Zeke calmly broke it down for him, saying that if the enemy thrust with the sword, Langus only had to knock it aside. If the blade came sweeping upward, then he should pull back just enough to avoid it. And if the opponent brought the sword down from above, Langus only needed to step in and drive his spear forward. Zeke told Langus to keep his eyes on the weapon in front of him and respond to it the same way he always did in training. Those steady words sank into Langus, and little by little, the fear clouding his face began to fade as his confidence returned. When Zeke looked straight into Langus's eyes, he could see a sharpness forming there, and he realized once again just how impressive Langus's ability to concentrate truly was. For now, Langus still needed someone to guide him and help him settle his mind before a fight. But Zeke understood that once Langus learned to slip into that focus state naturally, his growth would no longer be limited by the person he was now. As Langus and his massive opponent walked out toward the center of the arena, Zeke watched them closely, wondering just how much this battle would push Langus forward and how much he would grow from facing it. The crowd noticed the difference immediately. Compared to the huge opponent towering over him, Langus looked thin and fragile, and the spectators quickly began whispering that someone so scrawny could never possibly match that kind of size and strength. The moment Teachmetric gave the signal to begin, Langus's opponent rushed forward without hesitation, swinging his massive sword as he unleashed a triple leaf sword style technique known as single blade branch. But just before that heavy strike could reach him, Langus moved with sudden speed and slipped out of its path. Even after missing, the giant opponent growled that Langus would not be able to keep running forever. He immediately followed with another triple leaf sword style technique, Twin Fang Branch, sending a fierce barrage of strikes crashing toward him. Yet Langus refused to be caught. With careful footwork and sharp spear control, he dodged what he could and parried the rest, deflecting every attack that came for him. Even so, Laika still watched with obvious worry on her face, and Celine quickly noticed the danger as well. Langus's opponent was gradually closing the distance, stepping in little by little to crush the range where Langus's spear worked best. Raymond hurriedly asked Zeke whether Langus was really going to be okay, but Zeke answered without any concern. He pointed toward Langus's eyes and said there was no need to worry, because the longer the battle continued, the deeper Langus was sinking into focus. After dodging another wide swing from the giant's sword, Langus was suddenly faced with a new triple leaf sword style technique, Leaf Storm Dance, as his opponent pressed forward with another powerful attack. But in that instant, before the blade could close in on him, Langus's eyes seemed to clear, as if every trace of hesitation had been washed away. He moved at once and used a Cloudwater spear-style technique called Flowing Clouds and Water, guiding his spear into the path of the sword and parrying the strike with smooth precision. The impact from the clash threw the giant opponent's balance off for a brief moment, and Langus did not let that opening slip past him. He instantly followed with another Cloudwater spear-style technique, Raging Current Strike, and drove his spear straight into his opponent's chest, knocking the giant unconscious and sending his huge body crashing down onto the arena floor. Teachmetric immediately called the match, declaring it over and announcing that East Hall had claimed victory in the third round. Langus finally let out a breath of relief, the tension leaving his shoulders, while Zeke smiled from the side and said that now they could start turning the entire battle around. With Langus's victory as the turning point, East Hall's momentum began to rise. Celine went on to win the fourth match, and Raymond followed by securing victory in the fifth. Before long, the sixth match was called, and the arena's attention shifted to Laika and Sandy as they stepped forward to face each other. Laika greeted Sandy, saying it had been a long time since the two of them had crossed swords like this, especially while both of them wielded lightning and thunder techniques. Sandy admitted that she had never expected North Hall's elites to be defeated by younger students who had not even reached the 3-star level. Laika answered calmly, reminding her that she had already said it before. Her companions were strong. Sandy gave a mocking response, admitting that she had underestimated Laika's companions. But her eyes stayed fixed on Laika as she added that those companions were not the real issue between them. Then Sandy released a brilliant golden aura around her body, and the moment that pressure filled the arena, Laika's expression changed, her surprise and nervousness becoming impossible to hide. Sandy declared that Laika's companions were only a secondary matter. If Laika truly intended to become the head of the family, then she needed to possess overwhelming strength of her own. And yet, Sandy pointed out, Laika was still only ranked second in East Hall. She questioned whether Laika truly understood just how dangerous that position was for someone aiming at the top. Laika answered that she understood her situation perfectly. Then, with a brief glance back toward Zeke, she said she had not given up on becoming the family head, nor had she given up on surpassing her sister Sandy, because she believed her current strength was enough to defeat her. Sandy replied that she wanted to see that confidence with her own eyes. The moment she activated her ability, her figure vanished from Laika's sight, leaving the spectators stunned. In the next instant, Sandy appeared behind Laika, her voice cold as she said she wanted to witness the strength Laika was so confident in. Laika reacted quickly and raised her sword to defend herself, but Sandy suddenly ducked low in front of her and launched another attack from a completely different angle. As their blades collided again and again in a fierce exchange, Edgies watched the fight closely and observed that, just as expected, Sandy had the upper hand. Still, Edgys found himself wondering how far Laika could really go against an opponent who handled lightning greatsword arts even better than she did. When Sandy unleashed a lightning greatsword art known as Judgment, the attack sliced into Laika's side, drawing a wound that made Celine and Melon panic from where they were watching. Laika pulled back quickly, steadying herself as she tried to calm her breathing. She reassured herself that she was still fine, realizing the injury was only a scratch, and that what she needed most was a moment to catch her breath. Langus commented in disbelief that Sandy was incredibly strong, shocked that Lady Laika had been forced back so quickly. Raymond then mentioned that he had heard Lady Laika had actually been trained by Lady Sandy when she was younger. Laika rushed in again and swung towards Sandy, but Sandy avoided the attack with ease. As she slipped past it, she remarked that Laika still had not fixed her bad habit of wildly swinging her sword whenever she was backed into a corner. Laika ignored the criticism and kept pressing forward. Their lightning auras collided around them as their blades crashed together, and a powerful explosion erupted from the center of the arena. When the force of that exchange cleared, Laika had suffered multiple injuries across her body, each one showing how fierce their clash had become. Sandy looked at her and said that, just as she had expected, Laika's bad habits had not improved at all. She added coldly that Laika could not even become number 1 in East Hall. Sandy continued, saying that if Laika had simply joined North Hall from the beginning, she would never have allowed her to end up in such a miserable state. Even with wounds marking her body, Laika slowly forced herself back onto her feet and declared that the fight was not over yet. Sandy answered that surrendering would be the wiser choice, because with Laika's current level of strength, there was no way she could defeat her. She even said that if things were going to turn out like this, then she should have petitioned their father from the very beginning and dragged Laika into North Hall by force. Laika remained silent, refusing to respond with words. As Sandy lifted her sword again, she remarked that Laika was being stubborn, and that left her with no choice but to teach her a lesson. In a flash, Sandy vanished once more, then reappeared behind Laika with lightning surrounding her body as she launched another attack. Just as Laika tried to bring her sword up to defend, Sandy struck her in the side with a sharp kick, knocking her balance apart before immediately following with another slash. Sandy continued pressing her without mercy, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that left Laika injured across several parts of her body. Watching Laika take hit after hit, Celine and the others grew increasingly worried, their faces tightening as the match seemed to slip further out of her control. But Zeke only watched with a calm, steady gaze, as if he could already sense it before anyone else did. Laika's presence was changing, and from the way her aura trembled around her, she looked like she was standing right on the edge of breaking through another wall. As Sandy lifted her weapon and prepared to launch yet another attack, she warned Laika that it would be wiser to give up while she still could. Then, without hesitation, Sandy drew out the first secret technique of the lightning great sword arts, letting its power gather around her blade. A raging golden storm of lightning swallowed Laika whole, flashing so brightly across the arena that the crowd fell into complete silence. For a moment, everyone seemed certain the match had ended right there. But Sandy's expression froze when Laika rose to her feet again and quietly said she finally understood just how terrifying Sandy's lightning great sword arts truly were. Sandy could no longer hide the shock on her face. Her eyes widened as she stared at Laika, unable to understand how she was still standing after taking that strike, because in Sandy's mind, that last blow should have finished the battle completely. Laika admitted that Sandy was right. If this had been the old her, that single attack would have brought her down without question. But over the last 5 years, she had pushed herself through relentless training as well, and this fight between them was nowhere near finished. To Laika, it had only just begun. Before the match between Sandy and Laika had even started, Zeke noticed something was off and asked whether something was weighing on her mind. She wasn't carrying herself with her usual confidence, so he wondered if she was nervous. Laika answered honestly, admitting that she was, because the opponent waiting for her was none other than her sister, Sandy. "Is that so?" Zeke asked, watching her carefully. Laika then explained that Sandy was not just another opponent to her. Sandy had been the first person to teach her the basics of the lightning great sword arts, giving her the foundation she had built everything else on. Laika had learned the true fundamentals from her uncle, the current head of the Toporna family, who had passed down the proper structure and discipline of the style to her. But whenever those teachings became difficult to understand, and whenever Laika found herself stuck, she would turn to Sister Sandy for help. Because of that, Sandy had become more than just family to her. In many ways, she had also been Laika's mentor. Zeke listened quietly, taking in the weight behind her words, and then gave a simple reply. "I see." Laika then admitted something she clearly did not like saying out loud. No matter how many times she had challenged Sandy, she had never once managed to defeat her. Even though Laika had grown much stronger during the past 5 years, Sandy had spent that same time training just as seriously, and despite all the confidence Laika had shown earlier, she could not honestly say she was certain she could win. Zeke answered her in his usual calm tone, telling Laika that if that was how she felt, then she needed to remember everything they had endured together. She had to look back on those 5 long years of training side by side and trust what that time had built inside her. But the instant Laika recalled those training sessions, her face twisted painfully, almost as if she were about to cry from pure frustration. Seeing that reaction, Zeke tilted his head and jokingly asked whether training with him had really been that awful. Zeke then pointed out that Laika's greatest weakness had always been the same. Once a battle grew fierce enough, her emotions would take over, and her focus would narrow until she could see nothing except the blade in her own hands. That was exactly why, for the past 5 years, their training had been designed around one goal above all else, teaching her how to stay composed in the middle of combat, no matter how intense the fight became. Laika reluctantly agreed, saying that Zeke had certainly attacked her without holding back during all those training sessions. Zeke only winked in response, acting as if that explained everything, and said that was what true spirit was all about. That answer only made Laika's irritation flare up even more. She snapped back at him, asking what kind of spirit he was even talking about, and how being attacked like that could possibly be called spirit in the first place. Zeke did not let her irritation bother him. He simply told her that the results of that harsh training were already showing, and by now, she should be capable of calmly reading an opponent's movements even while crossing blades. Laika admitted that might be true, but she still did not know whether that would be enough against Sister Sandy. Zeke assured her that she would understand the answer once she stood in front of Sandy for herself. Someone with Laika's talent, once she truly learned to observe her opponent's movements instead of being swallowed by the fight, would discover just how powerful that ability could become. He also reminded her not to forget one important thing. She had been trained by him, the strongest there was, so there was no reason for her to stay chained to the results of the past. Laika looked at him and said he made it sound as if everything were obvious. Even so, the tension in her shoulders eased, and she immediately thanked Zeke for helping her calm down before stepping into the match. Zeke then asked again whether Sandy truly was the one who had taught her the lightning great sword arts. When Laika confirmed it, Zeke said that this fight might actually be the perfect opportunity for her. Just like during their training, all Laika had to do was watch Sandy's techniques carefully and take in every detail. If she observed properly and refused to lose herself in emotion, then there was no doubt she could use this battle to grow even stronger than Sandy. Back in the present battle, Laika declared that she had been watching Sister Sandy's lightning great sword arts with everything she had. She had even taken Sandy's attacks head-on so she could study them more deeply, and now, at last, she was beginning to see through them. Sandy frowned and asked what Laika was talking about, but Laika gave her no time to process the answer. In the next instant, she kicked forward and launched herself straight toward Sandy. Laika's sword moved with such tricky after-images that Sandy could not tell whether she had slowed down, stopped, or shifted her rhythm completely. That brief confusion was all Laika needed, and her blade finally slipped through to land a clean strike. While Sandy was still reeling from that sudden counterattack, Laika pressed forward without giving her a chance to breathe. Lightning crackled around her sword as she unleashed strike after strike, forcing Sandy to brace herself and endure the relentless barrage. As Laika rushed in once more, Sandy could only stare in disbelief, struggling to understand what was happening before her eyes. She could not grasp why Laika's movements had suddenly sharpened, or how she had become so fast in the middle of the fight. Then Laika attempted to recreate the finishing move Sandy had used earlier, the technique known as judgment. But at first, the move did not come together properly, and the attack failed to take shape the way it should have. Laika immediately understood where she had gone wrong. She had copied the form, but she had failed to reproduce the subtle variation in tempo that Sandy used so naturally, the very rhythm that Laika herself had never possessed before. Now that she had recognized the missing piece, the answer became clear. All she had to do was apply that shift in tempo correctly and let her own body follow through. Sandy refused to accept it so easily. She argued that this kind of mastery was not something Laika could simply copy on the spot just because she had finally realized how it worked. Meanwhile, Langus and the others watched from the sidelines in complete amazement. The change in Laika's movements was so sudden and dramatic that they could hardly believe they were watching the same person fight. Zeke, however, laughed with clear satisfaction, as though everything was unfolding exactly as he had expected. He said that fighting someone who used the same technique always created remarkable chances for insight. When Rick asked whether Lord Zeke really understood the sudden change in Lady Laika's movements, Zeke explained that Laika was learning her sister's lightning great sword arts in the middle of the fight itself. It was the direct result of their training, which had taught her to keep analyzing her opponent even while taking heavy attacks. "I see," Rick replied, still watching the battle unfold. As their eyes remained fixed on the arena, Zeke added that in the past, Laika would lose her composure once combat became intense and focus only on swinging her own sword. But the Laika standing in that arena now was completely different. She had gained the calmness needed to observe her opponent even while fighting at full force. And because she was studying the same sword style while clashing with Sandy directly, she had broken through into an entirely new stage of growth. Even then, Sandy still could not bring herself to believe that Laika had already copied her techniques. She insisted that such an incomplete imitation would never be enough to defeat her, no matter how much Laika had improved. But after their blades collided again and lightning exploded between them, Sandy was suddenly blasted backward. As her body was forced away by the impact, disbelief spread across her face, because she could not accept that Laika was actually beginning to overwhelm her. Laika wasted no time and rushed towards Sandy again, her expression steady and fierce. She declared that when it came to physical training, she had spent these past years being pushed to the brink of death by a certain someone. As lightning gathered violently around her for the next attack, Laika faced Sandy head-on and told her that this was what her lightning great sword arts had become now. This was the true strength she had carved out through all those years. Before Laika unleashed her grand thunder technique, the power swelling from the attack made Sandy's eyes widen in shock. Golden lightning surged wildly across the entire arena, filling the battlefield with blinding force. When the attack finally faded, Sandy was somehow still on her feet, though she was struggling hard just to breathe. She admitted that Laika had truly become stronger, and then, as the last of her strength left her body, Sandy collapsed to the ground, giving Laika the victory. Even Venial could not hide his disbelief at the strength Laika had just displayed. The fact that she had managed to defeat Sandy made the result even harder for him to accept. As Laika made her way back toward Zeke and the others, Zeke greeted her with immediate praise. With a relaxed look on his face, he said it seemed like he would not have to fight after all. Laika's face brightened into a happy smile as she answered him. She said she was glad she had managed to secure the victory for her team and bring the match to an end herself. She also added that if she had lost, though she made it clear she had never planned on letting that happen, Zeke would have been the one forced to face Edgy's Vanblade in the next match. The moment Zeke heard that name, his attention sharpened. He immediately asked Laika whether she knew Edgy's Vanblade personally. Laika replied that she did not know him personally, but that hardly mattered, because Edgy's Vanblade was famous enough that almost everyone had heard his name. After all, he was said to be the greatest genius the Vanblade family had ever produced, a talent that stood out even among the powerful candidates gathered there. Is that so? Zeke muttered quietly. At the same time, he thought to himself that judging from Edgy's Vanblade's aura alone, the rumors were not empty. Compared to the other participants in this tournament, Edgy's clearly stood on a completely different level. Laika then added that even for someone like Zeke, a match against Edgy's Vanblade would not have been something anyone could easily predict. With an opponent that dangerous, there was no telling how the fight might have unfolded once their blades finally crossed. Meanwhile, Teach Mentric walked out into the center of the arena, his voice carrying clearly over the watching crowd. He announced that even though East Hall's victory had already been decided, the remaining matches would still be held until everything reached its proper conclusion. That announcement immediately caught both Langus and Zeke off guard. The two of them looked toward the arena in surprise, clearly not expecting the competition to continue after the result had already been settled. Laika also found it strange, her brows tightening as she spoke. She had been under the impression that the entire competition was supposed to end once 4 opponents had been defeated, so continuing now made little sense to her. Zeke, however, said nothing. His eyes remained fixed on Teach Mentric and Edgy's Vanblade, watching them carefully while a question stirred in his mind. He could not help wondering what exactly those two were planning by allowing the matches to continue. Still, no matter what kind of scheme might be hidden behind the decision, Zeke's thoughts settled into something much simpler. As long as he was being given the chance to fight, that alone was more than enough to satisfy him. Edgy's Vanblade then spoke up, his expression calm but clearly pleased. He admitted that North Hall had already lost, yet even so, he was glad he still had the opportunity to face Zeke directly like this. When Zeke asked whether Edgy's Vanblade really wanted to fight him that badly, Edgy's answered without hesitation. He explained that the reason was simple. Zeke had been chosen as East Hall's representative. Even with Lady Laika standing among them, it was Zeke who had been selected for that role. To Edgy's Vanblade, that alone was enough to make him wonder what kind of person Zeke truly was. Edgy's Vanblade added that even if Zeke carried the blood of a family head, the power he sensed from him was only at the 2-star level. And yet, despite that, Zeke had been chosen over the 3-star Lady Laika as the representative. That, more than anything else, was the reason Edgy's Vanblade wanted to cross swords with him. He needed to see for himself what made Zeke worthy of that position. Zeke stayed quiet for a moment, letting Edgy's Vanblade's words settle. He simply stood there, listening without interrupting, his expression unreadable as the tension between them slowly sharpened. Then, after a short pause, Zeke said it was just as he had expected. In a strange way, the two of them seemed to get along, because Zeke had also been looking forward to crossing blades with Edgy's Vanblade. When Edgy's Vanblade asked whether he truly meant that, Zeke answered honestly. There were many capable fighters gathered in the venue, but among all of them, Edgy's Vanblade clearly stood out from the rest. Zeke also mentioned that he had heard the rumors surrounding Edgy's Vanblade, the young swordsman praised as a once-in-a-century genius. Because of that reputation, Zeke genuinely wanted to test his strength through a real battle, not through words or hearsay. Good. If that's how you feel, Edgy's Vanblade replied. As he slowly drew his katana from its sheath, the atmosphere around him grew sharper, and he admitted that his excitement was rising with every passing moment. At the same time, Zeke immediately noticed the weapon in Edgy's Vanblade's hand. It was a katana, a blade he had not faced in a very long time, and that detail alone made the fight feel even more interesting to him. The instant Teach Mentric announced the start of the match, Edgy's Vanblade shot forward with incredible speed. His sudden charge caught Zeke slightly off guard, but rather than making him uneasy, it only stirred his excitement even more. Zeke noticed it right away. With only a single step, Edgy's Vanblade had closed a massive distance between them, and Zeke could not help admiring the precision and power behind that footwork. With a confident smile spreading across his face, Edgy's Vanblade immediately unleashed one of his thousand-blade-style techniques. His attack, called 9 Blades, came sweeping toward Zeke with deadly intent. A golden glow rose from Edgy's Vanblade's aura, and in that instant, Zeke's eyes sharpened in surprise. The presence of Edgy's katana had seemed to disappear completely, as if the blade itself had vanished from his senses. But just before the strike could reach Zeke's body, Edgy's Vanblade was the one who found himself startled. His katana sliced cleanly through empty space, cutting nothing more than the afterimage Zeke had left behind. After completing the attack, Edgy's Vanblade quickly understood what had happened. Zeke had avoided the strike by twisting his body at the very last split second, slipping away from the blade with almost impossible timing. Edgy's Vanblade admitted that he had been certain his attack would connect. Zeke, however, only smiled and praised the quality of the strike, even asking Edgy's to show him more of what his techniques could do. Without wasting even a breath, Edgy's Vanblade moved again. His body shifted swiftly across the arena as he unleashed another thousand-blade-style technique, sending Wave Blade straight toward Zeke. Zeke watched the incoming attack closely, tracking every subtle movement of Edgy's Vanblade's sword. As he observed it, he remarked that the path of Edgy's blade was extremely difficult to read. Then, without warning, Zeke realized something was wrong. One of Edgy's Vanblade's attacks was not coming from the direction he expected at all. It was rising from beneath the ground. That was a movement Zeke had not anticipated, and for a brief moment, even he was forced to adjust to the unexpected angle of the strike. Even so, Zeke kept his composure and continued to praise Edgy's Vanblade's skill. He made it clear that he had no intention of letting Edgy's cut him, but the sword paths Edgy's created were truly unpredictable. At that moment, Zeke reached a clear conclusion. Edgy's Vanblade really was a genius, someone capable of constantly changing his attack patterns without losing the speed or power behind each strike. Edgy's Vanblade's source power flowed through his movements with flawless control. There was not a single wasted motion as his sharp attacks seemed to read Zeke's breathing, timing, and rhythm with frightening accuracy. Zeke understood immediately that skill like this could never come from talent alone. A level of mastery this precise could only be built through relentless training repeated again and again. Meanwhile, Edgy's Vanblade grew more astonished with every exchange. No matter how he attacked, Zeke kept slipping away, and Edgy's could not believe he still had not managed to catch him. Edgy's Vanblade praised him openly, saying Zeke was truly incredible. Then, with genuine curiosity in his voice, he asked what kind of training Zeke had gone through to become able to move like that. Zeke looked back at him and casually asked if Edgy's Vanblade really wanted to know. Then, as if he were inviting someone to an ordinary lesson rather than fighting in a serious match, Zeke suggested that Edgy's train with him once their battle was over. A moment later, Zeke suddenly shifted from defense to offense. His body moved toward Edgy's Vanblade in a sharp burst, closing the distance as he prepared to launch an attack of his own. Zeke's eyes flashed with determination as he drove forward. Instead of drawing a blade, he sent his fist straight toward Edgy's Vanblade with a powerful, decisive strike. Edgy's Vanblade instantly raised his katana to guard against the blow, but the force behind Zeke's punch slammed into him with shocking weight. His entire body trembled from the impact, leaving him stunned that someone supposedly at only the 2-star level could possess such power. After landing the punch, Zeke glanced down and noticed the damage that had been left on his own fist. He realized that even though he had tried changing his breathing pattern during the exchange, Edgy's Vanblade had already adapted to that as well. Because of it, Zeke had to admit that Edgy's was an even more remarkable warrior than he had first believed. Edgy's Vanblade then remarked that Zeke had finally decided to attack him. With his katana still ready, he asked whether that meant Zeke had finished observing his techniques. Zeke answered that, to some extent, he had. Hearing that reply, Edgy's Vanblade narrowed his eyes slightly and wondered whether Zeke had already begun to figure out the nature of his abilities. Then Edgy's Vanblade launched another swift attack toward Zeke. Watching the blade come in, Zeke initially thought it followed the same pattern as the previous strikes. But just before it reached him, Edgy's abruptly changed the direction of his sword with his lingering shadow technique, shocking Zeke in that final instant. The sudden shift left Zeke without enough time to respond. Edgy's Vanblade's blade slipped through and struck across Zeke's chest, finally landing a clean hit during their fierce exchange. After his attack connected, Edgy's Vanblade looked toward Zeke and asked whether he still needed to reveal even more techniques in order to meet Zeke's expectations. Meanwhile, Zeke brought a hand to his chest where the wound had been made. For a moment, even he seemed unable to believe that Edgy's Vanblade had actually managed to injure him in the middle of their fight. Even with that wound, Zeke's smile did not fade. Instead, his expression grew even more excited as he admitted that this battle was becoming more and more enjoyable with every exchange. While the intense fight between Zeke and Edgy's Vanblade continued to shake the arena, Sandy slowly began to regain consciousness from where she had fallen after her own match. Her teammates immediately rushed to her side, worry clear in their voices as they asked if she was all right. Sandy quickly answered that she was fine, trying to reassure them before their concern could grow any stronger. Soon after, the memory of what had happened returned to her. Sandy realized that she had lost her match against Laika. Even so, when Sandy thought back to the way Laika had defeated her, she could not stop a small smile from forming. With a quiet sigh, she accepted the result, carrying both exhaustion and a faint sense of pride in that expression. Even though Sandy had been defeated, there was no bitterness in her expression. Deep down, she was genuinely happy with how the fight had ended, and more than anything, she felt proud of the strength Laika had finally shown her. After that, Sandy turned toward her teammates and apologized, telling them that if she had managed to win, their team might still have had a chance to secure the special mission. But the others immediately shook their heads and protested, insisting that they were the ones who should apologize for weighing down both her and Edgy's Vanblade. One after another, they lowered their heads in front of Sandy, guilt written clearly across their faces. But Sandy did not accept that kind of thinking, and she firmly told them that what they believed about themselves simply was not true. In Sandy's eyes, the reason they had lost was not because her teammates were weak or useless. Their opponents had just been that powerful, strong enough to overwhelm them even when they fought with everything they had. She then added that the only thing they needed to do from here was train even harder. If they sharpened themselves properly, then the next time they faced opponents like that, they would not have to lose again. Hearing Sandy say that brought strength back into her teammates' eyes. Their lowered spirits began to rise again, and the heavy guilt around them slowly gave way to determination. Sandy then asked whether the match between West Hall and South Hall had already started. But one of her teammates pointed toward the arena and explained that, for some unknown reason, the current match was still continuing. She also told Sandy that the battle happening right now was unbelievable. When Sandy turned her gaze toward the arena and saw the two fighters clashing with frightening intensity, her eyes widened in shock as she wondered what was going on. The moment Sandy focused on Edgy's Vanblade's movements, she immediately recognized what he was using. Those were the 5 aura blades. And if Edgy's Vanblade had brought out that technique, then there was no mistaking it. He was no longer holding anything back and was fighting with his full strength. As Sandy continued watching Zeke and Edgy's Vanblade exchange blows, Laika's earlier words came back to her. Laika had said that among their entire group, Zeke was the strongest. That memory left Sandy silent. Before this, she had not been able to fully believe Laika's claim, but after seeing Zeke stand against Edgy's Vanblade like this, she finally understood that Laika had been telling the truth. Meanwhile, Edgy's Vanblade unleashed another 1000-blade style technique, 5 Shadow, sending the attack straight at Zeke. But Zeke slipped away from it with ease, avoiding the strike as if he had already seen through it. Sweat immediately rolled down Edgy's Vanblade's cheek as disbelief flashed across his face. Even that technique had failed to reach Zeke. And worse than that, after fighting for so long, Zeke was not even breathing heavily, making Edgy's ask what kind of body he was dealing with. Zeke answered casually, saying there was nothing special about it. He had simply put a great deal of effort into building his basic stamina. Techniques were important, of course, but in his eyes, fundamentals mattered just as much. I see, Edgy's Vanblade replied, taking those words seriously. If that was the case, then from now on, he would make sure to focus more on training his body as well. Then Edgy's Vanblade activated his ability once more and launched another attack at Zeke. But Zeke used only his arms to meet the incoming strikes, shattering every single blade-like attack that came toward him. In that moment, Zeke calmly evaluated the technique. The hardness, sharpness, speed of formation, and range of Edgy's Vanblade's blades were all around the lower end of the upper tier overall, but considering Edgy's age, Zeke could already tell he might become very interesting in the future. A smile formed on Zeke's face as the battle gave him the answer he had been looking for. Through this fight with Edgy's Vanblade, he had finally confirmed the difference between the martial arts of 1,000 years ago and the martial arts of the current era. In the martial arts Zeke had known 1,000 years ago, the movement of the attack itself was everything. The form, the motion, and the way the body expressed power were considered the heart of combat. Back then, the essence of martial arts was to express all creation through one's techniques. Source power existed, but it served more as a supporting force rather than the center of the art. But in the modern era, things had changed. By manifesting source power directly, fighters now expressed all creation through the source power itself. In other words, the way a person controlled, shaped, and handled source power had become the true essence of modern martial arts. As Zeke continued slipping past Edgy's Vanblade's attacks, a quiet thought crossed his mind. He had been foolish. He had spent so much time focusing on the techniques themselves that he had failed to notice this enormous shift in combat philosophy for far too long. Even so, that realization did not frustrate him. If anything, the changes that had taken place over the past 1,000 years fascinated him beyond measure. Meanwhile, Edgy's Vanblade continued pressing the attack, but the more he fought, the clearer it became. Every strike he launched was being perfectly read, countered, or destroyed by Zeke. At that point, Edgy's Vanblade could only reach one conclusion in his own mind. Zeke was not normal at all. He was nothing short of a superhuman. Langus and the others remained tense as they watched from the sidelines. Langus anxiously pointed out that the battle had already dragged on for more than an hour, and there was still no sign that it was about to end. Laika, however, stayed much calmer as she watched the two monsters continue their fight. She simply said that neither Zeke nor Edgy's Vanblade could be called normal. But even so, Laika could sense the flow of the battle shifting. In her eyes, their long clash was probably going to reach its end very soon. Edgy's Vanblade then looked at Zeke and said it seemed like this time, Zeke had finished observing every one of his movements. Zeke did not deny it. Instead, he admitted that their fight had been a truly wonderful experience. Edgy's Vanblade answered in kind, saying he felt the same way. Then, without warning, Zeke declared that he would show his respect to Edgy's Vanblade. For that reason, Zeke said he would take what he had learned from their battle and offer it back to Edgy's Vanblade in the form of a new technique. As Zeke clenched his fist, Edgy's suddenly felt a crushing pressure descend over the arena. Edgy's Vanblade laughed as the overwhelming force washed over him. In that instant, he said he finally understood why he had not been able to defeat Zeke. Even so, Edgy's Vanblade gathered every bit of power he had left and activated the 1,000-blade style secret technique, 5-blade ultimate strike. With his resolve burning, he declared that he would keep struggling until the very end. But before Edgy's Vanblade could release his attack, Zeke suddenly kicked off the ground and leaped high into the air above the arena. Suspended above the battlefield, Zeke gathered his source power into his fist. Then, from the sky, he unleashed a rain of enormous golden fists that came crashing down across the entire arena. This was Zeke's newly created move, a modified second form of his Dragon Destruction combat arts. He gave the technique a name that matched its overwhelming descent. Fist Star. The impact was immediate. Explosions erupted one after another across different parts of the arena, shaking the ground and throwing the watching students into panic. Then the attack finally struck Edgy's Vanblade directly. A tremendous explosion burst through the arena, powerful enough to make the entire battlefield tremble beneath the force. Raymond quickly raised his shield in front of his teammates, bracing himself against the shockwave as he protected them from the blast. Even as he held firm, he could not help marveling at the sheer destructive power behind Zeke's attack. Sandy, meanwhile, could only stare at the smoke-filled arena in stunned silence. With the dust still blocking her view, she could barely bring herself to ask who had won the fight. At that moment, Teach Mentric's voice cut through the chaos. He declared that they had seen enough and officially announced the end of the match. As the smoke slowly began to clear, the first thing that came into view was Edgy's Vanblade's katana. The blade had been broken, lying damaged amid the aftermath of the clash. Edgy's Vanblade lay on the ground, unable to move, yet laughter still escaped him. He admitted that he could not even lift a single finger. Zeke's strength had been overwhelming, and if Edgy's wanted to catch up, he clearly still had a great deal more training ahead of him. Zeke was also sweating from exhaustion, the long battle having clearly taken its toll. But even so, he smiled as victory was officially declared in favor of East Hall. The spectators could barely process what they had just witnessed. Voices spread through the crowd as they asked what kind of battle that had been, and how someone like Edgy's Vanblade had actually been defeated. Teach Mentric then announced that the arena would be repaired first before the match between West Hall and South Hall began. With that, he instructed everyone to start preparing for the next round. Langus and the others could barely contain themselves, their faces lighting up with admiration and excitement. None of them had truly expected Zeke Eldragon to bring down Edgy's Vanblade, so seeing him actually win left them overflowing with disbelief and joy. Lycatoporna Eldragon let out a dry comment as she looked over the wrecked arena, saying that Zeke had somehow managed to destroy the fighting stage yet again. To her, everything about him was strange, from his strength to the way chaos seemed to follow every battle he entered. Zeke immediately turned toward her, clearly catching that remark. He asked what exactly she meant by that, then brushed it off by saying the important thing was simple. No matter how messy the fight had become, he had still won. Then Zeke quickly added that whatever Lyca was trying to say could wait, because there was something more important in front of them now. Their attention had to shift to the next match, the clash between West Hall and South Hall. Lyca agreed, pointing out that another candidate for the position of family head would be stepping into the arena next, none other than Venial Fafnir Eldragon. After the battle between Edgys and Zeke finally ended, Zeke glanced back at the damage he had caused and asked Langus if he might have gone a little too far. With the arena torn apart to that extent, he figured there was no way it would be repaired anytime soon. But Langus calmly told him not to worry and instead asked him to look toward the side of the arena. The moment Zeke looked over, his eyes widened in complete shock. He could not help asking how such a thing was even possible, and how they had managed to restore the arena so quickly after the destruction he had just caused. Langus explained that the entire arena had been constructed from a rare stone known as aetherite. When source power was poured into it, the material could reshape itself, returning the battlefield back to its original form as if the damage had never happened. Hearing that, Zeke immediately understood that this was another astonishing material that had appeared during the 1,000 years since his past life. To him, the world had changed in ways that still kept surprising him, one strange discovery after another. As Zeke continued staring at the restored arena in amazement, Langus added that using such an unbelievably expensive material for an arena of this size was almost ridiculous. The sheer wealth and resources required for something like this were enough to leave anyone stunned. Zeke smiled slightly as he looked toward the fighters preparing for the next round. West Hall seemed to have the highest overall quality among the competitors, but South Hall also had several strong-looking warriors. Because of that, he was curious to see what kind of battle would unfold between them. But the match did not unfold the way Zeke expected at all. Instead of a tense struggle between two powerful halls, the battle between West Hall and South Hall quickly turned into something overwhelmingly one-sided. When the fight between West Hall and South Hall came to an end, Teach Mentric stood there with doubt weighing heavily on his mind. Something about Venial Fafnir Eldragon's match felt wrong to him. The victory had been far too lopsided, so much so that he found it difficult to believe Venial truly had the strength to defeat Lila Sonar that effortlessly. Meanwhile, Venial remained perfectly composed, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. He looked toward Teach Mentric and calmly asked whether he was going to announce the winner. Teach Mentric snapped out of his thoughts, his gaze shifting away for a brief moment before he finally made the official call. He declared West Hall, led by Venial, as the victor, then announced that the final battle between East Hall and West Hall would begin in 1 hour. As that announcement spread across the arena, the crowd did not erupt into the usual cheers. Instead, an uneasy silence hung over the spectators, many of them still struggling to understand what they had just seen. On South Hall's side, Lila's teammates were far more focused on her condition than the result. One of them carefully carried her away from the arena, while Lyca stared after them in disbelief, unable to accept that Lila had been defeated so easily. Zeke, however, said nothing. He simply stood there in silence, his eyes carefully following everything happening around him. Inside Zeke's mind, one thought had already taken shape with absolute certainty. Something about that battle was wrong. The difference in strength and ability between Lila and Venial should not have been large enough to create such a crushing result. Yet during the match, Lila's source power had clearly been unstable, flowing in a way that did not match her normal condition at all. In that state, there was almost no doubt that something had gone wrong with Lila before or during the fight. Compared to how she should have performed normally, her condition had been so abnormal that it explained why the battle ended in such a one-sided way. Zeke also suspected that Teach Mentric, as the referee, had noticed the same strange signs. That only made Zeke wonder even more quietly about what had truly happened in the battle between Venial and Lila. Even Raymond could not believe that Lady Lila of the Sonar family had looked so helpless in front of everyone. He muttered that, as expected, a candidate for the next family head was on an entirely different level from ordinary fighters like them. But Celine, watching the aftermath with a tense expression, pointed out that the match had felt far too one-sided. Laika agreed that it had looked strange, but she also admitted that maybe this was simply reality. It was their first time seeing the true strength of major figures from the other halls, so it was hard to say with confidence whether anything had actually been wrong. Rick then brought up the fact that, when speaking of next head candidates, that included Lord Zeke and Lady Laika as well. In that case, Lord Venial must have been carrying an incredible level of power, just like the two of them. Celine and Laika both hesitated for a moment, their expressions showing that they still had doubts. Even so, after thinking it over, they eventually nodded in reluctant agreement. Langus, however, stayed quiet, his thoughts clearly somewhere else. When Rick noticed and asked what was bothering him, Langus quickly said it was nothing. He only admitted that Lord Venial was shockingly powerful, and that everyone from West Hall seemed strong enough to make him uneasy. Those words unintentionally dragged Raymond's mood down, making the atmosphere heavier right before their own match. Realizing what he had done, Langus hurriedly apologized for sounding so weak-hearted at such an important moment. Laika then spoke up, saying Langus was not wrong to feel that way. She admitted that she had lost her previous match as well, and no matter how frustrating it was to say out loud, she still felt far from reaching West Hall's level. Rick answered with a grim expression, saying that if even Laika felt that way, then he felt the same even more strongly. Despite having more stars, he had not been able to defeat any of them. Even so, Rick's eyes did not lose their fire. No matter how powerful West Hall looked, he had no intention of simply accepting defeat. Just like Langus and the others, who had managed to overcome opponents stronger than themselves, Rick wanted to do the same. He believed they still had a chance, and that East Hall could still defeat West Hall. Rick's determination stirred Celine's spirit as well, pulling her out of the heavy mood that had settled over them. As Zeke watched the group, he thought their fighting spirit was finally where it needed to be. Maybe, through this battle, Melon and Rick really would begin to grow. But Zeke's bigger concern was Laika. From the way she reacted, it did not seem like she had noticed anything abnormal about Lila's source power. If Laika believed that everything had happened purely because of Venial's overwhelming strength, then it made sense that she looked so shaken. Still, Zeke himself did not know the full truth behind the match yet, so he could not offer careless advice based on guesses alone. For the moment, he could only quietly wonder what the right thing to do would be. Before long, Langus noticed the strange look on Laika's face and gently asked if she was all right. Laika answered immediately that she was fine, then turned away and began walking off, saying she only needed to clear her head. Later, outside the arena, Laika sat alone in a quiet garden beside a fountain. The sound of the water filled the space around her as she lowered herself into her own thoughts. She could not bring herself to believe that Venial had become powerful enough to overwhelm Lila in such a complete way. Even Edgy's Vanblade had not been able to dominate Lila without taking a single scratch, and yet Venial had done it as if it required almost no effort at all. The last time Laika had fought Venial was when they were both only 5 years old. Back then, she had lost to him. Ever since that defeat, Laika had trained with relentless determination. She had pushed herself forward day after day, driven by the desire to one day face Venial again and defeat him with her own strength. She had truly believed that she had finally closed the gap between them. But after what she witnessed today, that confidence had been shattered before her eyes. If the match order stayed the same, then Venial's next opponent would most likely be Zeke. Strangely, the moment Laika thought of that, a part of her felt relieved, because it meant she would not have to face Venial herself. But the instant that relief surfaced, Laika hated herself for feeling it. To her, that feeling was no different from admitting she had already lost, even though defeating Venial had been one of the goals she had carried for so long. Just then, Venial appeared nearby and broke the silence, asking what she was doing there by herself. With a mocking edge in his voice, Venial looked at her and commented that she seemed awfully serious for someone sitting alone in a quiet garden. Laika's eyes sharpened at once, her expression hardening as she demanded to know what he wanted. She made it clear that they had nothing to talk about, and that she had no intention of having a conversation with him. Venial only smirked and told her not to be so prickly. Then, with a cruel sort of amusement, he said that if he became the head of House El Dragon, she might end up becoming his wife. The moment those words left his mouth, Laika shot to her feet and told him to be silent, declaring that she would be the one to become family head. Laika immediately turned and started to walk away, refusing to give him any more of her time. But before she could leave, Venial stopped her with a few cutting words. He told her that he knew exactly what she was thinking. Deep down, she believed she could not defeat him. Venial said he could hardly blame her for feeling that way, since she had failed to beat him back then as well. And after all, she had just seen what he did to Lila. Venial casually slipped an arm over Laika's shoulder as if he had every right to stand that close, his tone dripping with confidence. He said he was sure she had started thinking she could never beat him after watching that fight, then asked if he was wrong. Laika's expression tightened, and she only told him again to shut his mouth. Venial did not back down at all. Instead, he spoke even more bluntly, telling her she should simply admit the truth. Back then, now, and even in the future, she would never be able to surpass him. He leaned into the insult further, telling Laika to give up and submit to him. If she obeyed, he claimed he would treat her well, and as those words left his mouth, his hand tightened more firmly around her shoulder. Laika's patience snapped in an instant. She shoved his hand away from her body and shouted at him to stop talking, her anger breaking through the cold restraint she had been trying to hold on to. Venial only watched her reaction with a mocking look, remarking that she was not cute at all when she acted like that. Laika did not waste another word on him and simply turned away, walking off without looking back. As Laika left the garden behind, Venial's expression turned cold. Under his breath, he muttered that after he had placed his arm around her and gripped her shoulder like that, it was already over for her. He then turned toward his subordinate, his voice low and certain, saying they both knew exactly what needed to happen next. The subordinate answered without hesitation, telling Venial that he could leave everything to them. The subordinate then asked if they should not prepare for that illegitimate brat, Zeke Eldragon, in the same way they had already prepared for Laika. Venial answered that they could deal with Zeke during the match itself, or even set things up while fighting him. He admitted that preparing in advance would normally be best, but Zeke seemed far sharper than expected. If Zeke noticed anything before the match, it would only make the situation troublesome. Besides, from what Venial had seen, Zeke sometimes allowed attacks to land on purpose during battle. That meant setting things up in the middle of the fight should be enough, and his subordinate agreed with that judgment. Venial bumped fists with his subordinate, a smug confidence spreading across his face. With a scoff, he said that even if Zeke had managed to defeat Edgy's Vanblade, he had no intention of losing to some bastard child, even without relying on cheap tricks. Behind them, the water in the fountain slowly began to change color, its surface darkening in a strange and ominous way. Venial declared that in this match, they would be the ones to win and claim the special mission for themselves. An hour later, when the time for East Hall and West Hall's battle finally arrived, Rick stood near the arena with nervous energy written all over his face. He said that the moment everyone had been waiting for had finally come. But no matter how hard Rick tried to sound steady, his mind kept circling back to the reality of the situation in front of him. He and Melon were both upper-class students, yet among all the representatives chosen from East Hall, they were clearly the weakest members of the lineup. West Hall, on the other hand, looked completely different. Their side was packed with elites, each one carrying the kind of pressure that made them seem dangerous before the match had even begun. Because of that overwhelming difference, Rick could not stop anxiety from creeping into his chest. The more he looked at West Hall's fighters, the more he wondered if East Hall truly had any chance of winning. Then, out of nowhere, a fist came flying through the air and landed directly on Rick's head. After smacking Rick hard enough to snap him out of his thoughts, Zeke called him an idiot and loudly demanded to know what had happened to all that confidence he had been showing earlier. Rick rubbed his head and admitted that his confidence had mostly been an act. Zeke immediately shouted back, asking him why he was even stepping into the arena in the first place if that was how he really felt. Was Rick going out there just so he could lose? Rick quickly insisted that was not it at all. Zeke then told him that if he was going to fight, then the difference in strength did not matter as much as his resolve. Once he entered the arena, he had to fight with the intention of winning, and that was the one thing he could never forget. Those words hit Rick even harder than the punch. Even with a large bump swelling on his head, his spirit suddenly rose again, and he looked at Zeke with renewed determination, saying that he was right. Rick clenched his resolve and declared that he was going to fight to win. Zeke laughed at that response, clearly satisfied, and told him that was exactly the attitude he wanted to hear. Zeke told Rick to trust himself more. After all, Rick had not been wasting his time. He had trained hard for this moment, so now he needed to believe in the strength he had built. Rick quickly agreed with Zeke's words and thanked him sincerely. But then Rick suddenly went quiet when Zeke said he would give him one small parting gift before the match began. Zeke told Rick to loosen his shoulders, explaining that the great power fist style depended on gathering every bit of strength into a single point before striking. If Rick let his body become too stiff, the power he was supposed to concentrate would spread out instead, weakening the very force his technique relied on. Zeke tapped Rick lightly on the shoulders and told him once more to relax. The moment he did, Rick felt a strange sense of ease settle through his body, and along with it came a fresh wave of confidence. Rick's face brightened into a smile as he said that. Right now, he honestly felt like he could win his fight. Zeke nodded and told him that was good, then sent him forward with a simple command. Go out there and win. As Rick made his way toward the center of the arena, Laika watched Zeke with a puzzled expression and commented that what he had just done was strange. She knew Zeke had never actually learned the great power fist style, and yet somehow, he seemed to understand it in surprising detail. Laika also pointed out that this was not the first time. Every now and then, Zeke appeared oddly familiar with martial arts he should not know much about. When she asked why that was, Zeke simply smiled and told her it was a foolish question. Then, with complete calm, Zeke gave her the only answer he thought was necessary. It should have been obvious, he said, because he was Zeke. Hearing that answer, Laika could only stare for a moment, as if she could not believe she had wasted her breath asking him in the first place. Meanwhile, when Rick finally got a clear look at the opponent standing across from him, his first thought was painfully simple. The man looked like a monster, and Rick had already seen with his own eyes how fiercely he had fought in the earlier match. Even so, Rick's heart did not sink the way it had before. This time, despite the pressure in front of him, he felt certain that he would not lose. Just then, Rick's opponent sneered at him, mocking him for acting so confident after losing to some punk from North Hall before. Rick met the insult head-on and sharply told him to shut up. He made it clear that he was no longer the same person he had been back then. His opponent tilted the challenge back at him, asking if Rick was really so sure about that. At that exact moment, Teach Mentric announced that the first match between East Hall and West Hall would now begin. The instant the match started, Rick's opponent shot forward without hesitation. Rick's eyes widened for a split second at the man's incredible speed. Before he could fully react, his opponent unleashed the insect brawl dagger technique Mantis Slash, while declaring that someone like Rick could never change in only a few hours. Rick was forced backward under the pressure of the attack, raising his guard and blocking as best he could while trying to keep his footing. His opponent's expression shifted with surprise when he realized Rick had actually defended himself using his aura. Even so, he did not slow down. Instead, he challenged Rick to try blocking the next attack, then immediately unleashed Swarming Locust, sending a relentless barrage of strikes raining down on him. As Rick struggled under the storm of attacks, his opponent mocked him again, asking what was wrong and where all that bold confidence from earlier had gone. He added with a sneer that, for a moment, he had almost thought Rick might have actually changed. Meanwhile, Rick felt fresh injuries piling up across his body as the attacks kept coming. He admitted to himself that his opponent really was strong, but even so, that did not mean he could just stand there and let himself be beaten one-sidedly. Rick immediately threw a punch in return, trying to break through the rhythm of the fight. But his opponent slipped away from it with ease and coldly told him that he was far too slow. At the same time, another blow struck Rick before he could recover. His opponent declared with complete confidence that an attack like Rick's would never be able to hit him. Rick quickly understood the problem. If the fight continued at this pace, no matter how many times he swung, he would never be able to catch his enemy. Rick's mind raced as he tried to keep up with his opponent's movements. If he could not land even a single clean hit, then what was he supposed to do now? And right at that moment, Zeke's advice flashed through his mind. He remembered being told to loosen his shoulders, because the great power fist style worked by gathering every bit of strength into one focus point before releasing it. Rick suddenly went quiet, his breathing steadying for a brief instant. Then his eyes sharpened, and he made up his mind to gamble everything on one decisive attack. He planted his feet, settled back into his stance, and began drawing his aura inward, carefully gathering his power instead of letting it scatter. When his opponent saw him preparing like that, he sneered with open contempt and said that, for a weakling, Rick was surprisingly stubborn. His opponent immediately unleashed a technique called Stinging Bee Flash, trying to pierce through Rick's defense in one sharp burst. But Rick took the attack head-on, endured the impact, and then suddenly smiled as he said he had finally caught him. The opponent's face twisted in shock when he realized Rick had grabbed onto his weapon and locked it in place, stopping him from pulling away. With his grip firm and his chance finally in front of him, Rick declared that now it was his opponent's turn to take one of his attacks. Rick poured every bit of aura he had concentrated into his fist, then released the great power fist technique with everything he had, driving all of that stored force into a single devastating blow. The impact landed with crushing power, sending his opponent flying straight across the arena until his body slammed hard into the wall. For a moment, the entire arena fell completely silent, the spectators staring in stunned disbelief at what had just happened. Zeke simply smiled from where he stood, as if he had expected this outcome all along, while Teach Mentric announced that the winner of the match was Rick from East Hall. Rick's opponent lay unconscious after the blow, his eyes rolled back and completely white, unable to respond to anything around him. Rick's face flushed bright red with joy as the reality of his victory hit him. Unable to hold back anymore, he shouted out in excitement, letting all his relief and pride burst out at once. Some time later, when Rick's opponent finally regained consciousness, he was still unable to accept what had happened. The thought that he had actually lost to Rick left him staring in disbelief. As he clutched his injured arm, still shaken from the match, he suddenly heard someone call his name. The voice belonged to Venial. The moment he heard Venial, the man quickly dragged himself before him and dropped to his knees, lowering his head as he apologized for losing the match. But before he could even finish his apology, Venial attacked him without warning, cutting him off with a brutal strike. That sudden violence sent a wave of fear through the West Hall members. Even Retin and the others could only freeze in place, terrified by Venial's cruelty. Venial then turned his cold gaze toward the rest of his companions and asked if they understood what they had to do. His command was simple and merciless. Every opponent they faced had to be crushed. No one dared to argue with him. Out of fear, they lowered their heads and accepted his order without a single objection. Meanwhile, Rick turned toward Melon with confidence in his eyes and told her that she could definitely win her match. Melon nodded back, accepting his encouragement, while across from her, her opponent watched her with a serious, unwavering stare. When Teachmentric finally gave the signal for the fight to begin, Melon released her aura at once and dashed toward her opponent with impressive speed. As she closed the distance, Melon activated her red flame sword-style technique, times, and launched her opening strike with fierce momentum. But her opponent reacted with calm precision, raising his spear and easily defending against the incoming sword attack. With perfectly timed movement, he knocked Melon's sword aside and disrupted her balance, making her body falter for just a brief moment. The instant that opening appeared, her opponent did not let it slip by. He moved to take advantage of it immediately. He shifted swiftly to Melon's side and unleashed the great wild spear-style technique known as Time's Rampaging Pierce, driving a powerful strike straight into her side. The damage from the attack was heavy enough to force Melon down onto one knee. She coughed violently, her body trembling from the impact. Before Melon could even catch her breath or regain her stance, her opponent pressed forward and launched another attack without the slightest hesitation. As the assault continued, Langus stared at the fight in disbelief, barely able to process how quickly things had turned against her. All he could mutter was that Melon's situation was becoming seriously bad. Blood continued to spill from the wounds Melon received as the fight went on. Laika trembled with anger while watching her opponent keep attacking, and even Celine said she could no longer bear to look at it. Rick, now cursing under his breath in fury, looked ready to rush straight at Melon's opponent. But Raymond quickly stopped him, firmly reminding him that he could not interfere. The match had not been officially called yet, and if Rick jumped in now, East Hall would lose by disqualification. After more time passed and Melon could no longer continue, Teachmentric finally declared that the winner of the match between Melon and her opponent was West Hall. Melon lay unconscious on the arena floor, but even then, her opponent arrogantly stepped on her face. As Teachmentric's declaration echoed through the arena, Rick and the others immediately rushed toward her. Rick and Laika were filled with deep worry when they saw Melon lying there, blood covering her body. Zeke, however, remained silent, his eyes fixed on everything that had just happened. Even though Zeke said nothing, the anger burning across his face made it painfully clear how furious he was over the severe injuries Melon had suffered. As Langus and Celine continued worrying over Melon, Rick shouted her name in desperation. Langus could not stop himself from wondering if she would be all right, while Celine said the wounds her opponent had inflicted were far too excessive. Zeke's expression remained filled with intense anger, yet he still kept his voice under control. In silence, he calmly watched their enemies, his gaze sharpening with every passing second. As Melon's opponent began walking away as if nothing had happened, Rick suddenly shouted after him. Raising his voice across the arena, Rick demanded to know whether there had been any real need for him to go that far. The opponent's expression darkened slightly. He turned back toward Rick and the others, then asked if they had a problem with what he had done. When Rick asked what he meant by that, the man answered coldly that this had been a battle. In other words, it was real combat, and he had only gone all out to guarantee his victory over Melon. Hearing that excuse only made Rick's anger burn even hotter. Rick said that even if it had been a battle, what he did to Melon was still far beyond what was necessary, especially when she had already suffered severe injuries and lost consciousness. Celine shouted in agreement, backing Rick up without hesitation. She said he was right, and that Melon's opponent had absolutely no need to take things that far. The man only smiled at them mockingly, saying they were simply too soft. According to him, fighters from West Hall never showed mercy to their enemies in real combat. Pointing toward Rick and the others, He declared that this was how West Hall fought. They crushed their enemies completely, and to him that was all there was to it. Laika immediately stepped forward and walked straight toward Melon's opponent, her expression dark with anger. In a low, dangerous voice, she asked whether what he had done had been an order from Venial, but the man only answered with a smug, arrogant look, as if he had done nothing wrong at all. "So what?" he snapped back, then coldly told them that if they had a problem with it, they were free to forfeit right then and there. His eyes shifted toward Laika as he asked whether she truly failed to understand what it meant that the referee had never stepped in to stop the match. He went on without a trace of guilt, saying Melon had still shown the will to keep fighting, so all he had done was crush that will completely. Then, with the same shameless confidence, he threw the question back at them, asking whether breaking an opponent who refused to surrender was not simply the natural course of a battle. Laika's anger flared all over again, and she shouted at him with fury in her voice. But Melon's opponent barely reacted, only clicking his tongue and complaining that they were making far too much noise, before casually turning his back on them as though their outrage meant nothing. As he walked away from the arena floor, he tossed one last insult over his shoulder. With a mocking tone, he told them they would be better off worrying about themselves before fussing over their friend, because soon enough, every one of them would end up just like Melon. Not long after that cruel warning, Retin suddenly stepped into the tense atmosphere as if he had been waiting for the perfect moment. With an easy, dismissive tone, he said that this was simply how things were. He then added, almost lazily, that if they were scared after seeing what had just happened, no one was stopping them from forfeiting right there on the spot. After saying that, Retin turned his attention toward Langus. His gaze sharpened slightly as he asked whether Langus had heard every word that had just been said. Langus immediately turned his head toward him, his body stiffening the moment he heard that voice. A bead of sweat slowly slid down his cheek, and in a strained voice he murmured Retin's name. Retin answered with a casual smile, telling Langus that he should start calling him properly by name from now on. Then, without giving him any room to breathe, he asked whether Langus intended to forfeit their match as well. Langus stood there in silence, unable to answer right away. Retin mocked him even harder, saying that if Langus wanted to be played with and broken down just like that girl Melon, he would not bother stopping him. He even leaned into the old wound between them, asking whether Langus wanted him to repeat the same treatment from their village days, before sneering at him as nothing more than a weakling. Langus lowered his head, and the shadow falling across his face made his expression look heavier and darker than before. Laika, meanwhile, was visibly furious, her anger almost bursting out after hearing Retin drag up Langus's past. But before she could fully step in, Langus quietly spoke up and told Lady Laika that it was all right. Then, little by little, Langus pushed himself up to his feet. His grip tightened around his spear as he said firmly that he was not going to run away. Laika turned toward him in surprise, her eyes widening at the change in his voice. Langus kept his gaze forward and declared that today, in this very place, he was going to surpass Retin. Retin's expression immediately twisted with irritation, as if those words had scratched directly at his pride. He glared at Langus and demanded to know what exactly he meant by saying that. Meanwhile, Melon still lay unconscious, unable to move, while the medical team hurriedly continued treating the wounds she had suffered. Around them, the spectators remained silent, watching the aftermath and the rising tension without daring to interrupt. At the center of the arena, Langus drew in a deep breath, trying to steady himself as both hands closed around his spear. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called his name, making him flinch in surprise. Langus froze, confused and astonished at the same time, because he recognized that voice instantly. There was no mistaking it, it belonged to Zeke. When Langus turned his eyes toward him, Zeke remained perfectly calm. He told Langus not to panic, because no one around them would be able to hear what he was saying. Zeke explained that he was not speaking out loud at all. Instead, his voice was being sent directly into Langus's mind. He added that this was a technique he had recreated a few years earlier, after spending a great deal of time reading through countless books and piecing the method together for himself. Langus was left wondering where he should even begin reacting to something so outrageous, but Zeke moved past that as if it were nothing unusual. More importantly, he said, he had used the technique now because there was one piece of advice he needed to give Langus. When Langus asked what kind of advice he meant, Zeke answered in a calm, steady voice. He told him there was a saying, clouds drift freely, and water flows gently. Langus repeated the words in his mind, trying to understand what Zeke was getting at. The proverb sounded simple, but in the middle of battle, he could not immediately grasp its meaning. Zeke continued, guiding him through the image. Clouds move through the sky without resistance, drifting wherever the wind carries them, while water flows softly and smoothly, never forcing its path more than it needs to. He then told Langus that whenever he found himself struggling, trapped, or pushed into a corner, he should picture that exact image clearly inside his mind. Just then, Teachmentric called out and asked what Langus was doing standing there. Langus snapped back to the arena at once, quickly apologized, and hurriedly settled into his battle stance. Teachmentric then raised his voice for everyone to hear and announced that the second battle between West Hall and East Hall was about to begin. The instant Langus heard the signal to start, he launched himself forward without hesitation. His spear cut through the air as he unleashed the Cloudwater spear-style technique known as Water Pierce, driving straight toward Retin. Retin's eyes flickered with brief surprise at Langus's sudden speed, but the shock lasted only a moment. With practiced ease, he met the attack head-on, countered it smoothly, and knocked the spear aside. Retin looked down on him with a sneer and told Langus not to get carried away just because he had managed one quick move. Calling him a little weakling, Retin shifted into his own sword style. He unleashed a serpent strike sword-style technique called Ambush Pierce, the movement sharp and predatory. The force of his aura twisted into the form of a snake, then shot forward in a straight, vicious line, aiming directly for Langus's chest. Langus raised his spear and managed to defend himself against the incoming strike, but Retin only sneered at the sight. He mocked him, saying that after all his bold words, this was all Langus could actually do. Retin pushed the insult even further, calling Langus pathetic and sneering at him as a little runt. Then he charged forward again, closing the distance with the clear intention of overwhelming him. Langus did not answer back. He simply steadied his breathing, lifted his spear once more, and prepared himself for the next strike coming straight at him. But when Retin unleashed another serpent strike sword-style technique, this one called Serpentine Slash, Langus was caught completely off guard by the sudden change in movement. The attack did not travel in a simple line. It twisted and curved like a living snake, slipping around his defense in a way that made it impossible for him to block properly, and the blade struck him hard in the side. Langus immediately thought to himself that he had been certain he had guarded against the attack. Yet somehow, in the middle of the strike itself, Retin had changed its direction and slipped past his defense. Retin looked at him with open mockery and asked what was wrong. Then he taunted Langus, telling him to try hitting back if he even had the ability to land a single blow. Refusing to give in, Langus clenched his jaw and declared that he could still attack. He insisted that he could still reach Retin and strike him. Without wasting another second, Langus moved again and unleashed another Cloudwater spear-style technique, flowing clouds and water. But just before their weapons could collide, Retin's lips curled into a sudden smile. In the very next instant, Retin's attack bent once more, changing direction as if it had a will of its own. The strike slammed into Langus again, blasting him backward and sending his body flying across the arena. The impact erupted with a violent burst, and Laika and the others could only watch in deep worry as the force of the clash spread through the arena. Zeke, however, remained silent, his eyes fixed calmly on the battle. When the dust finally began to settle, Langus came into view on one knee, his body battered but still upright. He held tightly onto his spear, using it as support to keep himself from collapsing completely. Langus thought bitterly that he had tried to deflect Retin's attacks and turn them into chances for counterattacks. But every time he moved, every attempt he made was being twisted around and used against him instead. Retin looked at him knowingly and asked whether he had been planning to use his own movements as the basis for a counterattack. Then Retin broke into mocking laughter, telling Langus to give him a break. He called him a pitiful guy before revealing that countering was his specialty, and unfortunately for Langus, Retin claimed he was several levels above him in every possible way. Meanwhile, Langus struggled just to remain on his feet. His hands clenched around his spear so tightly it was the only thing keeping him from falling, and through gritted teeth, he said that what Retin was claiming had to be impossible. But Retin suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance before Langus could react. He grabbed Langus by the hair, yanking him harshly as he said he had no idea what kind of delusion Langus had been living in. Retin sneered down at him and declared with cruel certainty that the child of a pseudo-dragon could never become truly strong. In his eyes, Langus was nothing more than an empty imitation, a weakling destined to end up just like his father. Even while barely holding himself together, Langus forced the words out through the pain. His voice shook, but his anger was clear as he warned Retin not to dare insult his father. But Retin only tightened his grip on Langus's hair, yanking his head up before driving a brutal punch straight into his face. With that same look of disgust, he spat out the words, calling Langus nothing but a fake dragon. The force of the blow sent Langus crashing down hard onto the arena floor, his body hitting the ground with no strength left to catch himself. Even after Langus had fallen, Retin showed no sign of stopping. He kept kicking and striking him again and again, shouting that a fake dragon like Langus could never hope to defeat someone who was the real thing. As Retten's heavy blows continued to rain down on him, Langus's thoughts began to sink into despair. He had believed he was finally getting stronger, believed he had taken even one step forward, but now it all felt like a lie. Maybe it had only been his own delusion because in the end he was still weak. Tears slowly rolled down Langus's bloodied face as that painful thought repeated inside him. No matter how hard he tried to deny it, the words kept echoing through his mind. He was only a fake dragon after all. And then, in the middle of that pain, an old memory began to surface. Langus remembered a quiet day from the past, when he and his father had sat together by the riverbank, fishing side by side beneath the open sky. His father had gently asked whether Langus enjoyed fishing, then admitted with a warm smile that he loved it too. It was a simple moment, but the peaceful sound of the river made it feel unforgettable. His father told Langus that, just as he could see, he loved sitting there with a fishing rod in hand, watching the clouds above and the water flowing before him. When Langus asked if that meant his father liked clouds and water, his father smiled softly and said clouds always drifted so serenely, while the river kept flowing on without end. As he gazed at that quiet scenery, his father said that watching the clouds and the river made him realize something important, that the worries people carried were, in truth, much smaller and more trivial than they seemed. When Langus asked what he meant by that, his father did not give him a long explanation. He simply looked at him with that gentle expression and said that maybe, one day, Langus would come to understand it for himself. Back in the present, Langus lay on the arena floor covered in blood, his body aching with every breath. Yet through his split lips, he quietly whispered those words again, drifting and flowing. Teach Mentric remained silent, his eyes fixed on the fight as he watched Langus carefully, not interrupting even as the situation shifted before him. Soon after, Retten reached down and grabbed Langus again, dragging him up as he coldly declared that this was where their fight would finally end. Retten gathered his aura into his fist, preparing to crush Langus with one final blow. As the power thickened around his hand, he sneered that a fake dragon would always remain a fake. He went even further, telling Langus that someone like him should spend his life crawling on his hands and knees. But just as Langus opened his eyes, Zeke's words from before the battle surfaced clearly in his mind. Then, as if following the image of water flowing gently along its path, Langus's aura began to move smoothly through his body, no longer forced or broken, but calm and continuous. Before Retten's finishing blow could land, Langus raised himself just enough to block it, stopping the attack at the last possible moment. Retten had not expected Langus to defend himself so suddenly. The instant he sensed the aura rising from him, his expression changed, and he quickly pulled back, retreating to recover his sword. Meanwhile, Teach Mentric's eyes widened slightly before a surprised smile appeared on his face, as if he had just witnessed something truly unexpected. The reason was clear. On Langus's chest, the third star had begun shining brightly, undeniable proof that he had broken through to the 3-star level right in the middle of his battle with Retten. Retten's face darkened in an instant. His rage twisted his expression as he stared at Langus, unable to accept what had just happened in front of him. More than anything, Retten simply could not believe it. Langus, the same person he had mocked and looked down on, had actually reached the 3-star level during their fight. That realization only made his anger burn hotter. Retten refused to accept that Langus now stood on the same level as him. Gritting his teeth, he snarled that there was no way some fake could ever stand beside him as an equal, and he swore he would never acknowledge it. As Retten prepared to attack once more, he shouted that he would never accept someone he had always mocked reaching the same 3-star rank as him. Without holding back, Retten unleashed his Serpent Strike sword style again, sending out Serpentine Slash in a swift, twisting arc that rushed straight toward Langus. Even with one eye nearly swollen shut from his injuries, Langus reacted with astonishing speed. His body slipped away from the strike with smooth precision, avoiding it effortlessly even as the attack changed direction. Retten was stunned. That very same attack had struck Langus earlier, yet now he had avoided it as if he had seen through it completely. A terrifying thought crossed Retten's mind. Had Langus already read the pattern of his attacks? Unable to tolerate that possibility, Retten rejected it outright and launched another assault, this time unleashing rampaging Serpent Flash. As Retten poured out a relentless storm of strikes, he shouted for Langus to try enduring this attack if he really thought he could. But once again, Langus moved with an almost unnatural fluidity. Each blow slipped past him as his body drifted and flowed, soft and effortless, like clouds moving across the sky and water gliding along a river. Laika could hardly believe the change unfolding before her eyes, while Zeke watched with calm focus and quietly remarked that Langus had just taken one step closer to the true essence. Hearing that, Laika immediately turned toward Zeke, curiosity and disbelief mixing in her expression, as she asked what he meant by those words. Zeke explained that clouds drift freely through the sky, and water flows gently along its course, never stopping no matter what tries to stand in the way. In the same way, Langus was beginning to accept the force coming toward him instead of clashing against it head-on. He was letting it pass through, adjusting to each movement with a softness that made his body respond naturally. Zeke added that he himself had only shown Langus a small glimpse of that principle earlier, but in this fight, Langus had taken that hint and made it entirely his own. Laika was left speechless, a bead of sweat forming on her cheek as she admitted she could hardly believe Langus had reached such a state in so little time. But Zeke pointed out that Langus did not even seem aware of what he had achieved yet, which made his focus in that moment even more extraordinary. Retin, however, could only curse under his breath as he watched Langus continue to move. For reasons he could not understand, fear slowly began creeping into his heart. Driven by panic, Retin shouted at Langus not to come any closer, then swung his sword again and again, unleashing a barrage of desperate attacks. But just like before, every strike missed. Langus avoided them one after another, moving as if Retin's attacks could no longer reach him. When Retin's sword finally clashed directly against Langus's spear, the difference became clear. Retin could not withstand the force behind the impact and was pushed back. As Langus prepared to strike again, Zeke suddenly laughed with excitement, his eyes shining as he said that this was exactly it, because water did not always remain calm. The moment Retin saw the attack Langus was about to release, panic flashed across his face. He turned and ran, cursing as he fled, unable to understand how Langus had become so strong in the middle of their fight. Meanwhile, Langus stood at the center of the arena as his power gathered around him, slowly forming into a swirling tornado of water. Zeke declared that once water turned wild, once its current grew violent, no one could stand against its force. The attack slammed directly into Retin's chest, blasting him away with overwhelming force. Blood burst from his mouth as he was sent flying, and moments later, he lost consciousness. Seeing Retin's condition, Teach Mentric immediately brought the match to an end and announced that East Hall had won. Langus remained standing there in shock, breathing heavily as if he could not fully understand what had just happened with his own body. As Langus stood there questioning everything in disbelief, Laika and the others rushed toward him from the sidelines, calling out his name with relief and concern. Laika rushed in with excitement written all over her face, praising Langus from the heart. She told him he had been incredible, congratulating him not only for breaking through to the 3-star level, but for winning the match immediately afterward. She called it the absolute best result they could have hoped for. But Langus still looked dazed, as if his mind had not caught up with reality yet, and he hesitantly asked whether she was truly talking about him, whether he had really broken through and won. Then Langus slowly turned his eyes toward Retin, who lay unconscious on the ground, and disbelief spread across his face as the truth began to sink in. He could hardly accept that he had defeated the very person who had mocked him, hurt him, and looked down on him ever since their childhood days back in the village. Even after seeing Retin lying there, Langus kept asking in disbelief if he had truly won. Celine answered him with a bright smile, happily confirming that he really had won, and telling him that his match had been absolutely incredible. Langus stumbled over his words, still struggling to believe it, before finally admitting aloud that he had truly defeated Retin with his own hands. As he continued staring at Retin, memories from the past came flooding back all at once. Before Langus even realized it, tears began slipping down his face. Rick immediately slung an arm around Langus and asked why he was crying after such an amazing victory. Then, with curiosity bursting out of him, he asked what that insane move from earlier had been. Langus, still completely unaware of what he had done, asked what Rick meant, and Laika quickly added that she wanted to know the answer too. Raymond described it with wide-eyed excitement, saying it looked like a huge water dragon had surged upward like a waterfall, and that the whole thing had been both ridiculous and unbelievably cool. Langus could only shake his head in confusion, insisting that he did not know any technique like that at all. But Raymond was absolutely certain that was what he had seen. That was when Zeke finally spoke up, calmly revealing that the technique Langus had unleashed was known as Rising Dragon Pierce. With a faint smile, Zeke explained that the move originally belonged to the second volume of the Cloudwater Spear style, even though Langus had only studied the first volume. Langus stared at him in surprise, while Laika immediately turned toward Zeke and questioned how he knew anything about the second volume. Of course, Zeke could not exactly tell them the truth, that he was the one who had created that technique in the first place. Laika then realized just how astonishing Langus's achievement really was. Without anyone directly teaching him, he had somehow reached the level of the second volume through his own effort and instinct. Deep down, Zeke reflected on the Cloudwater Spear style, a martial art he had created in his previous life. However, he had no memory of ever turning it into a written manual. Most likely, later generations had recorded it themselves, divided it into separate volumes, and hidden its true essence in the higher sections so inexperienced fighters would not reach it too soon. And yet, despite all of that, Langus had opened a path to that hidden essence with his own strength. To Zeke, watching such young talent bloom right in front of him was a truly wonderful sight. Just then, Teach Mentric called out toward East Hall, asking how long they intended to keep standing around and chatting. Celine quickly apologized, while Rick, fired up by the victory, suddenly suggested they ride this momentum and finish off their opponents. Celine nodded with renewed determination, agreeing that she would give it everything she had. Starting with Langus's stunning victory, East Hall's morale shot straight to its peak. But West Hall was not about to collapse so easily after one loss, and as both sides pushed harder, the battles became even more intense. In the fourth match, Celine fought with everything she had and put up a strong performance, but in the end, she lost by a narrow margin, leaving venial Fafnir Eldragon sighing in disappointment. Then, in the fifth match, Raymond pushed himself all the way to his limit. After a grueling struggle, he managed to seize a hard-fought victory, bringing the entire contest closer to its final rounds. As Langus helped support him, Raymond admitted with a tired grin that he had barely managed to pull it off. Langus praised him for the win, while Rick raised his shield and sword again, his fighting spirit clearly reignited. Celine apologized to everyone, saying that if she had won her own match, the entire battle would have already been over. Laika reassured her at once, telling her she had fought well and reminding her that the rule was to reach 4 victories. East Hall now stood at 3 wins and 2 losses, with victory finally within reach. Laika stepped forward confidently and declared that all that remained was for her to win the next match and end everything, telling the others to leave it to her. At that moment, Zeke called out to her. When Laika turned and asked what he wanted, she suddenly blushed as he stepped closer, asking whether she felt all right and if anything about her condition seemed strange. Letting out a small sigh, Laika told him she was perfectly fine and as prepared as always. She gently pushed him back and pointed out, with a flustered look, that he was standing much too close. Then she assured him there was no need to worry, promising with steady confidence that she would not lose. Langus called out to her as well, cheering her on and asking her to do her best in the next fight. Zeke, however, said nothing in response and simply watched her quietly. As Laika walked toward the center of the arena, Zeke could not stop himself from wondering what the strange feeling inside him was, a sensation he was not used to recognizing. Because his teammate had lost to Raymond, Alan was burning with rage. Without the slightest hesitation, he kicked the defeated fighter and coldly called him a useless pawn. The man's body slammed hard against the wall, but Alan only looked at him with contempt and added that he was completely worthless. Even so, Alan told himself that nothing had truly fallen apart yet. As long as he won his upcoming fight against Laika, everything would return to the way it was supposed to be. Suddenly, Laika cut into his thoughts. Wearing a confident smile, she told Alan that what he wanted would never happen, because she was going to be the one who won their battle. She pulled her sword free from where it had been embedded in the ground and readied herself. At that moment, Teach Mentric officially announced the start of the match between West Hall and East Hall, Alan against Laika. In the very next instant, Laika vanished from where she had been standing and launched straight into her attack. As she closed in on Alan at high speed, he immediately realized just how fast she truly was. While blocking her strike, a bead of sweat slid down Alan's cheek. He understood at once that this was the lightning aura user, Laika, the girl rumored to possess power that even surpassed Sandy Toporna. After deflecting her attack, Alan reacted quickly and slipped behind her, trying to reposition before she could press him further. As Laika landed from her movement, Alan leapt backward, putting distance between them to avoid being caught in her next strike. But Laika had no intention of slowing down. She immediately continued her assault, once again driving forward with her lightning aura wrapped around her attack. Alan began to think that if this became a contest of raw strength, he might actually lose. Fortunately for him, Lord Venial had already made his move before the match had even begun. Whatever ability Venial had secretly used on Laika now began to take effect. Laika's eyes widened in shock as she questioned what had just happened to her. At the same time, the audience quickly noticed the same thing. Her lightning aura had vanished completely. Seeing that the effect had activated, Venial gave Alan a clear signal to attack. Alan charged forward without hesitation, declaring that Laika could not defeat him now. Not a chance. Even without her aura, Laika planted her feet and relied on her physical strength, raising her sword just in time to block Alan's incoming attack. However, Alan immediately followed up by driving a kick into her stomach, forcing Laika to stagger backward from the impact. Watching from the sidelines, her allies grew more and more worried as the flow of the match suddenly turned against her. Rick clenched his teeth in frustration, unable to hide his concern, while Zeke remained silent, his gaze fixed on Laika. Holding her stomach where Alan's kick had landed, Laika struggled to steady herself while the same question kept turning over in her mind. Why could she no longer use her lightning aura? Alan repeated through clenched teeth that Laika would never be able to defeat him, not in her current state. Then he rushed in mercilessly, unleashing a rapid barrage of attacks that battered her body from multiple angles. With her lightning aura sealed away and her source power refusing to respond, Laika had no choice but to brace herself and endure each painful blow as it came crashing into her. For any warrior, the body and the source power within it are deeply connected. Every step, every swing, every defensive motion is normally strengthened by that inner power flowing through them. So when a warrior suddenly loses that source power in the middle of battle, the danger becomes overwhelming. Even an ordinary strike from an opponent can turn into a blow strong enough to decide the fight, or even end a life. Alan swung again, this time aiming another harsh strike directly at Laika's head. One of Laika's eyes had nearly closed from the damage she had taken, but her will still refused to break. She told herself that all she had to do was keep defending, keep surviving Alan's attacks until her source power and lightning aura finally returned. From the sidelines, Sandy Toporna and Edgy's Vanblade both grew more alarmed. Sandy said something was clearly wrong, that Laika's movements were strange, and Edgy's agreed as he wondered whether her source power had stopped working altogether, questioning how something like that could even happen. Meanwhile, after enduring Alan's relentless assault again and again, Laika's strength finally faltered. Her knees buckled, and she dropped down in the middle of the arena. Laika coughed hard, struggling just to breathe through the pain. Even Alan looked surprised that she had managed to withstand so much punishment without her source power, silently acknowledging that she really was someone on the same level as Lord Venial, a candidate for the next family head. When Alan glanced toward Venial, he saw him wearing a grim, satisfied smile. Without a word of hesitation, Venial gave him a clear order to kill Laika. Alan's expression darkened as he turned back toward her. He admitted that Laika had endured far longer than expected, but coldly decided that this was as far as she would be allowed to go. Langus could no longer hold back his fear and shouted for the match to be stopped, desperately trying to rush toward Laika. But Raymond blocked his path, firmly telling him that he could not interfere no matter how worried he was. Zeke, who had stayed silent up until that moment, suddenly let his expression harden. Anger lit in his eyes, an aura flared around his clenched fists as he watched Alan prepare his next attack. Laika sat helplessly in the center of the arena, fear creeping over her as her body refused to move the way she wanted. Alan closed in on her step by step, and she could barely even raise herself to respond. Then, in that critical instant, a flash of golden lightning tore across the arena. Before Alan's attack could reach Laika, Sandy appeared in front of her in a blur, sword already in hand as she placed herself between them. Sandy shouted at Alan with fury in her voice, demanding to know exactly what he had been about to do. Alan froze for a moment, visibly stunned by Sandy's sudden intervention, and his attack came to an abrupt halt. Zeke quietly released a small sigh of relief, realizing he no longer needed to step in himself. He understood perfectly that if he interfered directly, East Hall would be disqualified, handing the victory straight to West Hall. Alan quickly recovered from his shock and questioned Sandy sharply, asking why she had dared to interfere in the match. Sandy snapped back in anger, telling Alan not to pretend he was innocent. She said he had clearly tried to kill Laika just now, then demanded that he admit it. The audience fell into stunned silence, the entire arena seeming to hold its breath after that accusation. Alan only smirked and accused Sandy of having a violent imagination. He insisted that he would never do something as reckless as trying to kill a family head candidate. At that moment, Edgy stepped into the arena as well, his calm but serious gaze settling on Alan as he questioned him too. From where Edgy's had been watching, Alan's last strike had looked far too dangerous to be dismissed as an ordinary attack. Alan grew irritated and asked whether they were both accusing him. Edgy's answered evenly that if Alan did not enjoy being accused, then he should be more careful about how his actions looked. Edgy's then pointed out what everyone could already see. Laika was unable to use her source power. Attacking someone in that helpless state with aura was something no fighter should be allowed to do. Venial then approached with a cold smile, calling out to Edgy's and asking if he had come here to interfere in the match just to complain about the way West Hall fought. Venial stated that in real combat, an opponent's condition did not matter. You simply crushed the enemy in front of you. According to him, West Hall treated every match as though it were an actual battle. Sandy, still burning with anger, argued that even if that were true, there had to be limits. This was supposed to be a match, not a death duel. Venial mocked them for that response, calling them soft and saying that this weak-minded attitude was exactly why they kept losing. Edgy's remained silent, but Sandy's rage only continued to rise as she glared at Venial. Venial continued speaking as if he had done nothing wrong, saying they were not playing at war or pretending to fight. In his eyes, this was real combat. He laughed, then added that while this was not exactly a kill-or-be-killed situation, they were still holding back. So, according to him, it was not as if they had truly been trying to kill Laika. But with a grim look, Venial admitted that perhaps something might have ended up a little broken along the way. That final remark pushed Sandy past her limit. Her anger erupted, and her lightning aura burst out around her body. Before the situation could spiral any further, Teachmentric released his own aura. The overwhelming pressure swept through the arena and instantly silenced everyone. In a cold, commanding voice, Teachmentric demanded to know when he had ever given anyone permission to waste time with such pointless chatter. Even then, Sandy insisted that Alan's earlier attack had carried clear killing intent. Teachmentric dismissed her claim without hesitation, saying that someone who did not belong inside the arena had no right to speak. He added sharply that fools had no business disrupting the match, and whether the battle continued or ended was a decision that belonged to him alone. Edgys immediately lowered his head and apologized, accepting Teachmentric's authority without further argument. Teachmentric then declared the match finished, announcing that West Hall had won. He ordered everyone who was not involved in the next match to leave the arena at once. Edgys quickly lifted Laika into his arms and told Sandy to pick up her sword so they could leave without causing any more trouble. As they carried Laika out of the arena, Langus and the others hurried toward her side, their faces filled with worry. Edgys reassured them that Laika would be all right. He had already given her a healing potion, but she still needed time to recover, so he planned to take her straight to the infirmary. Zeke remarked that Edgys might face consequences for what he and Sandy had just done. Edgys simply smiled back and told him not to worry about it. Then Edgys added that he knew Zeke had been ready to step in as well. Zeke answered with a joking denial, acting as if he had no idea what Edgys was talking about. As Edgys carried Laika away from the arena, Sandy glanced back with a troubled expression and said that something about this whole situation felt wrong. Alan was undeniably powerful, but even so, seeing Laika beaten down so completely made no sense. For someone with her strength and pride to be overwhelmed like that, something about the match felt impossible to accept. Edgys nodded in agreement, his expression turning sharper as he said the uneasiness had started long before this. Even back during the first match with Lila Sonar, something had felt strangely wrong, and by now it was clear that West Hall was hiding something. Laika still hadn't regained consciousness, her body lying limp after the brutal match, and Edgys turned toward Zeke with a serious look. He warned him to stay alert in the next fight, because his opponent, Venial, was not someone to underestimate. Zeke gave only a small nod in response, his face calm and unreadable, as if he had already accepted the danger waiting ahead. He quietly said he appreciated the warning, then stepped away and walked toward the center of the arena. Across from him, Venial raised his weapon and pointed it straight at Zeke, coldly declaring that it was a shame Zeke would never be able to defeat him, because East Hall's defeat had already been decided. Zeke didn't bother answering a single word. Instead, right there in front of Venial, he casually rolled his shoulders and stretched his body as if he were warming up before a simple training session. Venial's arrogant smile vanished. He went completely silent, and thick veins began to stand out across his face as his irritation boiled over from being so openly ignored. Teachmentric then raised his voice and announced the 7th match between East Hall and West Hall. The instant his signal rang out across the arena, Zeke's body vanished into motion. In the blink of an eye, Zeke drove a heavy punch straight into Venial's jaw, the impact snapping his head aside and forcing blood from his mouth. With a cold look, Zeke told him that his smug attitude had been getting on his nerves, and now he wanted to see just how long Venial could keep acting so confident. The punch carried so much force that Venial was launched backward like a broken projectile, crashing all the way into the far wall of the arena. The moment his body struck, a thunderous explosion erupted from the impact. The entire audience froze in stunned silence, their mouths hanging open as they struggled to understand what had just happened. Even Teachmentric's eyes widened in disbelief, as if the speed and power of that single blow had completely exceeded his expectations. Zeke looked toward the wreckage and added that for someone who loved talking about real combat, Venial had left himself wide open. Then he asked, almost mockingly, whether this was the kind of real battle Venial had been so proud of. Before Zeke's devastating strike truly sank in, Venial had first heard him ask whether the people of West Hall were really fighting as though this were genuine combat. The question left confusion written plainly across Venial's face, until Zeke calmly said he would meet him on those same terms and fight him in real combat mode as well, asking if Venial was absolutely sure he wouldn't regret it. Venial narrowed his eyes and demanded to know what Zeke was trying to say. Out loud, he arrogantly snapped that Zeke would be the one regretting this fight. But deep down, he couldn't shake the uneasy thought of what Zeke's words actually meant. Zeke spoke again, his voice low and steady. As his hands tightened into fists, a faint glow flickered in his eyes, and the calm expression on his face slowly darkened into something far more dangerous. All at once, Alan shouted out in alarm, calling for Lord Venial with a voice filled with shock and concern. Zeke launched himself toward Venial with terrifying force, but Venial still managed to react. He unleashed a powerful counterattack of his own, sending a fast, compressed sphere of wind tearing through the air toward Zeke. But just before the wind sphere could connect, Zeke merely tilted his head to the side by the smallest amount. The attack missed him completely and slammed into the arena wall behind him instead. Venial pushed himself back to his feet, his body aching from the earlier blow, and cursed under his breath as frustration twisted across his face. He could still feel the damage from Zeke's punch shaking through his body, yet what bothered him more was the sight in front of him. Zeke was still standing calmly in the center of the arena, as if nothing had touched him at all. Venial knew he had countered as quickly as his body could move the moment Zeke attacked. So why was Zeke standing there completely unharmed, without even a scratch to show for it? Zeke watched him closely and remarked that he understood now. Venial's source power was wind type. He then asked if Venial belonged to one of the 4 great families, and whether that wind power was the special source power passed down through his clan. Venial, still shaking with fury, could only spit out an insult and call Zeke a bastard. Zeke answered that anger with a mocking tone, asking how real combat felt now that Venial was the one being pressed. He even added that, out of consideration, he had tried to fight in a style somewhat similar to Venial's own. That only made Venial's rage burn hotter. He demanded an explanation, but the moment the words left his mouth, his entire body suddenly stiffened. Zeke had already disappeared from in front of him and reappeared behind him in an instant. With only a slight glance over his shoulder, Zeke's eyes glowed once more. In a calm, almost chilling voice, he said that this made the 2nd time. Then Zeke struck the back of Venial's neck with a precise blow, sending his body flying violently across the arena once again. Venial scraped across the ground before finally skidding to a stop, his face twisted in disbelief. He couldn't understand what kind of absurd situation this was, or how someone like him could be handled so easily by Zeke. When Venial forced himself up again, barely managing to regain his stance, Zeke immediately closed the distance between them without giving him even a moment to breathe. As Zeke drew back for another attack, he told Venial that stopping to think in the middle of an actual fight would never save him. Then he asked whether Venial had always been fighting under the illusion that he was safe. Zeke's fist slammed straight into Venial's chest with brutal force. The impact drove through his body so hard that his entire frame shook from the blow. Venial's eyes rolled white as blood burst from his mouth. His strength gave out, and he collapsed to his knees right in front of Zeke, unable to keep himself standing. "That makes 3, Zeke said coldly. Trembling from the pain, Venial lifted his head and demanded to know what Zeke meant, asking what he had been counting this whole time. Zeke answered as if it should have been obvious from the start. He was counting the number of times Venial had already died during this battle. Venial stared at him in confusion, still unable to fully process what he had just heard, while Zeke began to explain exactly what he meant. The first time was when Zeke struck him in the face. The second was the blow delivered to the back of his neck. And the third was the attack that had landed directly over his heart. Zeke added that the only reason Venial was still breathing was because this match had rules holding him back. Furious and humiliated, Venial shouted that there was no way any of that could be true. But before Venial could finish speaking, Zeke kicked him square in the face and cut him off mid-sentence. He declared that Venial was right about one thing: this was real combat and break time was over because chatting with an enemy was never part of a real fight. The force of the kick sent Venial rolling helplessly across the arena floor. Watching from the side, Sandy's expression darkened, her eyes fixed on the scene as if she couldn't believe what Zeke was doing to him. Sweat slid down Sandy's face as she admitted that what was happening between Zeke and Venial could no longer be called a normal fight. Edgies agreed, saying that compared to this, his own match against Zeke now felt like nothing more than a friendly sparring session. He went even further, saying Zeke's strength was completely unreasonable. To Edgies, Zeke wasn't just strong, he was the very definition of unfair. Standing calmly in the middle of the arena with a faint smile on his face, Zeke asked Venial whether he was finally beginning to understand what real combat actually meant. As Venial lay trembling on the ground, struggling through the pain of his injuries, Zeke acknowledged that crushing an enemy completely on a battlefield was indeed important, just as Venial had claimed. He then added that Venial and the others from West Hall would probably grow into excellent warriors someday, if they kept that fierce mentality and learned how to use it properly. Venial tried to drag himself forward across the ground, still refusing to give in. Zeke briefly closed his eyes, then pointed out that despite everything Venial had said, they were not standing on an actual battlefield. This match was being watched over by instructors, and healing potions were ready nearby in case anything went too far. To Zeke, that made it an incredibly soft and protected environment for someone like Venial to keep boasting about real combat. Venial, still struggling to move, snarled at Zeke to shut up, but Zeke continued without flinching, saying that the real combat Venial kept talking about was far removed from reality, and that Venial was only using those words to run away from his own weakness. Then Zeke looked down at him and asked plainly whether he was wrong. Venial didn't answer the question. Instead, his fury exploded, and he shouted over and over for Zeke to be silent, his voice cracking as his anger reached its breaking point. Suddenly, a green whirlwind began to rise behind Venial, twisting violently into shape. The spectators stared in shock as the strange surge of power filled the arena. Venial glared at Zeke through his rage and declared that someone like him, a bastard child, had no right to stand there and lecture him. Zeke looked at Venial's furious expression and asked, almost too calmly, whether he was in the middle of some rebellious phase. If that really was the case, then no matter what Zeke said, none of it would reach him anyway. Then Zeke added that since he was standing here as Venial's opponent, he didn't mind letting him vent everything. If Venial had anger to release, then he could throw all of it into this fight. Venial tightened his grip as he prepared his next move, rage twisting across his face. He snapped at Zeke to shut his mouth and stop acting like he understood everything. Then Venial unleashed his wind-rending fan arts, Stormblade. Invisible blades of wind tore across the arena in a furious barrage, slicing toward Zeke from every direction. But Zeke sprang into the air with effortless timing and avoided each strike cleanly. While Zeke was still airborne, Venial's eyes sharpened. In his mind, he told himself he only needed one opening. Just a single instant where he could get close enough to touch Zeke. Away from the center of the arena, Langus stared at the battlefield in confusion, unable to understand why the ground was being ripped apart when he couldn't see anything striking it. Aegis explained that this was Venial's power, the wind aura of the Fafnir Eldragon family, one of the 4 great houses. Aegis went on to say that wind aura itself was invisible to the eye, so it was only natural that Langus couldn't follow the attacks no matter how closely he watched. Sandy, still visibly annoyed, called it a nasty kind of power that fit Venial almost too well. Aegis laughed lightly and told her not to put it that way, though he admitted that whether people liked the ability or not, it was extremely troublesome to deal with. Because Venial could keep launching invisible attacks one after another without giving his opponent a clear target, he was a difficult fighter to face. Hearing that only made Langus grow more anxious as he watched Zeke inside the arena. Meanwhile, Venial's confusion deepened. No matter how many invisible wind attacks he sent out, not a single one managed to catch Zeke, even though Zeke shouldn't have been able to see them at all. Zeke answered as if it were nothing complicated, saying all he had to do was follow the movement of the air. Venial's eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately rejected it as complete nonsense. Then, before Venial could properly react, Zeke suddenly struck him on the head. With that same calm tone, he pointed out that Venial had left his guard wide open yet again. Venial clutched his head where the blow had landed, his anger flaring even hotter. Gritting his teeth, he declared that he had truly had enough of Zeke. He unleashed a rapid storm of attacks, sending strike after strike toward Zeke without pause. But Zeke slipped through them with ease, his hands folded behind his back and his eyes closed, moving as though he were simply playing around. After Venial cursed at him once more, Zeke sighed and remarked that Venial really did seem to be stuck in a rebellious phase after all. When Venial finally stopped his barrage, Zeke asked whether he felt a little better now. But instead of calming down, Venial only grew more enraged, glaring at him as he threatened to kill him. Zeke didn't look offended in the slightest. Instead, he acknowledged that Venial's stubborn will was something worthy of respect in a warrior. At the same time, Zeke delivered another heavy blow, adding that even if Venial's spirit refused to break, his body had already been pushed far past its limit. Venial dropped to his knees again, his body no longer able to keep up with his rage. Zeke suggested they end the match there, saying that continuing any further would only make Venial suffer more. But then, without warning, a strange purple aura began to seep out around Venial. As it gathered, Venial suddenly reached forward and grabbed onto Zeke's leg. At first, Zeke didn't sense anything especially strange. Looking down at Venial, he simply asked if he still intended to keep going. The purple aura grew thicker and more intense, wrapping around the moment like a bad omen. Venial's face darkened, and then he began to laugh with a twisted, almost demonic sound. When Zeke questioned what was happening, Venial pulled that aura into his weapon. His expression warped with triumph as he declared that this would be the end of Zeke. Venial then released another technique from his wind-rending fan arts, Gale Bullet. Zeke immediately tried to draw out his source power to defend himself, but in that instant, something felt wrong. No matter how he tried, his power would not respond. With no other choice left, Zeke braced himself and blocked the incoming attack using nothing but the raw strength of his own body. Langus and Rick stared in shock as the attack finally connected. After everything they had just witnessed, they could hardly believe Venial had actually managed to land a clean hit on Zeke. Edgies noticed something strange about Zeke's condition and immediately pointed it out. When Celine asked what he meant, Laika and Melon arrived, drawing everyone's attention toward them. Laika was being helped into a sitting position, her body still weak from the damage she had taken earlier. Even so, she looked at the others and apologized for making them worry. When they asked whether she knew what was happening to Zeke, Laika answered carefully. It wasn't so much that she knew for certain, rather, she had realized that Zeke was now experiencing the same thing she had. During her earlier match, there had been a sudden moment where she could no longer use her source power, no matter how badly she needed it. Laika added that Lila Sonar, who had fought Venial before her, had behaved strangely as well. Thinking back on it now, there was a chance Lila had gone through the very same thing. If that was true, then Zeke was likely in the same dangerous position now. He probably couldn't use his source power either. Back in the arena, Venial laughed with absolute confidence, fully convinced that the fight had finally turned in his favor. He mocked Zeke for all the arrogance he had shown earlier, then declared that he would make sure Zeke never stood against him again. Gathering his power into a violent surge, Venial prepared his ultimate technique, Typhoon falling to dust. As Zeke pushed himself back up, Venial's face twisted with killing intent. He ordered Zeke to die and launched the attack with everything he had. Langus could do nothing but shout Zeke's name in panic, his voice carrying across the arena as the attack closed in. Zeke, however, did not retreat. Instead, he gathered every bit of physical strength he had left and focused it into his fist. Before Venial's attack could fully reach him, Zeke rushed straight forward and drove a powerful punch directly into Venial's face. The impact sent Venial flying backward once again, his body crashing violently into the arena wall. As the dust slowly settled around the impact site, Venial looked back at Zeke with fear and disbelief written across his face. Sweat dripped down his skin as he struggled to process what had just happened. He couldn't understand it. After everything he had done, after landing his attack and sealing Zeke's power, Zeke was still able to fight back. Venial's companions were just as stunned, unable to hide their shock. Laika, however, let out a soft laugh and remarked that for someone like Zeke, it didn't seem to matter much whether he could use source power or not. Venial could barely believe what he was seeing. Even after using that mysterious power and forcing Zeke to take the full brunt of his attack, Zeke still stood before him, and Venial couldn't stop himself from wondering how such a thing was even possible. Meanwhile, as Zeke rose fully to his feet, he noticed something strange moving through him. A purple energy was flowing both inside his body and around it, spreading in a way that immediately caught his attention. It only took Zeke a moment to understand what that strange energy truly was. The answer was simple: it was poison. That realization made Venial even more furious and confused. He couldn't understand how Zeke had noticed it at all, because according to him, that poison should have been impossible to detect. Then, without warning, Zeke spoke. Zeke remarked that Venial had finally earned a passing mark. He said he now understood why every opponent who had faced Venial and Alan ended up losing in such a one-sided way. Then Zeke added that he had figured out the trick behind it. The poison only activated when someone stirred their source power. Zeke admitted that the trick had even slipped past him at first, right up until the moment he tried to use his own source power. Even so, he didn't deny the achievement, calmly acknowledging that Venial had done an impressive job creating a poison that could work so subtly. Venial glared at him and declared that his poison had completely sealed Zeke's source power. Then, with anger and disbelief rising in his voice, he demanded to know how Zeke had still managed to withstand his last attack. Zeke answered with complete confidence, saying that a poison like Venial's meant nothing against a body trained to its absolute limit. Even if his source power was sealed away, to him it was only a small inconvenience. After all, someone who stood at the strongest level would never be shaken by something like that. Hearing Zeke dismiss his poison so casually only made Venial's fury burn even hotter, his pride twisting into raw anger. With his voice shaking from rage, Venial asked if Zeke was really claiming that the poison he had created with his own hands, his true killing poison, was completely meaningless. Zeke tilted his head slightly, studying him with interest, and asked if Venial had truly made it himself. He then pointed out that the poison seemed harmless to its creator, since Venial could push it into an opponent through source power without suffering any visible side effects. Zeke admitted that, as a poison, it was genuinely groundbreaking. Creating something that could hide itself so well and activate under those conditions was impressive by any standard. But then Zeke's voice grew stronger, and he made one thing perfectly clear. No matter how remarkable the poison was, it simply didn't work on him. Zeke took a deep breath, gathering his control over his own body, and then forcefully expelled every trace of the poison through his nose. Venial's eyes stretched wide in shock. Sweat began to bead across his face as he stared in disbelief, realizing that Zeke had not only detoxified himself, but had actually forced the poison out through his nostrils. Zeke calmly explained that while the poison was certainly unusual and interesting, that was all it amounted to. In the end, everything depended on Venial's own strength, and if he was relying entirely on poison to carry him, then he still had a very long road ahead. For a moment, Venial stood frozen, stunned by Zeke's words as if they had struck deeper than any punch. Then he finally forced himself to ask what Zeke was trying to say. But Zeke didn't give him a direct answer. Instead, he simply looked at him and asked whether Venial was satisfied now. That question hit Venial like an insult. His jaw tightened, his teeth clenched hard, and the frustration in his eyes grew even darker. Then, one after another, memories began rushing back through Venial's mind, dragging him into the harsh world that had shaped him. He remembered his mother's cold voice telling him that no matter what happened, he had to become the next head of the Eldragon family, and if he failed to do even that, then there was no reason for him to exist. He remembered how everyone praised Lady Laika, who had already mastered the family's secret technique. The candidates for the next family head were always spoken of as geniuses, one after another, while he alone was left outside that praise. Venial understood it better than anyone. He was ordinary. The harder he struggled, the more painfully obvious his lack of natural talent became. He could accept that his older siblings were stronger than him, but he could never accept that even Laika, younger than him, had surpassed him so completely. He remembered his mother's harsh scolding, shouting at him again and again, asking how he could fail at something so simple. Those endless days of criticism carved deep wounds into his heart, until, in the middle of all that pain, he finally discovered one thing he could call his own poison creation. When he succeeded in making this poison, he believed he had finally found his path. With it, he could become the next family head. With it, his mother would finally acknowledge him. And yet now, Zeke had expelled it with ease and called it meaningless. Overwhelmed by rage, Venial shouted at Zeke, demanding to know what someone like him could possibly understand about his life. He spoke of how he had always been measured against geniuses, no matter how much effort he poured into his training or how desperately he tried to catch up. Beside those overwhelming talents, Venial felt like he was nothing. And yet, even then, the comparisons never ended, pressing down on him again and again. That was exactly why he had no choice but to keep struggling. No matter how ugly it looked, he had to claw his way upward with everything he had. As he launched another attack, Venial shouted that Zeke, who knew nothing about him or what he had endured, had absolutely no right to stand there and judge him. Zeke raised his left arm and took the attack head-on, stopping it with a solid guard. At the same time, his right hand shot forward and seized Venial's arm. But in that instant, Venial flipped his weapon with a sudden motion and released all of his poison at once. A thick, toxic mist burst outward, swallowing Zeke in a dense cloud. Zeke's companions tensed as the poison spread across the arena, anxiety flashing across their faces. Edgies, however, stayed silent, watching the situation closely. Sandy could no longer hold back her concern. Her eyes fixed on the poisonous cloud, she asked what Zeke was planning to do now. Inside the cloud of poison, Venial's voice rang out. He admitted that Zeke was right. He would rely on his poison. If it allowed him to win, then nothing else mattered. Venial knew very well that when it came to combat talent, he had never been gifted. But poison was different. In that field, Venial had confidence. As long as he had poison, he believed he would not lose. In truth, he hadn't wanted to use this technique, but now he had been pushed far enough that he had no choice. He explained that even he, the one who created it, could barely detoxify this deadly cloud filled with poison needles. By releasing it here, even he was forced to inhale part of it himself. But after going this far, Venial was certain victory was finally his. Then, in the middle of that certainty, Zeke suddenly grabbed his hand again. Venial's eyes widened in horror as he looked closer and saw something impossible. Zeke had caught the poison needles with his mouth. The needles were clenched firmly between Zeke's teeth, held in place as if they were nothing more than harmless scraps. Zeke calmly asked whether this was Venial's final trump card. Venial could only stare, unable to believe the sight in front of him or understand how Zeke was still standing there so calmly. Zeke spat the needles out, and at that moment Venial's strength finally gave out. He collapsed to the ground directly in front of Zeke. Venial's face darkened, and his trembling eyes followed Zeke's hands as they slowly moved closer toward him. But Zeke didn't attack. Instead, he placed both hands firmly on Venial's shoulders and spoke in a serious voice, telling him to listen carefully. Kneeling in front of him, Zeke looked Venial straight in the eyes and said that he had been misunderstanding one very important thing. When Venial asked what he meant, Zeke explained that becoming strong did not require natural talent in martial arts, and it did not depend on having some special gift for source power either. What mattered most was the will to win every single fight. Zeke told him that this was the first lesson Venial needed to understand, because that hunger to win was the path that would eventually lead him toward true strength. Then Zeke suddenly raised his voice and told him that his claim about having no talent for martial arts was complete nonsense. The real problem wasn't Venial's talent. It was the weapon he had chosen. Zeke suggested that Venial should use something with a longer handle. Then, almost casually, he added that an umbrella would probably suit him quite well. Venial blinked in shock, barely able to process the suggestion, and asked if Zeke was being serious. Zeke answered that it was no joke at all, explaining that while it might sound unusual, an umbrella, much like Venial's iron fan, was a weapon with its own long history. With a faint smile, Zeke added that in this world, nearly anything could become a weapon if someone knew how to use it properly. Venial fell silent, his anger briefly giving way to uncertainty, as he wondered whether there truly was a weapon out there that suited him. Then Zeke placed a hand gently on Venial's head and told him that, despite what he believed about himself, on a real battlefield, Venial was more of a warrior than anyone else. Those words struck Venial so deeply that he couldn't respond. For once, he was left completely speechless. Zeke continued, telling him that in real combat, Venial's way of thinking was not wrong. If victory was the goal, then using anything necessary to win was acceptable. But Zeke warned him that if he clung too tightly to pride, he would never be able to protect anything. If Venial truly wanted to win and protect what mattered to him, then he had to use every tool within his reach. Zeke made it clear that Venial's way of thinking itself wasn't the problem. The mistake was that he had been aiming that mindset in the wrong direction, using it in the wrong place, and letting his pride twist it into something that only held him back. Then Zeke rose to his feet and extended one hand toward Venial, as if the battle between them had already reached its answer. With a steady voice, he told Venial to come with him. Venial stared up at him in complete confusion, unable to understand why Zeke was offering his hand after everything that had happened. Zeke looked straight at him and said that if Venial followed him, he would make him as strong as he had always wanted to become. Venial, still shaken, asked if he could really become someone like Zeke. Without the slightest hesitation, Zeke confirmed it, then even pointed out that Venial was already far stronger than he gave himself credit for. Zeke added that once his training began, Venial wouldn't have the luxury of complaining about talent anymore. He would train him without mercy, again and again, until Venial had no choice but to become strong. Venial stood there stunned, his expression frozen as Zeke's words sank in. He couldn't help thinking that Zeke spoke with an absurd level of confidence. But as Venial turned those words over in his mind, his old desire surfaced again. The desire to grow stronger, to prove himself, and to finally earn his mother's acknowledgement. Slowly, almost hesitantly, he began reaching his hand toward Zeke's offer. But just as that moment seemed about to happen, everything paused for the briefest instant. Before their hands could touch, Zeke suddenly drove a sharp uppercut into Venial, saying he had almost forgotten they were still in the middle of an official match. Venial could barely believe it. After all those words, after offering him a path forward, Zeke had still attacked him without warning. Zeke simply stated that a match was still a match, no matter what had been said between them. Then he told Venial that once he woke up, he should come find him. As Venial lost consciousness and collapsed, the remaining poison inside his body was forced out at the same time. Teach Mentric immediately declared the match over, though even he looked stunned. He could hardly believe that Zeke had managed to purge all of the poison with nothing more than a single punch. Then Teach Mentric announced that the selection matches had officially come to an end, and that East Hall had emerged victorious as the ultimate champion of the selection. The participants from the different halls of Dragon's Nest began to return after their battles, each side carrying the heavy feeling of defeat, exhaustion, and everything they had failed to overcome. Later, as night settled over the grounds, Zeke and his group gathered together for a small feast, celebrating the victory they had earned through the selection matches. Yet before the celebration could truly begin, and while the results of the selection matches were still fresh in everyone's minds, the students couldn't help but keep glancing toward Zeke. At the same time, questions quietly began to spread among them. East Hall was the one that had won, so why had students from the other halls also been summoned to attend this celebration? Edgy's only laughed at the confusion and admitted that he didn't know the reason either, making it clear that he was just as unaware as the rest of them. As everyone continued looking in Zeke's direction, Zeke calmly said that he assumed Teach Mentric would explain everything to them later that night. Meanwhile, Zeke kept eating the food laid out in front of him, completely unfazed by the strange atmosphere around the table. After a while, he finally noticed that his own companions, along with the students from the other halls of Dragon's Nest, still hadn't started eating. With his mouth still full, Zeke looked around and asked what was wrong with everyone. He wondered why no one was touching the food, even pointing out that it would all get cold if they kept sitting there like that. Laika suddenly spoke up, saying she couldn't understand how Zeke could eat so calmly at a time like this. She asked if he wasn't even curious about what they were about to be told, but Zeke simply kept chewing, leaving Laika to let out a helpless sigh. Just then, the door opened, and Teach Mentric stepped inside. He apologized to the students for keeping them waiting. He told everyone they could begin eating, only to notice that Zeke had already been devouring the food beside him. Seeing that, he casually added that the rest of them should eat well too. As the meal continued, Teach Mentric explained that the feast was not only a celebration, but also a reward for everyone who had taken part in the selection matches. Soon after, his tone shifted, and he called for everyone's attention. Once the room settled, he announced that he would begin explaining the special mission. Edgy's raised his hand and asked whether people like him were even allowed to hear about it. Teach Mentric answered that there was no issue, because Edgy's himself might end up participating. That answer left Edgy's visibly confused, his expression tightening as he tried to understand what Teach Mentric meant. Teach Mentric then revealed that, a few days earlier, a special rift had been discovered within the grounds of the Eldragon family. The announcement sent a wave of shock through the room, and even Zeke reacted. He immediately remembered reading about rifts before in books. Teach Mentric continued, saying that most of them likely had at least some knowledge of ordinary rifts. But special rifts were different because they could not be cleared through normal methods. Laika asked what he meant by that, and Teach Mentric explained the condition of this particular rift. Only 7 people could enter it, and every one of them had to be at the 3-star level or below. Anyone who was 4-star or higher would be rejected, and even if the number of entrants went beyond the limit, the rift would forcibly push them out. If those conditions were not met exactly, entry would be impossible. Not even the family head himself could force his way inside. Because of that, any attempt to clear the rift had to follow the rules precisely. Teach Mentric added that while the Eldragon family did have some 3-star soldiers, rifts had been appearing more frequently lately, leaving their forces stretched thin. That was why students had been selected for this mission. He then revealed the most important part. The special rift most likely contained magic water, a substance needed to awaken magic power. The moment magic water was mentioned, the students were visibly shaken, their eyes widening as the weight of the mission finally began to sink in. Zeke immediately said he had read about magic water before, and Teach Mentric confirmed that he was right. By consuming it, a person could gain the ability to convert source power into magic power, which was an essential step toward becoming a magician. Hearing that, Zeke's eyes lit up with excitement, and thoughts of magic began racing through his mind. Teach Mentric went on to explain that the world was ruled by 8 great houses, including their own Eldragon family, and together they were known as the 8 Gates of Dominion. However, while the other houses all possessed magic springs that naturally produced magic water, the Eldragon family had none. That was exactly why this mission carried such enormous importance for the family. They had to enter the special rift, clear it successfully, and retrieve the magic water hidden within. Failure simply was not an option. Teach Mentric's expression then grew far more serious as he added another complication. The rift had appeared near the border of another house among the 8 Gates of Dominion, the territory of the Cerberus family. It was almost certain that the Cerberus family would aim for the rift as well. With that in mind, the selection matches had been arranged to identify capable fighters from Dragon's Nest who were still 3-star level or below. Edgy's and Sandy exchanged a glance, and Edgy's pointed out that the 7 members of East Hall who had won were probably the ones who would be sent to clear the rift. Sandy smiled at the thought, seeing the mission as a major chance to help Laika move closer to becoming the next family head. However, Teach Mentric clarified that even though East Hall had won, that did not automatically mean all 7 of them would become the strike team. Even so, Edgy's remained hopeful. While Sandy quietly considered how she could support Laika, Teach Mentric suddenly stood and struck the table, declaring that from this point on, under East Hall's leadership, they would form the strike team regardless of who had won or lost. The true purpose of the matches had never been only to decide winners and losers. Teach Mentric explained that the battles had been used to watch everyone closely, to judge their strengths, their weaknesses, and the way each person fought so the right team could be formed. His gaze then shifted toward Venial, and he remarked that there were some people who had not been able to show the full extent of their abilities during the matches. After that, Teachmentric turned towards Zeke, who was still busy eating as if none of this had anything to do with him. Then he declared that Zeke would be the one to choose the members of the strike team, causing Zeke to immediately look up and question why that decision had suddenly been pushed onto him. The room went quiet as Teachmentric asked why Zeke found that so strange. Since Zeke was the representative of East Hall, it was only natural that he would lead the mission and select the team himself. But Zeke said that wasn't what he had in mind, and after glancing over at Laika, a new idea suddenly came to him. With a grin spreading across his face, Zeke suggested that Laika should be the one to choose the members instead. Laika was instantly startled and asked why it had to be her, but Zeke simply asked whether he would be joining the mission. Laika answered that of course he would. Still looking uncertain, Laika asked if Zeke was really fine with handing the decisions over to her and letting her take charge of leading the team. Zeke replied that whether it was fine or not didn't really matter. If he were the one making the choice, he would simply name himself as the only member and be done with it. Laika was shocked by how bluntly he said it, and she immediately pointed out that knowing Zeke, if the special rift allowed it, he would probably try to enter the place all by himself. As Laika began seriously thinking about who should be chosen, Zeke added that if she truly wanted to become the next family head, then this was the perfect chance to sharpen her judgment. Zeke then turned to Teachmentric and asked if he would mind letting Laika take the role instead. Teachmentric said he had no objection, but he asked whether Zeke was really certain, reminding him that leading this mission would bring him one step closer to becoming the next family head. But Zeke's expression suddenly looked far older and calmer than someone his age should ever appear. Without hesitation, he said he had no interest in that position. Those words stunned everyone in the room, and even Venial stared at him in disbelief. Edgies quickly asked if Zeke was actually serious. Sandy repeated the same question in surprise, and even Laika looked at him, needing to confirm whether he truly meant it. Zeke answered calmly, saying it wasn't anything worth making a fuss over. To him, it all came down to what a person personally valued. Edgies insisted that becoming the family head would mean gaining access to everything the Eldragon family possessed. But Zeke's answer didn't waver at all. He said he had no need for any of it. There was only one thing Zeke wanted, and that was to reach the very end of the martial path. His declaration settled over the room like a heavy silence, leaving everyone too stunned to speak. Zeke then turned back to Laika and reassured her that she didn't need to worry about him. Instead, he told her to focus on choosing the team in her own way. Accepting his words, Laika rose from her seat and began selecting the members who would make up the strike team. Meanwhile, inside the Cerberus family's territory, the head of the family sat with a heavy expression and questioned whether the report he had just received was true. His subordinate confirmed it, saying that a special rift had indeed appeared within the great abundant forest. When the family head asked whether the lizards had already started moving, a mocking way of referring to Balza Eldragon and the Eldragon family, the subordinate broke into a cold sweat. A suffocating pressure filled the room as the Cerberus family head demanded to know why such important information was only reaching him now. The subordinate immediately bowed and apologized, explaining that the Eldragon family had deliberately misled them, which caused the delay in their response. After hearing that, the family head remarked that he had heard of such tactics before. He also noted that the Eldragon family had been unusually active in the forest recently. Now everything finally made sense to him, and he muttered that those crafty pests had been moving behind the scenes all along. The subordinate then added that there was a strong chance the rift contained magic water. Hearing that, the Cerberus family head immediately understood that the Eldragon family would do everything in their power to secure it. He asked about the conditions required to enter the rift, and the subordinate answered that it required 7 people, all of them at the 3-star level or below. The family head noted that the requirement itself was not especially difficult. The problem was that the Eldragon family had already moved first and had probably filled all the available slots. However, the subordinate revealed that the Eldragon family did not have enough soldiers available and were instead planning to send trainees. Their side had confirmed the information, and the family head questioned whether the Eldragon family truly intended to clear a special rift with inexperienced youths. Once the subordinate assured him that the information was accurate, he asked what their next move should be and whether they should quickly gather their own team. The family head replied that even if they assembled one now, they would already be too late. However, if the Eldragon family really was sending trainees, then Balza's heir would almost certainly be among them. When the subordinate asked what he meant by that, the family head did not answer directly. Instead, he asked how many deception bracelets they still had left. The subordinate answered that only 4 remained. Upon hearing this, the Cerberus family head issued his order, telling him to use every deception bracelet if necessary, as long as they could eliminate Balza's children. The subordinate hesitated, pointing out that they did not know when they would be able to obtain more of such rare tools. But the family head brushed that concern aside, saying that if they simply hoarded the bracelets, they would only gather dust. It was far better to use them now where they could truly matter. With a cruel smile, he wondered aloud what kind of face that lizard bastard would make when his child was killed, and how entertaining it would be to witness Balza El Dragon's reaction. Then, the day after the celebration, Zeke gathered everyone and told them they would all need to become much stronger. He first called for Rick and Melon, instructing them to return to basic training. Like Langus and the others, they would run every day and build their muscles from the ground up, because with a stronger foundation, they would be able to handle more powerful techniques. Rick immediately asked if they were really going to train the same brutal way Langus and the others had trained before. Zeke simply looked at him and answered with a question of his own, asking if there was some kind of problem. Behind Rick and Melon, Langus and the others were already smiling, as if they knew exactly what kind of suffering was waiting. With that pressure even so, Zeke seemed satisfied with their answer, nodding as though their reluctant agreement was good enough for him. Soon after, Zeke grabbed the edge of a red cloak and pulled it aside, revealing a massive boulder hidden beneath it. Then he called Raymond over and told him that he would be using the regeneration stone prepared by their instructor. Raymond immediately asked if Zeke truly intended to use a regeneration stone for training. Zeke confirmed it without hesitation, saying he remembered how the stone worked and thought it would be perfect for Raymond. As Zeke picked up a small shield, he explained that everyone already knew what the regeneration stone could do. Any impact dealt to it would be reflected back 100 times stronger, and without using source power it was something they could not break. Yet Zeke was clearly about to strike it without using any source power at all, leaving Rick and Melon staring at him in confusion as they wondered what he was planning. Zeke gathered only the physical strength in his arm, then swung the small shield into the regeneration stone. The moment it connected, a powerful gust of wind burst outward and rushed through the surroundings. Melon could hardly believe what she had just seen. Zeke had struck the regeneration stone normally, and without source power protecting him, the reflected shock should have been overwhelming. As everyone watched in stunned silence, Raymond quickly realized what Zeke had done. He had endured the full reflected impact from the regeneration stone using only his shield. Zeke then showed them the cracked shield and explained that this was exactly what he wanted Raymond to practice. Just like he had demonstrated, Raymond would train by taking the recoil head-on or learning to deflect it properly. Raymond accepted the instruction, thinking to himself that from now on, he would follow the method Zeke had shown him. Celine, meanwhile, remarked that she had never imagined a regeneration stone could be used for training like this, and just then, Zeke called her forward as well. Celine answered immediately and stepped up, ready for her turn. Zeke instructed her to repeatedly thrust her sword at the regeneration stone. He told Celine that she was allowed to use her source power, but her focus had to be absolute. Every thrust needed to land on one single point, and not a single attack could be allowed to drift off target. Celine accepted Zeke's instruction without hesitation. In the next breath, she tightened her grip around her sword, stepped toward the regeneration stone, and began cutting into it with a flurry of quick, sharp strikes. But even though her blade moved fast, each slash bit into a slightly different part of the stone's surface. Zeke watched her blade path carefully, then calmly pointed out where each strike had landed. He explained that even when someone tried to concentrate all their attacks on one exact spot, actually doing it was far harder than it looked. Celine immediately understood what he meant and admitted it without trying to make excuses. After that, Zeke gave her the next goal plainly. From now on, her training would revolve around learning how to guide every single strike toward one precise point, no matter how many times she swung her sword. Zeke borrowed Celine's sword and walked up to the regeneration stone himself. Looking at its surface, he noted that it had already healed all the damage from her earlier attacks, then added that no matter how many times he saw that strange recovery, he still couldn't fully get used to it. But that was exactly what made the stone so useful for training. He told Celine to watch carefully, and the very next instant, his arm blurred. A rapid chain of sword strikes flashed out, each one landing with perfect accuracy on the exact same point of the regeneration stone. Celine froze where she stood, her eyes widening as she stared at the mark he had created. For a moment, she looked so overwhelmed by what she had just seen that she could barely find the words to react. Zeke then explained that Celine's flower sword style naturally leaned toward overwhelming the opponent with many strikes. But instead of only chasing speed and quantity, he told her she would become much stronger if she learned to treasure the weight of each blow and aim every attack with intention. Celine listened closely, then nodded with a serious expression. Once Celine's lesson was settled, Zeke called out to Langus. Langus immediately answered, standing at attention while nervously wondering what kind of unusual training Zeke had prepared for him next. But the moment Zeke pulled out a single feather and calmly said that this would be the tool for his training, Langus was completely caught off guard. He stared at the feather in disbelief, unable to understand how something so light and fragile could possibly help him grow stronger. Zeke released a small current of wind source power, and the feather rose gently into the air, drifting as if it had been caught by an invisible breeze under his control. Langus noticed it right away. The movement of that wind felt familiar, and he quickly realized it was the same kind of wind source power that Lord Venial Fafnir Eldragon had used before. Raymond stared at Zeke in surprise and asked when he had learned to use wind source power. Zeke answered as casually as if it were nothing, saying he had picked it up after fighting Venial. After taking Venial's wind aura head-on, he realized he could use that power too. Hearing that, Langus could only stare at him in stunned silence, his face making it clear that the whole thing sounded completely impossible. Zeke then placed the feather carefully on the very tip of Langus's spear. With the feather balanced there, he explained that Langus's training would be to teach his body how to move with the flow instead of fighting against it. Langus immediately understood how difficult the task was. The feather was so light that even the slightest movement could send it slipping away, yet he was supposed to guide it freely with his spear. As he stared at the delicate feather, he wondered what Zeke truly meant by letting himself go with the flow. Zeke explained that Langus should not simply follow the flow, nor should he try to grab hold of it by force. What he needed to do was surrender himself to it completely. And if Langus could reach that point, then one day he would no longer just move with the flow, he would be able to create it himself. Zeke narrowed his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, the feather split cleanly into two. Langus felt sweat run down his cheek as he stared at the cut feather, his mind struggling to process how Zeke had done something so precise in an instant. Just then, Laika arrived and called out to Zeke, warning him that they would be late if they did not hurry. Zeke suddenly remembered that he had somewhere to be, and without wasting another second, he tossed Langus's spear back to him. As Zeke rushed away, he called back to the others and reminded them that each of them already knew what they were supposed to practice. He told them to train seriously while he was gone, then disappeared down the way with Laika. Langus and Rick both nodded, but the weight of their assignments was clearly pressing down on them. Langus looked ready to burst into tears, convinced that Zeke had given him something far beyond his ability. Rick tried to calm him down, though even he was quietly worried about whether he could handle the training Zeke had left for him. Meanwhile, Zeke and Laika hurried through the corridor together. Laika asked what he had been doing that nearly made them late, and Zeke apologized, explaining that he had been setting up training for Langus and the others during the time they would be away. Zeke then changed the subject, glancing toward Laika as he remarked that the strike team lineup she had chosen was surprisingly interesting. Laika lifted her chin with pride and declared that her selection was flawless, calling it the strongest and most suitable team she could put together. As the two of them continued down the passage, the rest of the strike team assigned to the special mission finally spotted them. Edgy's Vanblade greeted them first, and Laika apologized for arriving late, explaining that she had needed to go and fetch Zeke. The strike team gathered there was made up of Sandy, Edgy's Vanblade, Lila Sonar, Venial Fafnir Eldragon, Alan, Zeke, and Laika. Once everyone had regrouped, there was no time left to waste, and the team immediately prepared to move out. Earlier that same day, Teach Mentric reported to Balza Eldragon that the strike team had already departed. He also added that word had come in from the Cerberus family, confirming that they had detected signs of the special rift's presence. Balza remarked that the situation had unfolded faster than he had expected. Even so, he understood that if they tried to rush there now, the strike team would likely have already entered the rift by the time they arrived. One of the men in the room confirmed Balza's assessment, but he still raised a troubling concern. Once the rift was cleared, there was a real chance that the Cerberus family might appear and try to steal the spoils. Ideally, the strike team would link up quickly with the soldiers stationed around the rift's perimeter, but he was not sure whether that would be possible in time. Balza remained quiet for a moment, his expression unreadable, before asking how strong the strike team actually was. Teach Mentric answered that they had assembled the finest fighters among the 3-star ranks, so conquering the rift itself should not pose a serious problem. Teach Mentric added that even if the team ran into members of the Cerberus family, they should still have enough strength and skill to hold their ground without immediately being overwhelmed. Even after hearing that, Balza did not look fully convinced. His eyes sharpened slightly as he questioned whether that confidence still applied when one of the people in the group was only a 2-star. Teach Mentric brushed aside the concern and confirmed that the strike team could handle the danger. He even went so far as to say that Zeke alone might be enough to deal with the Cerberus family if things came to that, a statement that left both Balza and the man beside him visibly shocked. Teach Mentric continued, saying that he had observed all of Balza's children for many years, but among them, Zeke was the first child whose true limits he could not even begin to measure. The man standing beside Balza asked in disbelief whether Zeke was truly only at the 2-star level. Teach Mentric confirmed it, then added that watching Zeke had reminded him once again that a person's rank did not always match their actual strength. The man fell silent, sweat beginning to form on his brow. Teach Mentric's eyes narrowed as he revealed something even more startling. When he first saw Zeke's techniques, he felt the same kind of impact he had felt years ago when he first witnessed Balza's dragon-slaying combat arts. His words stunned everyone in the room, including Balza himself. Balza immediately demanded to know what Teach Mentric meant. After all, the dragon-slaying combat arts were a secret style passed down only from one head of the L-Dragon family to the next. They were hidden from outsiders with absolute care and were said to be impossible for ordinary people to learn. The man beside Balza rejected the idea as absurd, asking if Teach Mentric was truly suggesting that Zeke had mastered something on that level. Teach Mentric admitted that he had been shocked too, but he had seen Balza's techniques countless times before. Because of that, he was certain of what he had witnessed from Zeke. Teach Mentric even stated that Zeke's martial arts stood on the same level as Balza's dragon-slaying combat arts. For a brief moment, Balza had no answer at all. Inwardly, Teach Mentric wondered if Zeke might even surpass Balza one day, though he quickly pushed the thought aside as nothing more than imagination. Balza then revealed that several years earlier, he had ordered Freya Winsick to investigate every detail of Zeke's background, including his birth records. Yet the search had uncovered nothing useful, and there was no sign that Zeke had learned martial arts from anyone before entering the dragon's nest. The man beside Balza wondered aloud if that meant Zeke had somehow taught himself everything. But Teach Mentric turned his gaze toward the portrait of the first patriarch, Gilfaz L-Dragon, and remarked that Zeke almost seemed like the reincarnation of both the first patriarch and the 15th head. At that word, Balza's expression darkened, and he repeated it in a low, questioning voice. Balza rose from his chair and looked up at the portrait of Gilfaz L-Dragon, the first patriarch of the L-Dragon family. His eyes remained fixed on the painted figure as he quietly muttered the word reincarnation under his breath. A moment later, Balza dismissed the thought entirely, treating it as a ridiculous idea that should not even be entertained. Teach Mentric and the captain beside him fell into silence, the weight of the conversation hanging in the room. Then Balza let out a faint smirk and said that if Zeke truly possessed that much power, those wild dogs from the Cerberus family were hardly worth worrying about. 1 week later, at the place where the special rift had appeared, soldiers belonging to the L-Dragon family had already assembled around the area, guarding the site and preparing for whatever might happen next. Freya Winsick was looking for the vice-captain of the Black Dragon Corps, but one of the soldiers reported that the vice-captain had vanished at some point without warning, leaving no clear sign of where he had gone. Hearing that, another soldier quickly gave the order for everyone nearby to begin searching at once, making it clear that the disappearance could not simply be ignored. Freya Winsick then mentioned that reinforcements were supposed to arrive as well. With the vice-captain missing and the situation around the rift already tense, she could not hide her concern that this might become a serious problem. Just then, Freya Winsick noticed a group approaching from the distance. Her attention shifted toward them, and she remarked that it seemed the reinforcements had finally arrived. As the group came closer, Freya Winsick pointed out that if they had sprinted all the way there, they could have reached the site much faster. Laika answered calmly, saying they had no intention of burning through all their stamina before the mission had even begun. Laika then addressed her directly as Instructor Freya and asked why she was present at the rift site in the first place. Freya Winsick answered that she was not there in her role as an instructor. At the moment, she was on active duty. She explained that she had been assigned to guard the special rift itself, along with the surrounding domain that had formed around it. Laika murmured in understanding as she looked around the area, realizing that the place before them was the special domain they had come to deal with. Freya Winsick explained that some special rifts were dangerous even before anyone entered them. Certain ones could leak their influence into the outside world, warping the surrounding land and creating a domain around the rift itself. And this place, with its unsettling atmosphere pressing in from every side, was exactly one of those cases. Zeke L-Dragon looked deeper into the domain, his eyes settling on the pitch-black trees standing inside it. Their dark shapes and twisted presence immediately stirred a memory in him, reminding him of the Angerboar he had fought before. The strange black mist drifting through the area felt almost identical to what he had sensed from that creature. With that eerie feeling hanging in the air, Zeke quietly concluded that the Angerboar's power had most likely come from a rift as well. Zeke then turned his attention back to Freya Winsick and asked why she herself had been assigned to guard the domain. Freya answered without hesitation, saying her job was to keep the Cerberus family in check and disrupt whatever scheme they were trying to carry out. When Laika Toporna L-Dragon asked what she meant by disrupting them, Freya Winsick explained the situation more clearly. If the L-Dragon family successfully cleared the rift and obtained the magic water inside, their military power would rise sharply. That was exactly the kind of advantage the Cerberus family wanted to stop. Freya Winsick added that they were also dealing with monsters being expelled from the domain itself. When Zeke asked what she meant by that, she explained that this special rift had a strict condition. Only 7 fighters at the 3-star level were allowed to enter. Edgy's Vanblade nodded at that explanation, confirming that he had already heard the same information before coming here. To make the rule obvious, Freya Winsick reached out and placed her hand against the domain's barrier. The moment she touched it, an invisible force pushed her back, and she explained that anyone with a star level higher than the limit would simply be rejected. She went on to say that the same restriction applied to monsters as well. Any creature at 4-star level or above would be unable to enter the rift, no matter how strong it was. The rift also worked on a first-come, first-served rule. Once one group entered, nobody else could go in until the people inside either conquered the rift or were completely wiped out. Zeke reached out and touched the barrier for himself. The instant his fingers met that invisible wall, he could tell what it was. A force that judged who was allowed to pass and who had to be kept out. He also remembered being told that breaking such a barrier by force was impossible. But the moment that warning crossed his mind, it only made him more curious to test it with his own strength. Freya Winsick noticed the look on Zeke's face at once. A bead of sweat formed as she warned him that when people explained important things, he should actually listen instead of immediately thinking about doing the exact opposite. Zeke responded with a wink and a confident thumbs up, insisting that he had definitely been listening. But Freya Winsick's expression made it clear she did not believe him for even a second. Freya Winsick then said that, since no one knew when the Cerberus family's forces might arrive, the best move was for the team to enter right away if they were ready. When she asked whether they were prepared, Laika Toporna Eldragon and the others answered firmly that they were. Without wasting any more time, the group stepped forward and entered the special domain. As they passed through the barrier and disappeared into the warped land beyond it, Freya Winsick wished them luck. Once inside, the team was immediately met by animals twisted and corrupted by the black mist. Their bodies moved unnaturally as they rushed toward the group, attacking without hesitation. Venial Fafnir Eldragon stepped up to meet one of the monsters head-on, holding his unfamiliar new weapon firmly in his hands. Wind source power gathered around him, and with one devastating strike, he smashed into the creature and crushed its head in a single blow. Alan watched the attack with bright enthusiasm and immediately broke into applause, praising Lord Venial Fafnir Eldragon for being brilliant as always. Venial Fafnir Eldragon, however, said nothing. His gaze remained fixed on the weapon in his hands, as if he still could not quite accept how it felt. Edgy's Vanblade had seen the exchange as well, and he clicked his tongue while recalling what had happened earlier. Before the mission, he had spotted Zeke and Venial Fafnir Eldragon speaking together in the hallway. At that time, Venial Fafnir Eldragon had asked Zeke exactly what he had handed over to him. Zeke had answered with complete calm, saying that he intended to train him, just as he had mentioned during their previous fight. After receiving the new weapon, Venial Fafnir Eldragon had stared at it with suspicion and asked whether Zeke was actually serious. Zeke, without the slightest hesitation, told him that he always kept his word. Zeke explained that this mission was a rare chance to fight in real combat rather than ordinary practice. Because of that, he wanted Venial Fafnir Eldragon to take the staff and use it in the field. Venial Fafnir Eldragon immediately grew irritated. His face tightened as he asked whether Zeke seriously expected him to carry a weapon he had never used before into such an important mission. Zeke confirmed it as if there were nothing strange about the request at all, and that blunt confidence only made Venial Fafnir Eldragon even more annoyed. Unable to hold back his frustration, Venial Fafnir Eldragon threw the staff down onto the ground and accused Zeke of mocking him. Then he turned away, muttering that he had no intention of using such a bizarre weapon. But before Venial Fafnir Eldragon could walk far, Zeke infused the fallen staff with wind source power, making the air around it stir and surge. The sudden rush of wind aura behind him made Venial Fafnir Eldragon stop and turn back in confusion. He stared at Zeke and demanded to know why he was using wind energy. Zeke did not bother giving a full explanation. He simply brushed the question aside and told Venial Fafnir Eldragon to use the staff. Venial Fafnir Eldragon refused again, his annoyance written plainly across his face. But no matter how many times he rejected the idea, Zeke kept pressing him with the same calm persistence. Eventually, the back and forth became so ridiculous that Venial Fafnir Eldragon dropped to his knees in frustration. He complained that they were getting nowhere, as if arguing with Zeke was more exhausting than the mission itself. Venial Fafnir Eldragon then reminded him that, during the selection exam, Zeke had mentioned umbrellas. Zeke confirmed that he had, then explained that since they did not have umbrellas here, the staff would act as a substitute because the way it was handled was similar. For the time being, Zeke told him Venial Fafnir Eldragon would train with that staff and use it as the foundation for his new combat method. As venial Fafnir Eldragon stood back up, he questioned how he was supposed to train with a weapon he had no experience using. He pointed out that he did not even have the basic fundamentals needed to fight properly with it. Zeke, however, showed no concern at all. With absolute confidence, he assured him that there was nothing to worry about, because he had already created a fighting style made specifically for him. The Ghost Umbrella style. In Edgy's Van Blade's mind, that claim sounded completely absurd. Creating an entire martial art from nothing was not something a person could casually do on a whim. And yet, as Edgy's Van Blade watched venial Fafnir Eldragon move during the battle, he could not deny what was in front of him. Venial's strikes had become sharper than before, and each motion blended smoothly with his wind aura. Even venial Fafnir Eldragon himself could not help wondering whether Zeke had truly created an entirely new martial art just for him. Zeke praised the last strike, while Alan eagerly asked whether the Ghost Wind Umbrella style was actually real. When Zeke confirmed it, Alan and venial Fafnir Eldragon exchanged a look, and Alan could only question what kind of person Zeke really was if he could create martial arts so easily. Venial Fafnir Eldragon admitted plainly that he had no idea either, his expression showing that Zeke was just as impossible for him to understand. Nearby, Lila Sonar had been listening quietly to their conversation, taking in every word without interrupting. When Zeke noticed her standing there, he turned toward her and asked if her name was Lila. She calmly confirmed that it was. For a brief moment, silence settled between them. Then Lila Sonar looked at Zeke and asked whether he had truly created that new style himself. Zeke answered in his usual casual way, confirming that he had. When Lila Sonar asked how he had managed it, he replied as if the answer were obvious, saying it was simply because he was Zeke. Lila Sonar clapped her hands in genuine amazement, impressed by the confidence of his answer. Sandy Toporna, however, scoffed from the side, saying that Zeke was spouting nonsense again and insisting that creating a martial art from scratch was impossible. Edgy's Van Blade then chimed in, pointing out that, as ridiculous as it sounded, it somehow made sense after seeing what had just happened right in front of them. Sandy Toporna changed the subject and turned her sharp gaze toward venial Fafnir Eldragon. Regardless of whatever new style Zeke had given him, she warned him not to become a burden to the rest of the team. Venial Fafnir Eldragon's irritation flared immediately. He looked back at Sandy Toporna and asked her to repeat what she had just said. With a mocking edge in her voice, Sandy Toporna said that he could not even fight properly unless he poisoned his opponents first. She then questioned whether he seriously planned to rely on an unfamiliar fighting style in the middle of such an important mission. Her words struck exactly where they were meant to, and the tension between them quickly erupted into an argument. Alan had been holding himself back up to that point, but Sandy Toporna's words finally pushed him too far. His expression hardened, and he stepped into the conversation, warning her in a sharp voice to watch what she was saying. Sandy Toporna did not flinch at all. Instead, she shot back by asking if the truth was what hurt so badly, then added that if Alan was supposed to be venial Fafnir Eldragon's attendant, he should do a better job keeping his master under control. Laika Toporna Eldragon quickly tried to intervene, urging Sandy Toporna to stop before things got worse, while Edgy's Van Blade reminded everyone that this was not the time for infighting. They were on a dangerous mission together, and whether they liked it or not, they needed to act like one team. But Sandy Toporna refused to let it go. Her voice tightened as she said there was no way she could cooperate with people who had poisoned Laika Toporna Eldragon and nearly gotten her killed. Her eyes began to glow with anger as she made her stance clear. From the very beginning, she had been against this team lineup, and now she was saying it out loud without holding anything back. While the argument kept growing louder around them, Zeke Eldragon quietly turned toward Lila Sonar. In a lower voice, he asked if she was truly all right with everything that was happening. Lila Sonar answered calmly that it did not really bother her. For her, just being chosen to take part in this mission was already enough, and she seemed genuinely glad to be there despite the tension. Zeke Eldragon let out a small laugh, remarking that Lila Sonar really did have a generous heart. Meanwhile, Sandy Toporna continued pushing the issue, turning her frustration toward Laika Toporna Eldragon and questioning why she had chosen to include venial Fafnir Eldragon and Alan in the first place. Laika Toporna Eldragon hesitated for a moment, unable to deny the weight of Sandy Toporna's words, but in the end, she admitted that even though she had her own doubts, their strength was too valuable to leave behind for a mission like this. Alan immediately agreed, praising Laika Toporna Eldragon for making the right judgment. But even as he did, he could not resist throwing another sharp remark at Sandy Toporna, and that only made her anger flare even hotter. As the tension rose all over again, Laika Toporna Eldragon found herself silently wondering whether this group really had been the right choice after all. Zeke Eldragon watched the whole exchange closely and understood what was happening. The wounds left behind by the selection matches had not healed at all, and if things continued like this, There was no way this team would be able to truly trust one another. He also noticed something else. Beneath venial Fafnir Eldragon's prideful attitude and sharp tongue, there seemed to be a struggle going on inside him that he was trying not to show. Zeke Eldragon understood that a team this uneven was a dangerous gamble. But at the same time, if they could somehow learn to understand one another and accept what each person brought to the group, they might eventually become comrades who could entrust their lives to each other. The team kept moving deeper toward the center of the domain, and before long, a bright light appeared in the distance, shining through the dark, mist-filled surroundings. Laika Toporna Eldragon's expression sharpened with excitement the moment she saw it. She urged everyone to move closer, pushing the group forward toward the light. Zeke Eldragon studied the glow carefully as they approached. From the way it looked, he remarked that it had to be the rift itself, with its shape resembling cracks torn open across space. Laika Toporna Eldragon grew serious as she looked toward the rift. She warned everyone that once they stepped inside, anything could happen, so they all needed to stay alert and keep their guard up. Zeke Eldragon clenched his hands, unable to hide the excitement rising in him. With a confident look, he agreed with Laika Toporna Eldragon and prepared himself for whatever waited ahead. But at that very moment, Zeke Eldragon's eyes suddenly glowed. From far away, he sensed a new presence entering the special domain, and his attention shifted instantly toward that unseen arrival. When Lila Sonar noticed his reaction and asked if something was wrong, Zeke Eldragon paused for a brief moment. Then he brushed it off casually, saying it was nothing, and urged everyone to hurry up and enter the rift.